What is going on, IB Nation? My name is Vince. That's Brian. It is Friday. That means it's time for the Friday free-for-all mailbag, baby. Can't wait. This is one I've been looking forward to, both positively and negatively, because it's my last Friday free-for-all mailbag for quite a while, because I start school next week, and it's my last afternoon show for a while, unfortunately, as well. But still be on IB Nation Sports Talk and post-game shows, pre-game shows, all that fun stuff. But
upon further review,
yeah, baby,
those again this year.
Absolutely,
we are going to have a different schedule this year, but Vince will still be on the same weekend shows. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so couldn't pass this up. I had an opportunity to go do something else. I was like, you know what? Right here. Going to stay right here and do the Friday free-for-all mailbag, baby, because I love it. And I wanted to have one final hurrah with the OGs here on Friday.
You picked the day, too, man. There's a lot going on today. So,
at
least a lot going on in the sports world. We don't have a ton of questions today, though, Vince. So this might not be a marathoner. Your last one might not be a marathoner. We'll have to see.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Let's get rocking and rolling.
I have faith in the people.
Big 12 or the Pac-12 Big 10 crap is the big news today. I'm sure we're going to have some questions about that. As a matter of fact, I saw one. So we'll wait till we get to the questions.
Okay. All right. I'll save my
We'll save our rants for then because you remember how much I said I hate the Big 10 yesterday, y'all? It's even more today.
Oh, nice.
But let's get
rocking. I think I could get much deeper, so let's do this. From ND Football Nerd, which would be the greater impact for the 23 team? Tyson Ford forcing himself into the two deep at Big End, or Eli Raridan being completely healthy at 100% football ready for all of the 23 season and postseason?
I'm going to go with Tyson Ford on this one, Vince. I mean, Eli Raridan could be a special player if healthy, but I feel like at tight end, you're in a little stronger position, even if Eli Raridan can't play a lot this year. And if this doesn't come true, I mean, you've got Mitchell Evans. We know what he can do.
Yep.
Holden Stace is a very talented kid. We know what he can do, or at least we know the talent he has. We'll see what he can do. You know, Kevin Bauman can give you good number 3 snaps at Big End. You've got Cooper Flanagan who can provide blocking and the similar blocking to what Eli Raridan provided last year. You've got Davis Sherwood as sort of the H-back in that role, which is also, kind of a part tight end. So I feel like at Notre Dame, you're kind of good at tight end, especially, with some of the people that we expect to step up at wide receiver. They're deep at running back. You don't necessarily need to be as deep at tight end this year as you have been in past years. I'm a little concerned about the big end position at this point in time. I still think Tyson Ford's future is inside. I mean, Vince, you and I have both seen his body at practices. He's probably still going to be an inside guy. But if Tyson could force himself on the field, because that's the key, right? That's the big key is Tyson forces himself into the two deep, not so-and-so gets hurt and so-and-so's not playing well.
Right.
I love the way that John phrased this question. It's forces himself into the two deep. If that happens, you've got a 6'5", 275 to 280 pound, pretty athletic kid for his size that the light finally went on for.
Yeah.
And I think Tyson could be an impact player as part of a rotation there, as a run stopper, obviously first and foremost, but also potentially as a power rusher and first and second down. So to me, in this particular season, Tyson Ford would have the biggest impact. And it's not because, he's better than Eli Raridan or that's not really the conversation. The conversation is where is for me, I should say the conversation is not there. For me, Vince, and I'm curious on your thoughts, that is a bigger need for Notre Dame. So of those two, that's why I think the big end would be the bigger impact.
I will say that my instinct was to go with Eli Raridan because of his, his athletic upside.
He's a better player. Upside-wise. He's
absolutely.
Got the higher
And
upside,
look, I'll be honest, I generally fall towards the offensive side of things anyway. But Eli Raridan was my gut choice when I first read the question. I love your take on it, though, because for this team specifically, I think one of the bigger question marks is big end. I mean, let's be honest. I think it is big end and the depth there, right? A lot of question marks there. Just not really sure what Notre Dame is going to get from that position. Maybe it's going to be great. Maybe it's going to be average. I don't know. So there's bigger question marks there as opposed to tight end where I don't have question marks at tight end because I feel like I know what we're going to get at tight end. And I guess that's really what it comes down to, the known versus the unknown. And if Tyson Ford can force his way into the lineup, then that unknown becomes a known because he's forcing himself onto the field. And like you said, it's not an injury situation. He's basically telling the coaches, look, I'm good enough and I need to be on the field. And they're like, yeah, we need to get this kid on the field. That makes that position no longer a question mark, and it makes it a known and a good positive known. So reluctantly, I will go on your side and agree with you, although my gut was saying go tight end.
Remember when I pranked you before the show started? So
Yes.
I'm gonna share the story, Vince. So we're doing the show, and Vince realizes he forgot. What was it you forgot?
My water.
Your water. So he gets up and he starts running upstairs, and he's like singing as he's running upstairs. So I'm like, oh, he's going to be singing on the way back. So I brought up John's question, and I started like mouthing like I was talking. So when Vince sits down, he sees the question up. I'm talking. And then he gets like this, oh, crap, because he was definitely singing on the way back down the stairs. And then he puts his phone and he's like, are we live? And I'm like, yeah, I just finished. We needed to get started. But remember, my answer to that question, in all seriousness, my answer to that question as we were having fun with it was Eli Raridon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you were talking about tight ends. Yeah.
I had the same initial reaction you do. Like Eli Raridon, if he is good to go, he's a star.
Yeah.
But then I kind of pull it back, and then as I thought through so I actually had a little bit more extra time to think about this question, which is why my answer changed. I think my gut reaction was the same as yours.
Yeah.
So your gut reaction made a lot of sense. I just kind of like, okay, well, as a coach, let me peel it back a second. What's the bigger need?
Sure, exactly.
And that's probably the biggest concern I have on this defense this year right now is still big end.
Right.
It's the biggest question mark to me because we know, what about safety? We know exactly the floor of what this safety trio looks like because we saw it twice last year against USC and South Carolina.
Right.
We've already seen it.
Yep.
And actually probably more because I think Brandon Joseph didn't play several games later in the year. So we've seen this safety rotation. We know, okay, it's okay. It's solid. If they just repeat what they did late last year, it's okay. It's solid. Right. I don't know that the big end rotation can be solid right now. We don't know what we're going to get from Javonte Jean-Baptiste. We know what Nana is, and he's a good, solid run stopper at the minimum. But what's Javonte going to bring to the table? We don't really know the answer to that yet. So it's still a big. I shouldn't say concern. Let's say question.
It's a question mark.
The biggest question.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so if a younger kid, whether it's him, whether it's Brendan Vernon, whether it's Armel Mukam, whoever it is, if some younger player forces his way, Aiden Gobira.
Right.
If someone forces his way onto the field at that position, then it's no longer a question mark because whoever that would be a really talented young player. I mean, again, whether it's Ford, Gobira, heck, Josh Burnham, Junior Tuihalamaka, Brendan Vernon, Armel Mukam, or Boubacar Traore. Heck, what if Donovan Heinisch is just so good? They're like, dude, we got to get this kid on the field. He's really athletic. We can't play him inside. We're too deep there. Let's just throw him at big end and let him get some reps on there. I don't care who it is. If one of the younger players forces a run on the field, it means that guy's playing at a very high level.
Yeah.
And now my questions become less concerning at that point.
From Jordan, have you heard if anyone else seems to be making moves with Gideon Lambert, or does Notre Dame seem to be the leader?
I mean, there's a reason we haven't talked about Gideon Lambert in a while, and I know we get asked about it, is because nothing's changed.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is in a great place with Gideon Lambert. I know that there's been all this story and that story and the other story. I don't buy any of it. I think Notre Dame's in a great place. They've been in a great place. And, we've said to y'all before, this is a different kind of kid. He's not the one that plays a recruiting game. He's not in the hole. Yeah. He's just a different kid. And that's the reason we're where we are today. But nothing has changed at all. And I'm just not a fan of putting out updates that really don't say anything other than, hey, what I said 2 weeks ago still stands.
Right.
I'm not a fan of that. That's, to me, the epitome of clickbait. I'm not saying someone else did that because I know sometimes that can come across. I'm just saying that's why we haven't talked about it. I don't know what other people are or are not reporting. I'm just telling you why we haven't talked about it. But no, Notre Dame's still in a great place, in my opinion, with Gideon Lambert, who you get him in this class all of a sudden just looks way different. And it's complete, honestly. I mean, literally, if you don't get another kid in the 24 class, because I still don't count Davis Andrews as a 24 kid. I still count him as a 26 kid.
Yeah, right.
but your class is done. I mean, literally, you're done. You can maybe recruit some elite players that you may want to still try to flip or whatever. You can, still try to recruit Caleb Beasley, but as far as meeting your needs, you're done. And now it's keep your kids together in this class and then go get some dudes in 25. That's
got to
really
keep
where
recruiting
they'd
the
be
kids
at.
that you already got committed. Obviously, we've talked about that
Right.
numerous times in the past, but
Right.
you don't need any more new commitments without maybe just like you said, shooting for the stars on a couple kids, but you're good at that point. It's all hands on deck on the 25 class at this point.
I'm going to read this next one, Vince. It's a super chat from Zach Martin. And he said, all jokes aside, I have enjoyed the VD21 and Squirrel shows this summer. You two have great chemistry. Vince, what did I tell you the other day?
That about Jesse and I?
No, about you. The Squirrel is Ryan.
Oh, the Squirrel is Ryan.
For some reason,
I didn't realize that.
Like he didn't admit, he was joking, like, yeah, I'm Squirrel Roberts. Because there was like some kid, we were reading something and somebody's name was like Squirrel, and Ryan was like, yeah, that was my nickname, Squirrel Roberts. It wasn't really, he just was having some fun. So of course, hilarious. But you know how the chat is.
Yes. Oh,
that's staying.
It's done.
But what did I tell you about the shows? Zach nailed it. I've said to you that I've really enjoyed the shows that you and Ryan have done together. You guys have very good chemistry. I was even telling Angela about that at dinner the other night. It's like,
Ryan had a good time.
And Vince do a really good job on shows together, which is going to be good because that's going to be how our post-game shows are going to kick off.
That's right. Year. That's right.
It'll be those two guys.
Didn't even think about that, and that's like 3-4 weeks away. So
that's right.
Fun.
That's right. But yes, you guys have done a great job in your shows together. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And I'm glad that I'm not the only one that recognizes that. Obviously.
Appreciate that, guys.
Now, here's another one I'm going to ask, and we're going to get back on track. This one was right above that one because this is more for you. I'm not an Indiana native. I've only lived here to do this job, so it's about the state of Indiana. Gideon Rosa asks, is Indiana a basketball or football state? Now, I know the answer to that I know what my answer is as an outsider.
Sure.
I'd be curious to hear your opinion on this.
I'm biased, I think, a little bit to this because I know outside of Indiana, it's the Hoosier State. Everybody think this is basketball. 100%. I get that totally. From the inside looking out, I feel like it's a little bit different. Now, I know that Indiana football is not necessarily, it's not Texas football. It's not Florida football, all of the above, right? I get that. But there's something about Friday nights, man. There's something about Friday nights under the lights in Indiana. I would probably say at the end of the day, it's probably more about basketball. But I feel like, and again, this is from my own personal view, and I'm up in northern Indiana, obviously, and so I'm not down in Indianapolis, the mecca of football and basketball for that matter. I see more butts and seats for football games than I do for basketball games. Now, recently it was a little bit different. I was at a lot of Penn games. Marcus Burton, who's now at Notre Dame, was at Penn games, and he brought tons of people into the arena. I mean, people wanted to see him play, but I still feel like there's just more of a football following around here. Now, I also do think there's ebbs and flows with the seasons and all of those different things. And there's nothing like a Friday night in a basketball arena and, the whole thing. Totally get. I love going to basketball games. I love calling high school games. But for me, I think it's more football, but I know as a whole, it's probably basketball. I know that's kind of a cop-out answer, but when I get up in the morning, I really look forward to Friday night football more so than I do Friday night basketball.
I'll say as an observer of someone who is an outsider but also has lived in the state, I think it depends on which part of the state you're looking at.
Agreed.
I still think if you have to put the entire state as a whole, it's still basketball. It's still basketball. Right. I think that's still the most the sport that fans are passionate about.
Yeah. Especially the smaller towns and I think those are
like
big
southern Indiana, especially in southern Indiana.
Yeah, agreed.
Central Indiana is a little bit more split. I think northern Indiana, because of the presence of Notre Dame, and it just doesn't produce a ton of big time basketball players like Central and Southern Indiana does. Yeah. I think it's more football. I think there's a lot more transplants in the north. I could be completely wrong about that, but I just feel like around here, I meet a lot more people that are more like me.
Yeah.
Than I do when I'm meeting, down south or something like that in the state. That's so I could be, that's just an observation. So I would say that is the case, that is true, that Southern and Central, it's basketball, Northern, it's football. And I think because those regions are bigger, I would say that, if I had to go overall, I would lean towards basketball. But I can understand why someone who lives up north, would think that it's more football related.
Right. Because that's just and I've only lived here. And that's the other
Right.
thing. I've only lived in Northern Indiana my entire life. And so that's part of it too. Like
Which
never
means you
lived
live
in
closer to Michigan and Chicago than you
Right.
in Ohio than you do Indianapolis or Southern Indiana.
Right.
So yeah, it's interesting. It's always fun how when you go one part of a state, it's like, this is my answer. You go to another part of the state, it's like, this is my answer.
It's
right.
true. It's
like
true.
I thought that was fascinating about when I lived in Jacksonville back in high school. It's like when you go to Central Florida, Orlando, it's like Gator and Miami fans mostly that I saw. And some Florida State, right? Because Florida State's kind of mixed all over.
Right.
But like northern Florida, where I lived in Jacksonville, it was like you find more. It's like Florida, Georgia. I mean, it's like you find it because you're right on the border of the state of Georgia. A lot of Bulldog fans in Jacksonville, which explains why they play that game there. What's one of the reasons they play that game?
Sure.
So it's just interesting how that kind of shakes out.
Yep. Indy football nerd over under 1,300 all-purpose returning, rushing, receiving yards for Chris Tyree in 23.
Vince, I think that's a little bit of a tougher question to answer because I don't necessarily know for sure if he's going to be the return man this year.
Exactly.
I'm not saying he isn't going to be. We have no inclination he won't be. I'm just saying we don't know. And there's the other possibility on the opposite end of that is he could be the primary returner in all phases. I mean, we've seen Chris Tyree back there catching punts. I've never seen Chris Tyree catch punts before in a practice.
Nope.
I don't believe you have in the past either, correct?
Nope,
I don't
just
remember.
This year.
And so there's a chance he could do both, and if that's the case, he's definitely going to be over 1,300 yards, barring injury.
Right.
So, it's a good question, John. What would be we talked about yesterday, the X factor part. If Chris Tyree is over 1,300 yards on offense, this offense is going to be nutty. I don't see that happening. But I'll be honest. Like, look, Vince, a year ago, people in this chat were asking, what about Chris Tyree moving a receiver? And I was like, I don't see it. I don't see him as a receiver. I don't think he catches the ball that way.
Right.
And Chris has put in the work. And early in the spring last year, it's like, okay, he's a running back trying to learn to play a receiver. Now he looks more like a guy that's a little bit more natural receiver, and he's catching the ball better than I thought he was going to be able to catch the ball as a receiver. So I'm not putting anything past him at this point in time. Here's what's interesting. It's just funny how different coaches can have such different opinions on certain players. But Chris Tyree under Brian Kelly and Tommy Rees, and I'm not blaming them because I think there was other circumstances that led to this beyond just maybe their feeling about Chris Tyree. But they weren't really super interested in forcing him into the lineup. They weren't. Right. It just wasn't really a thing. And last year, to a degree, I get it because of the way you had to structure your offense once Buckner went down. Because if you remember, they were making Tyree a part of the offense early. Once you kind of got into the Pine era and they kind of realized the team's limitations with him, and they made the decision to go to more, power style. He didn't really fit that as well, and they went away from him. They tried early, and I thought he did well. This staff seems to be dead set on trying to make Chris Tyree a focal point of the offense.
Right.
And that's going to give him a chance to do that. It's just going to all come down to, is he in the return game? If I knew for a fact that he was going to be the team's primary kick returner this year, not even punt returner, kick returner this year,
I'll take the over.
I'd say yes, I'd take the over.
Yep.
Just because of, even though we don't do kickoffs as much as we have seen in the past, he still had 254 yards on returns last year on kick returns. And that was a career low. He had 347 the year before and 456 the year before that. He only had 15 opportunities last year.
Yeah.
On kick returns. And so, I'm hoping that they don't give up a whole lot. But when you look at kind of what he did even just last year, where he wasn't really a focal point of the offense. The kid had 444 rushing yards and 138 receiving yards. So he had what's that, Vince? That's 582 plus the 254 returns. So he had 836 last year, and he wasn't even really a focal point. Right. He only had 124 touches last year as a running back. That's a lot as a receiver, but that's not a lot as a running back.
Right. And you're not carrying the ball from 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage every time you touch the ball as a receiver. So
it's possible. It's possible. If I knew he's going to be the primary kick returner, I'd say it's possible. If he's definitely returning punts, then I'd say it's probable. That's how I would answer.
I think that's fair. We just don't know if he's going to be involved in the return game, because there's just when he was a sophomore, it's a no-brainer that he's returning kicks, right, Brian? I mean, Chris Tyree's returning kicks. Right. Now the roster, as far as speed and return guys and things like that, it's almost been completely overhauled. There are so many different guys that, just throwing out a name. So, for example, Jeremiah Love, right? There may not be a bunch of carries for him in the backfield. It just may end up that way, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the coaching staff is smart enough to know, man, we got to get the ball in this guy's hands. Great way to do that is in the return game, right? And then it also allows you to keep Chris Tyree on the sidelines and keep him healthy. But you still have a dynamic guy back there. It's not as much of a no-brainer as it used to be, in my opinion. And it's an opportunity to get the ball in the hands of some other guys who are just as dynamic as Chris Tyree was when he was a sophomore and a junior and everything else, right? And so I have to say, as much as I am a huge Chris Tyree fan, I love Chris Tyree and I want the ball in his hands offensively. I don't want him in the return game. I don't. And I caught a lot of flack for that the other day, and I'm okay with that. There's other guys who they can return the ball, and they will do a great job at it. And I want to see the ball in their hands because I might not be able to see it as much as I would like on the offensive side of things.
Yep. I'm sorry. This is hilarious. This is from Salty Virginia Peanuts. He says, when you head south of Indiana, do you start to hear deliverance banjos? Oh, man, that's rough. All right, Rob Osgood with a super sticker. Rob, thanks, you Rob. Very, very much. And then we had this one aside. That's from Zach. I forgot to unstar that one. You have a super sticker from Billy D. Williams. Got all types of famous people. Billy D. Williams, Seriously? Pete Weber.
Zach Martin.
We're being sarcastic, by the way, on that one. Yeah, Zach Martin. He's holding out from training camp right now, so there's no reason he can't be on our show.
That's all I'm saying.
We're kidding, obviously.
Hanging out. From D. McCack 2, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Brian, we had a brief discussion on Twitter about Cam Newton carrying the 2010 Auburn team. We agreed he couldn't have taken Vandy to the promised land. How far do you think he would have taken the 2010 Notre Dame team?
That's a good question. Let me go back and look at their schedule again. So if they had Cam Newton in 2010, I think they beat Michigan, in my opinion. They lost by 4. And if you remember, they outscored Michigan when Dane Christ was in the game. People forget that they had a lead when Dane got hurt. And then they lost it when they went to Nate Montana and Tommy Rees. And then Dane comes back in and they outscored Michigan while he was back in the game then as well. So with Cam Newton at quarterback, yeah. They lost to Michigan State that next week, 34-31. If you remember, that's the Little Giants play. They don't lose that game if they have Cam Newton.
Agreed.
They beat Tulsa if they have Cam Newton. The question then becomes, do they beat Stanford and Navy? Like, Navy would have been a tough one because their offense was so bad that day. I mean, they were just terrible that day. But would they have won that game? I think, no, Michael Floyd played that game. They were down like several players in that game against Tulsa, but I don't think they beat Stanford. I mean, Stanford just everywhere was just a better team than Notre Dame that year. Yeah. And you'd have had Cam Newton, but they had Andrew Luck. You know what I mean? Like, that's about the only game where the team on the other side of the field could have said, yeah, we're fine at quarterback, But that was just a really uncompetitive game, Vince. So then it comes down to, do you think that Notre Dame's offense would have been able to carry the day against Navy? The problem against Navy wasn't just the offense sucked that day, Vince. They couldn't stop the dive. Remember the whole, we weren't expecting the veer. Remember that interview, that halftime interview, or was it post-game interview? We weren't expecting the veer. That was
great,
just a
great coaching, great scouting on that one. Just
so, maybe they lose, by, 4 points instead of 18. So I would say at worst 10-2 at worst. I like to think Cam Newton's good enough to carry you to a victory over Navy. And then you wonder, like, the Notre Dame offense would have looked different that game, right? I mean, that's the other thing you kind of think about in that situation, Vince, is, would the offense have looked different? If I remember that game, they were trying to throw the ball a lot early, and it just wasn't working. you would have been okay not having to do that if you had Cam Newton as your quarterback, right? I mean, you could have just run the ball down their throat in that game because Notre Dame couldn't run on Navy that day, if you remember correctly. So
was 19 of 31 with 2 interceptions, 178 yards, a touchdown.
And they only ran for like 106. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're running on Navy if Cam Newton's your quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I mean, you just are.
They ran for 373 yards.
Yeah. So just being conservative, at worst, you're 10-2. At best, you're 11-1.
Yeah.
And then 11-1 gets you into a really big bowl game.
Sure.
Right. And so
you're not in the Sun Bowl anymore.
Huh?
It said you're not in the Sun Bowl anymore, which is what they were against Miami.
Right. Which I'm not sure how I would feel about them not being in that. You know, that game was kind of big for Notre Dame, I think. But
sure.
You know, so Oregon's still in the title game, right? Because they would have been ranked number 1. Because Auburn wouldn't have been 13-0 if Notre Dame had Cam Newton. Right? I mean, that's the reality.
True. Yep.
So you would have had, here's the thing, the title game that year would have been Oregon, based on rankings, would have been 12-0 Oregon, number 1, against number 2 and 12-0 TCU.
Oh,
that would have been the championship game because TCU ranked 3rd, and they beat Wisconsin, 11-1 Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl. Well, they would have been in the BCS title game because they played in the Rose Bowl because Oregon was in the BCS title game. So it would have been Oregon versus TCU in the title game. Because remember, Stanford that year was number 4, but that's because they lost at Oregon. And so TCU would have been undefeated. They would have been in the title game. So Oregon versus TCU in the national championship game. That would have really changed the direction of college football at that point in time. It would have had, does Oregon win that game? Does TCU win that game? I don't know. That would have been a heck of a game because that TCU team back in 2010, Vince, they had a great defense.
Yeah.
They had a really good defense back then. And that'd have been an interesting game. Well, would Oregon and Darren Thomas got a title? Would Chip Kelly have got a title? Would Gary Patterson have got a title? That's a really good question. It's TCU that year, Vince, scored 41 points a game and only gave up 12. Now, they were still in the Mountain West, but
that's right. Wow.
They beat Oregon State 30-21. They beat Baylor 45-10. And then they beat Wisconsin in the bowl game. So that would have been, potential year where maybe a group of 5 team would have won a national championship. Maybe.
Yeah.
Because they weren't a Power 5 team at the time.
They weren't.
So
wow.
That would have really shooken up the direction of college football. Now, there was no way in heck Cam Newton was going to be able to come to Notre Dame after the reason he got booted out of Florida.
Right.
But that's a different conversation for a different day. But
right.
Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I love fun stuff like that. Like those are fun conversations.
Fun hypotheticals
on the mailbag. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because I've made the case like, quarterbacks can make, if you put Lamar Jackson on the 2017 Notre Dame team, I think they win the title. I do. And Cam Newton was similar to that. The only thing is this 2017 Notre Dame team was a whole lot better than the 2010 Notre Dame team because Brian Kelly was in year 1. He was still getting rid of the funk of the Charlie Weiss era, and he had a lot to fix. The talent was good in 2010. I think it was the program was in a bad spot in 2010. So that's why I would go with that one.
We got a super chat from Raymond Harton. He says, no question today. Just wanted to show some support. Always appreciate the hard work you guys put in. Thank you, Raymond. I appreciate you being here all the time, man. Appreciate that very much. It means a lot.
Got one like that from Justin Fleming as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Justin. Really appreciate it. Just wanted to thank the IB team for all the shows and the content. I am so excited for this season, and you are not alone,
I really am too, man. And then, it's kind of like I watched. Did you watch the video that they put out from yesterday?
I did. Yeah.
So, there wasn't a ton to see in it, although it was nice to see Chris Tyree and Tobias Merriweather making plays. Yep. But the do you know that was Braylon James rapping?
I did. Well, I knew that after the fact. I saw somebody tweet about it. X about it.
I was like, is some rapper already talking about Sam Hartman? What the heck? Then I found out, it is Braylon James, which was really cool. But when you see stuff like that,
it's cool that Notre Dame is supporting that. That's cool.
Well, that was part of the recruiting process because that's something that Braylon has a big passion for. And Notre Dame talked about the opportunities to do things at Notre Dame. When you talk about they have I think Malik Zaire took that degree other place. It's like film something and something, you know what I mean?
Sure.
There's
film,
opportunities for him
or something like that.
So, and then of course doing things like this is huge. You're giving them a platform, which is big. That's what
Sweet.
NIL is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about allowing your current players to do things like that.
Yes.
To build up their brand. So
that's doing it the right way.
Yeah, agree. I think it's huge. But it just, when I see stuff like that, it gets me fired up because it's like football's back, man. So, yeah, I'm very excited about that.
Will Roberson with the super chat. Thank you so much, Will. Really appreciate it. Just started listening 6 months ago to Notre Dame podcast. Can say that I'm down to just IB. You guys do it the best. Will,
I appreciate that.
That's awesome, man.
I
Really appreciate that. That means a lot. That really does.
Yeah.
That means you tested the field. And you came home, and I appreciate it.
And there's some people out there that you and I respect a great deal, Vince. Some of the shows that you listen to, I'm like, dude, why do you listen? Why do you do that to yourself? There's others of people that I respect. I mean, we're not bringing Tim O'Malley and Tim Priester on our show if we think they're idiots who don't know anything about football, right? I mean, they're guys we like, they're friends, and we respect them. And so, so to hear people say that, it means a lot. It really does. I'm just saying that because you gave a super chat. I truly believe that. Vince knows, we were at Home Depot last night, and Lowe's maybe, and some lady was like with her boyfriend, and she's like, I recognize my voice. She kept looking over at me. I'm like, what does this lady keep looking over at me for?
Right.
And so, but they came up, and it was actually a guy that I know, a buddy, and his girlfriend. Because Angela showed me, because we're getting our fire pit area. I forgot to tell you about that, Vince. I'm gonna have you guys over when we get it done. Nice. But we're kind of creating a new fire pit and then like putting like gravel around it and like some stones and stuff so we can kind of go hang out over in that gravel area.
Yep.
And so we were testing out chairs and stuff for like the deck and all that kind of stuff. Because, I tell Angela, you do all the looking for it, and then I'll sit on a couple and tell you what I think. That's my involvement in this process.
I'll sit on a couple.
But whenever you get people like that are like, hey, we listen to you and they recognize you, it's a humbling thing and it's an honor. It really is. And, it's been happening for a few years now. It happens to you more than it does to me, partly because you go out more. I tend to not go out much.
Costco.
But it is truly an honor. It really is. And we appreciate that. And when you've tested the market and you you come to think we're the best, it is. We very much appreciate that.
It means a lot.
And look, when people then back that up with their pocketbooks, it is very meaningful. And it says a lot. And we appreciate that. I truly appreciate that because, Vince and I talk about this all the time, man. We're sitting there at Beef O'Brady's. I still remember to this day, we're sitting in the bar area and we're having lunch, and remember we got the sampler, right?
Yep.
So we're having chicken wings and onion rings and mozzarella sticks and all that. And we're thinking, how in the world are we going to monetize this podcast? Yep. And so we had this long 10-year plan. We're just figuring out how are we going to get people to pay to monetize the podcast.
Yep.
So to see how it's grown the last couple of years is really been amazing. Like we were talking about it right now, Vince. Like I think last year on our podcast, I'm gonna look up the numbers for our podcast last year. This is gonna blow y'all away. So when you look at our podcast, because we really started this in 2021, right? Or 2020, I kind of was doing solo stuff because you were still working for BGI. And then eventually came over in 2020, we started doing stuff. But 2021 is when we really started to take off with it. 21 is when we signed with Blue Wire. Okay. And then in our first year with Blue Wire, we did 1.47 million views and downloads, like listens. And then last year, we were up to 3.6 million views and listens. This year, we're already at 2.6 million through July.
And we haven't even hit the football season yet.
Right. So exactly. And so, just to see that, and it's like, man, this is really awesome.
Those are crazy numbers.
And the community that we've built, we're on pace. If we just do in the football season what we've done in the off season, Vince, we're going to be about 4.5 million views and listens. So we can't do that on our own. We can't keep hitting refresh and listening, right?
Nope. It'll take a long time.
And it's really humbling, and really, it can't express how much it means to me that y'all have had our back and supported us. And it really is awesome. It really is cool because we get to talk Notre Dame football for a living.
Yeah.
Right. Vince, you just got paid yesterday.
Yeah.
Right. To sit and do a podcast talking about Notre Dame football.
Not upset about it in any way.
So, yeah, we appreciate y'all very much.
Yep. No doubt.
I know we don't say it a lot, but when you get a chance like
true,
that
man.
in a super chat like that, it gives me a chance to show praise to y'all, because y'all are what make this happen. We do the show, but we're not doing it if y'all aren't listening. My wife's gonna be like, "Stop talking to Vince. You got to go get a job."
That's great.
Otherwise, that's how that
That's so
conversation
funny.
goes.
All right. ND Estimate Trucking LLC. I do like that a lot. What went wrong with quarterbacks Christian Hackenberg, B. Barnett, Phil Dracovic, Max Brown? Who were you higher on, and who would you have preferred to start for Notre Dame in 2022?
Well, I would have preferred Phil Dracovic because he's the only one that had eligibility left. But in all seriousness, I still would have gone with Phil. Look, Christian Hackenberg had very slow feet, and he couldn't read a defense. I mean, that was always the case. He was one of the most immobile modern quarterbacks I've seen. I mean, he just had no feet. And he just had no feel for the game, Vince. I mean, just watch him. He'd throw crossing routes on like 100 miles an hour. Just like, bro, you can't do that. You're in college now. It's, but if teams could heat him up, he just couldn't move. And then he played behind a couple not so great offensive lines at Penn State. And then he gets to the NFL and his feet are still immobile and he can't read defenses. When I say can't read defenses, to the level you need, he still reads defenses better than all of us, probably, right? But the way that he would need to thrive in the Big Ten or thrive in the National Football League, he just couldn't read.
Right.
Those Blake Barnett, to me, a lot of it is attitude and just football character. Just he didn't have it, to me, the way that he needed to. I liked Blake a lot coming out. I think once he kind of flipped and became like a big-time 5-star kid, his whole view changed. Like, he didn't flip to Alabama because it was a better situation for him. He flipped to Alabama because he thought that would build his brand better. And that's what he was focused on. Now, I'm okay with the brand, but it's kind of like you should kind of maybe care about the football piece.
That can't be the number one thing.
Yeah,
that has to be a byproduct.
He just didn't have the football character. Yeah. I'm not saying he's a bad kid. I don't know him, but I just know that, and I think he was also had some bad folks around him. Max Brown was just overrated. I mean, he just wasn't as talented as people made him out to be. Phil Dracovic, it's been about opportunity and injuries, and that's been his big issue in college. Has been he just hasn't been able to stay healthy, and he's played behind the last 2 years behind two terrible offensive lines. And my biggest mental criticism of Phil is, bro, you're still talking about Notre Dame 2 years later. I love you, man. I think the world of you. But you got to let it go, man. You've got some bitterness there. You got to let go. When media people bring it up, you got to say, hey, man, look, I'm at Pitt now. I haven't been in Notre Dame in 3 years, right? We're past all that. We've, like I said what I needed to say. If you want to know my opinion about Notre Dame, read the tweet I put out last year or what I've said in the past. I'm focused on my football team. And he just still this summer just kind of couldn't help himself. It's like,
there's going to be a round 3, when they play Pitt week, Pitt week.
So, buddy, just focus on your team. Because here's the thing about Phil. When Phil's been healthy and surrounded by even a remotely decent supporting cast, he was very good.
Yeah.
I mean, in 2020, he was a really good player.
That was his first year at BC, right?
Yeah. He had 2,500 yards passing in 10 games, 17 touchdowns, 5 picks. He had 3 rushing touchdowns, and then 21, he got hurt. Started off well. He threw for 300 yards in the first game of the year, 3 touchdowns against Colgate, but he still went 14 of 26, played very well. He was 3 for 4 against UMass and then broke his hand, and they rushed him back. He came back too soon. He just wasn't. You could watch him play at the end of 2021, Vince, and the ball just was not coming out of his hand with anything on it. And then last year, he just played on a crap team. I mean, just played on a really bad team. And, threw 6 touchdowns in the first 3 games and then started getting banged up again. And the Florida State game just kind of started just this spiral of bad play because he just was getting no time to throw, just 0 time to throw. And then he got hurt again.
Line was so bad. It was inevitable that he was going to get hurt behind that line. I mean, it was inevitable.
Yeah, he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. And so those it's been a lot of factors, partly on him, some of it on him, but a lot of it's just bad luck, honestly, with him. But he's a kid that, I mean, looking at his career, Vince, he's got 1, 2. He's only started like what did he play last year? 8 games, played 10 and 20. He started 5 games last year. So he's got 15, like 20 some career starts. That's it. But he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 300-yard games already in his career, passing yard games in his career, in 23 to 24 starts. Just the consistency piece isn't where he
Sure.
needs it to be. But of those guys, I would take Djokovic because, I like the more mobile guy. And he has a better attitude than Blake Barnett did, who was also a mobile guy. But those would have been my two picks.
Stevie Wonder, another hypothetical. Notre Dame wins the title every 3 to 4 years, but you can only talk to Vince once a year. Titles or friendships? What's the move?
Friendships.
Man, that's rough.
Yeah, well, the other one was worse that we're not going to answer. What we would do is we would both learn sign language.
That's right.
We'd get on the FaceTime or something like this, and we'd just sign to each other, or we'd text each other all the time. But no, like if you were to say, hey, Vince and I can't verbally speak for a year or guarantee Notre Dame a championship, like, hey, buddy, make sure your text messaging rates are on point. You know what I mean? But let's enjoy this title and we'll get back at it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. For a period of time, no, man. Look, I get that you're joking and we're having some fun, right? But, friendships are always the things that I value most, more so than friendships and family and friendships are the things I value most. And I would much rather have a healthy family situation and a healthy wife and healthy friendships than to Notre Dame win a championship,
no doubt about it. Because at the end of the day, that's a game. It's a game.
Yeah.
We love talking about it. We're passionate about it. There's no doubt about it, man. Like I said, I get up in the morning on Friday nights, friggin' with the pit in my stomach, excited. Same thing on Saturdays, man. I love fall. I love it, but I love my friends and my family more. So that's the end. That's how it goes. Yeah.
Got another one from Stevie Wonder here.
All right, one more. Who would you rather watch a Notre Dame game with, David Lowe or Gus Johnson?
David Lowe, because David Lowe's a Notre Dame fan. I mean,
that's true.
David's a Notre Dame fan. And so David and I don't always agree on things and all that. But you know what? David's here every day, and I love it, and I appreciate it. And he takes my verbal, chastisements and takes them in good spirit and comes back. Right. And so, and look, if Notre Dame was winning that game, David would be having fun, I think. I don't think he'd be like, oh God, they're going to blow it now. I'm like, David, it's 38-0, man. Chill, no, David's a Notre Dame fan. And I always would want to be around Notre Dame fans in a situation like
100%.
that. Certainly.
100%.
Certainly. Let's see here. We've got some more super chats down here, Vince, I want to get to. We got one from Sparkling Swan.
Okay, thank you so much for the super chat. Are these mega conferences even going to be sustainable with all these money figures being thrown around for each of them? I don't think so. What about the other sports? Seems like a disaster.
I just don't think it is, Vince.
Yeah,
I mean, look, let's be honest about something. ESPN doesn't want the ACC to exist anymore. ESPN's not fighting to. If ESPN cared about the ACC remaining as a conference, they would work with them on renegotiating their deals or build something in to kind of help them out.
Sure.
They want Florida State out of the conference. They want Clemson out of the conference because they want the ACC to die, and then they can pick the 5 or 6 teams or 4 to 6 teams that they like best, bring them into the SEC, up the SEC's pay enough to pay for those 4 to 6 teams, and then not have to pay the other 10 to 8. Right? That's what they want. They don't want to have to pay for Georgia Tech and, Pitt and team BC and Syracuse. They want like Florida State. They want Clemson. They want North Carolina. They want Duke. They want Virginia, and they want probably like Miami. And then they can let the rest die because that's going to be way cheaper for them to bring those 6 in at the current SEC rates than it is to continue paying the ACC. Plus, you've got the $10 million you got to pay Notre Dame every year. They absolutely want that to die. Why? Because their business model is collapsing.
Right.
They're losing, they're hemorrhaging money in all these other areas, and it's impacting the money from this area. The streaming services are so people are cutting cords, right? We've been doing it for years. And everybody wants to talk about, ESPN's struggling now because Disney went woke and ESPN went woke. I mean, could the political aspects had an impact? Certainly they did. They did for me, but there's still a lot of people that don't care about that stuff. I'm still going to watch games. I'm still going to do this because I don't care. Okay, they got politics on the roof. I'm still going to watch, right?
Right.
But that's also very short-sighted and narrow-focused because you may think it's about going woke. It has nothing to do really with going woke. Those companies were hurting way before politics really started just being thrown down our throats. This stuff's been going on for a while as cable companies have been hemorrhaging customers. That's when it started. on top of some just bad business models that ESPN had. They started hiring people they should have been hiring, paying tons of money to personalities over the substance of what made ESPN great, which is sports highlights and sports shows and things like that, and started getting into some of the other stuff that just doesn't have the same sustainable business model, in my opinion. So you can say it's about woke and all this kind of stuff, but this has been coming for a long time, in my opinion. And I think it's very short-sighted and really it's kind of like, remember the old thing about the elephant in the cave, right? Like you got your hand on the one part of the elephant and all you see is like this one thing, and then you back up and it's this giant elephant, right? It's like people want to focus on these one little aspects that kind of fit their personal feeling about why they hate ESPN and forget that there's a much bigger, broader problem that's been happening for a long time. I don't really care much for Clay Travis, to be completely honest with you. I can't listen to him for that long, right? But he has been pointing this out in a very factual manner long before the politics started becoming a thing, and it's about the cord cutting and the fact that it's just not sustainable to have the business model they've had. So they've tried other things, ESPN Plus, streaming service, and all this kind of stuff. And what's happening is a lot of these streaming services that people viewed as being the future, they're not growing the way that they're not. They're not providing the same kind of, potential revenue jumps that people thought they were going to have. And so now you're sitting here, and because of YouTube and because of Twitter and because of all these other things, it's just really hard for them and they just haven't found the right sort of ingredients to get back on track. And so they've got these huge money deals out to these entities, NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL, SEC, ACC, all these other things, Vince, and they just can't afford to have it. That's why they keep laying people off over and over and over and over again. And so I don't think it's sustainable. I really don't. And eventually they're going to get to me. This is just 100% my opinion. Somebody's going to eventually say, we've had enough. Some school that gets left out of all this stuff is going to sue. And once we get into discovery, I think there's some stuff that's going to come out about some of the backroom dealing that's going to create some major problems and financial fines and stuff like that. And I just don't think this stuff is sustainable. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the economy changes and they figure out the right answers, but I just don't think this stuff is sustainable, man. I really don't. Not at the numbers that they're throwing, $100 million per team and stuff like this. I don't think it's sustainable. I really don't. And once it collapses, then college sports is going to change dramatically, because right now these schools need the money because they are not run. They're poorly run businesses. Colleges are very poorly run businesses. And they can't survive on their own ability to generate revenue through tuition and all those type of things, and through ticket sales and all this other kind of stuff. They spend way beyond their means, so they need the TV revenue. We saw this during COVID when the money wasn't there as much because there's no TV, sure. there's no ticket sales, and there's no this, and there's no that, and there's no that. And all of a sudden, all these schools just like that had started laying people off because they were living outside of their means. So it's kind of like, I think, I could be wrong, I think that ESPN and college athletics right now is like the stereotypical NBA player from back in the day, right? When they're on the $100 million contract and they're literally living off of a $100 million contract. And so when their money goes down to $50 million contract, because they're older now, they're still living like they have a $100 million contract, and then they retire, and they still, now all the people that were with them are gone, and they've got all these debts and bills and, all these lawsuits because, they can't pay people all these different things. And then they go broke at 35. They go broke, sign $100 million deals. We've all heard about the stories, Antoine Walker, all those guys. That to me is college athletics right now. That when this whole thing collapses, they're going to be in trouble because they're living outside of their means. And if the TV stuff goes away, they're all screwed, and they may actually have to go back to, I don't know, making like sound business policies. Like maybe you don't want to be part of a conference where you have to charter a flight every time you play a game for lacrosse and soccer and baseball and softball and swimming. And you know what I mean? Going back to more regional games.
Yeah, that's the angle I was going to take, because those are the sports that get forgotten about in all of this, right? Yeah, exactly. Is all of the quote unquote Olympic sports. And so while I agree with you that all of the money and that stuff is unsustainable, I agree. I just think the practicality of everything else is unsustainable, because you're talking about okay, somebody put out there on Twitter earlier today, I saw, ACC and the Pac-12 should just merge. Okay, well, maybe that keeps the Pac-12 viable or whatever, but now you've got teams literally on the East Coast and the West Coast being in the same conference, which makes zero sense when it comes to everything else except for football. Even basketball doesn't make sense. In basketball, there's games on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, right? So you're telling me that they're just going to go for a regular conference game if the ACC and the Pac-12 merge, you're going to have Washington traveling to Miami for a Tuesday night conference game. You know what I mean? Like that's ridiculous. And that is one of the bigger sports in basketball. What about soccer? What about, all swimming? All of these different sports, they're not all played on the weekends, number one. They're played during the week. Otherwise, you're never going to get those games in. If you're going to have a 20-team conference, you have to play during the week. You can't just play on the weekends. That's impossible. And then when you want to talk about regional schools, right? Well, the Pac-12 has beach volleyball. There's no beach volleyball in the ACC. You know what I mean? So we're just going to throw those athletes who are there on scholarship out with the bathwater, right? Because we're not thinking about those kids when they're making all these big highfalutin deals. You know what I mean? And so it's just, there are so many things that people just don't think about when it comes to these conferences and these realignments. And there's a reason that these schools were regional. Okay. There's a reason for that. Okay. Some of the Big 12 schools have rodeo, right? Your rodeo team's not going up to Piscataway, New Jersey to play Rutgers. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, the whole thing is ridiculous to me. And it's completely short-sighted with what is actually successful, because that's what made these conferences unique, is some of the unique sports that they would play, the rivalries, all of those different things. That's all going away. It's all going away, and it's not sustainable.
Here's the only way I think it can work is if they, and we've heard it hinted about, so I'm not coming up with this on my own. We've heard it hinted about of sort of a football league forming, where all the Power 5 schools, and some would probably not be part of it. Some would probably be on the outside looking in, 60, 65 schools. I would go 70 just the way that I did it in my head. But I mean, I'm more practically speaking. And they just become a football league. And so they'd go back to the Big Ten being 10 schools and the ACC and the Big East, and just let those conferences survive. Let them come back and survive. Go back to the Southwest Conference. Go back to the Big 8. Go back to the Big 10. Go back to the SEC, the ACC, in sort of the Big East, the Mountain West, and all that in their current forms for all other sports other than football. And then have football be its own brand, its own thing, that they govern themselves. In that scenario, the only way I think that works is if there's one sort of TV deal. Now, the TV deal is like the NFL. We have one with NBC. We have one with who are they with now? It's like CBS, Fox, NBC,
Fox,
and ESPN.
NBC. Yep.
Right. And so, but it all gets spread out to, hey, how many games? NBC, you only want one game a week? Cool. This is how much it costs. Oh, you want 2 games a week now? Okay, this is how much it's going to cost. Fox and CBS, you guys want to cover these sports? This is how much it's going to cost. And then they bid on these deals, and now all of a sudden that money gets, spread out to everybody. Right. But, you'd have to, there's so much that would have to go into that. You'd have to get into, there's going to be Title IX lawsuits. There's going to be all these different things. It's going to require some level of congressional intervention, which always makes me nervous, to where football can kind of separate. Now it's just a football league. And then within the football league, you can maybe get back to being a little bit more geographically oriented, because the only reason USC and UCLA left the Pac-12 is money. That's it. It's not because there's any other benefit to them. It's money. The only reason Washington and Oregon are going to the Big 12 or Big 10 is money.
The Pac-12 is dissolving in front of their eyes.
It's just money. Like a year and a half after the Big 10 joins an alliance with the Pac-12, they destroy the Pac-12.
Now they're exactly.
It's just another reason for me to despise the Big 10.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to, it's about money. There's no practicality. They don't give a crap about the students. Because here's the thing. How much of this big TV money are the students who have to do all this flying and playing getting?
Exactly.
Like, this is the thing. I used to be so against rev shares for players. I'm like, look, there's value for them. They're getting an education. They're getting this. I'm a big fan of of stipends. I'm a big fan of letting the collectives pay them. All these different things I'm a fan of without it turning into they get a share of the revenue, because I don't think that's a sustainable thing either. But you know what? At this point in time, I'm like, F y'all. I don't care about you guys anymore. You guys are greedy bastards that are destroying the sport that we all love. And it's all about money. You're not thinking about what this is going to mean in 5 to 10 years. What's this going to mean to this Olympic sport? You guys give lip service to that stuff. The Big Ten presidents, we're just not sure if this works out for our other sports, blah, blah, blah. And then what do? They're going to vote unanimous across the board that they're going to add Washington and Oregon.
Yeah.
Stupid, right? But it just doesn't make sense. And it's all for greed. Greed. And they're destroying the sport. They are. And I just don't think it's sustainable. I look at the direction of TV. I think that some of these networks have their head in the sand about what the future looks like. And they're betting on streaming being a thing that's going to help make up for it. And I just don't know that it's going to get to that point. At least it's not trending in that direction.
Sure.
So I don't know, Vince. I don't know if it's going to be something that's sustainable long term. And honestly, I hope it doesn't. I hope the whole thing blows up in their face and we go back to the way college football used to be, where, yes, there's still going to be games on TV, but it's much more of a regional sport.
Yep.
From a scheduling rivalry type of thing. Because, Penn State's been in the league since, 92?
Yeah.
And they the Big Ten just announced their protected rivalries in the Big Ten, and there was none for Penn State. None.
Zero.
You've been in the league 20 years and you haven't been able to develop, 30 years.
30 years.
And you haven't been able to develop one rivalry in that sport.
Sad.
In that league, it's ridiculous.
That's why they don't belong.
And that's why Notre Dame shouldn't be in it. That's the whole thing. So I hope it all does blow up and we end up going back to kind of the way it used to be, is what I hope.
Right.
And God forbid athletic departments actually have to spend within their means.
Right.
Imagine that.
I'm sure there's more questions about conferences and all of that, but just in case there isn't, hilarious to me that it was news last night that all of the conference realignment means nothing to Notre Dame. They're still going to be independent.
Which we've
no
been saying
kidding.
Forever.
Really? Yeah. That's breaking news? Wow, you want to talk about clickbait, man? Come on.
Well, actually, I don't agree that it's clickbait, Vince, because I have people. Somebody on our message board today. I know that it's inevitable that Nore's going to have to join a conference. Why is it inevitable?
Why? No, it's not.
Right? It becomes inevitable when the two super leagues, which again, it's not going to be two super leagues in the next couple of years. It's not. The Big 12 is going to be able to last at least for 3 to 4 years, in my opinion. I could be wrong on that, but that's my opinion.
They're gaining schools. They're going to be fine.
Right. The Pac-12 going away is going to help the Big 12 last a little while longer, in my opinion. I don't know what's going on with the ACC. That's the next one. That's the next shoe to drop, is what happens with the ACC. Are they able to convince Florida State to stay? We're going to find out.
Cost them a lot of money for them to leave.
The only way Notre Dame is going to be forced to join a conference is if there's 2 big leagues or 3 big leagues, and they all say, we're not going to play Notre Dame, and we're going to create some sort of rule where Notre Dame's not eligible for the postseason. Well, I don't know how they're going to do that. There's already an agreement for the next playoff, which is going to last, a decade. That's already, I believe, been agreed to. I am not saying Notre Dame won't join a conference. I'm saying they're not going to be forced to join a conference like a lot of Notre Dame fans are saying. So when Notre Dame fans have even bought that stuff, of course they're going to keep writing articles because there's Notre Dame fans. And I'm at the point now, Vince, where I almost kind of want Notre Dame to join a conference. I want them to join the ACC and just basically say, we're going to do what we need to do to save the ACC, because we've got to stop this insanity from going on. And I don't know if they could even do that, or if they even want to do that. It seems to me like Notre Dame is just going to sit back and let this all happen. And I think that's short-sighted. Right. I think that's very short-sighted, because if you don't do anything to push back on it, like Swarbrick did back in 2011, and you just allow this to happen, then eventually it will get to the point, or it could eventually get to the point where the 2 other leagues are swallowed up, and they do have more authority to go out and maybe shut you out. And I'll just be honest with you, if that happens, I'd still rather join the SEC than the Big Ten.
Oh.
And I know that people don't want to hear that. I don't care. I want no part of the Big Ten. And as much as I hated the Big Ten yesterday, Vince, as I said earlier, I hate it even more now because of what they're doing right now.
Right.
There's no rhyme or reason to adding Oregon and Washington. None. It's all
Zero.
about money. It's all about money.
Zero.
It's all it's about. So, yeah, it's sad. It's a sad day for college athletics. It's a very sad day. And it's just the next in a line of sad days for college athletics. Because people that don't care about the sport are just doing whatever they can to get paid. And then these same a-holes are the ones lobbying Congress to prevent players from getting any kind of share of this crazy revenue.
Right.
Just disgusts me.
Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Mr. Vincent BD, the way Under Armour announced the Notre Dame deal, it feels like nothing's going to change for the better. I mean, by advertising Notre Dame better, I saw more George St. Pierre from UFC Under Armour ads than Notre Dame Under Armour. I don't find this acceptable. Look,
first of all, Charlie, you hate Under Armour. And you literally said, and on the message board, you think there should be an investigation about Notre Dame's decision to go with Under Armour. Okay, so clearly you're going to be in your feelings about everything Under Armour does. Having said that, this is why people like Charlie have ammo to go after Under Armour. It's because of this weak, lame, hey, we're with Notre Dame for another 10 years. No cool video, no cool, sweet marketing strategy, none of that stuff. Just some lame little tweet where they, it was lame. It was lame. And that is the issue.
It was lame.
Talked about that being an issue, but you know what? I still feel better about the fact that there's not going to be slaves making Notre Dame's gear in the next 10 years. I can still live with that. Right. So I hate Nike more than it's like my thing with Under Armour is not that I love Under Armour. I think their clothes are nice. It's just that, I don't get worked up about those kind of things from just a pure gear standpoint. I care more about what are you doing for the brand of Notre Dame.
Sure.
And that's my big deal with Under Armour. But here's the deal. Nike wasn't going to make some big push for Notre Dame because Notre Dame's just one of many other schools they have.
Right.
They would have maybe announced it cooler, but there's not going to be some marketing campaign where Notre Dame gets lifted above Ohio State and Texas and Alabama and all these other schools. That's not going to happen if they went with Nike or Adidas. Maybe Adidas, but not Nike. But it's just another opportunity where Under Armour just continues to shoot itself in the foot with a bad marketing strategy. They used to have a great marketing team. And I don't know who they were, but I loved their commercials. The click clack, the protect this house, all that kind of stuff. Great marketing. Can you even remember the last time you saw an Under Armour commercial that you even remember? I'm not saying I haven't seen an Under Armour commercial. I'm saying I'm sure I have. Zero have been memorable. And Under Armour used to have, every time they'd come out with a commercial, I'm like, ooh, that was really cool. Oh, that was sweet. That's really awesome.
Yeah, they were like Under Armour, when Notre Dame signed with Under Armour in the first place, Under Armour was like the cutting edge, disrupting the marketplace team. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And signing Notre Dame was a huge deal. It's a huge deal.
And
when
they
that
pissed
went
it
down.
away. They wasted that opportunity.
Yeah, they really did. They sat on their laurels, if you will.
Right.
And so I'm hoping the fact that they came in and they supposedly made Notre Dame a priority in the negotiations and all of that changes and they don't just sit on their laurels for the next 10 years. I'm hoping that's the case. The past doesn't tell me that. So they're going to have to prove it, I guess is the best way to put it. But at the end of the day, I'm fine with Under Armour. So whatever, it's fine.
Yep.
Tyler Evans with another super chat. Thank you very, very much. Oregon and Washington. Looks like they're joining the Big Ten. Thoughts, IB?
I think this is a stupid move by the leaderships of those schools. And it's just about money. That's it. That's the only reason. Here's the thing. They would have been better off taking the Big 12 money if we're talking about sports. If this was about sports, what's best for those two teams is stick it out and try to make the Pac-12 work. Right? Maybe you don't take the TV deal, the streaming deal with Apple. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Or you say, hey, look, let's call up the Big 12 and let's do kind of a merger. Hey, you're going to take Arizona State, Utah, us, and Oregon, and then we become our own super conference or whatever the case may be. And who knows? But either option would have made it. Now that USC and UCLA are gone, this is the opportunity that Oregon and Washington had in sports to kind of become the dominant teams in whatever league they decided to stay in.
Sure.
Right? And talking about, I've heard people make this argument. They stay in the Pac-12. The path to the playoff just got easier because there's no USC and UCLA. And Colorado's out, and maybe Arizona and Arizona State are out. So go add San Diego State, go add Boise, go add Fresno, go add teams like that, and all of a sudden you're dominating that league. and your path to a playoff is still there.
Yeah, Washington and Oregon.
That would have made way more sense from us. Right. Now you're going to join the Big Ten, and every road game you have to play, except maybe 1, 2 at the most a year. But your other 4 are all going to be 2 to 3 time zones away, minimum 1,500 miles away, and that's good for your student athletes. Football, you can somewhat survive it because it's like once a week. But your basketball team in the middle of midterm exams in the spring has to travel for a couple road games at Rutgers and Maryland. That makes sense to you. Your soccer team has to go play a road trip in Ohio and Michigan. This makes sense to you because it's not about the sports. It's about the money.
Correct.
And the people that are making the decisions give 0 rips about how this impacts the student athletes.
Yep.
They're only looking at how it impacts their bank account.
Absolutely.
That's it.
100%.
There's no good. I have yet to see anyone ever make a good sports argument as to why Texas and Oklahoma went to the SEC, why USC and UCLA went to the Big Ten, or now why Oregon and Washington are going to the Big Ten. No one has ever made, hey, This is why it's good for this sport or this team or this program or whatever the case may be to go to this conference. This is how it helps them. Here's how it benefits them from no, it's all about, well, the TV revenue is going to help them do blah.
Whatever. Right.
Right.
But it's money. It's still money. At the end of the day, it's all about the money. It's all about the money.
Yep.
And last time I checked, Oregon and Washington aren't hurting for money with the donors and stuff that they have.
Yeah, because they got like Microsoft and Nike.
Yeah,
and
what are we doing? Like, you're not
ridiculous.
You're not hurting for money, and you just made it worse on your student athletes. Like, I would love to sit down in a room with some of these presidents and guys and just be like, explain it to me like I'm 5. Okay, explain to me how this is good for the students that you oversee. Explain this to me, please.
No, there isn't. Explain it to me how it even makes forget that aspect of it, right? Because we already athletically, practically competing for championships. How does this help your top sports?
Right.
At all? How's it? So to me, staying in the Pac-12 with no USC or UCLA seems like a worse move for your sports teams, or better, than going to the Big Ten. That's all of a sudden going to make you more competitive. Oh, well, we're going to start getting recruits from Ohio and Indiana and Illinois. No, you're not. Because you're still in Washington.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Wade Garrett, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Can't stay for the show today, but random question for you. Vince, Ryan, Brian, what would you say you have improved on the most over the years as far as film evaluation? And what do you do now that you didn't, or what do you know now probably that you didn't before?
What do you do now that, I don't know.
What do you do now? You're right.
Know anything more, just other than having more experience about it.
That's what watching film is.
I say what I've improved over the years is just being able to evaluate positions that I wasn't used to watching. And then getting used to studying tape differently. I mean, as you get into scouting longer, like when I was watching film as a college player, you're primarily watching scheme. You'd recognize, okay, this is their best linebacker, this is their best DM, this is their best corner, but you were really looking at the scheme and how could schematically we do this. And then as a coach, it was a similar thing. Like, you recognize who the best players are, but I'm not sitting down there breaking down a kid's film the way that I would now to create some kind of ranking evaluation. It's just a different deal. I need to know who their best players are. You find out what are the moves that he does well. What does he like to do in this situation? But it's more about the scheme than how we can impact it. And then you get into this, and it's as much about, okay, evaluating a player's talent, projecting it, things like that. So it's just experiential stuff. What do I do now than I did before? Only thing I'll say about that, Vince, is I'm always looking to improve my grading system. So that way it's just, you try to work out some of the kinks. So why am I missing on this position more than others, my grade wise? Like, because sometimes I'll have a grade that's really different than my gut on a kid. And then you say, okay, well, what was right? And so I'll think about this. Like, so when a kid, like Kurt Heinisch is an example, I didn't have a very good grade for him coming out, but I liked him. Well, my gut was right. My grade was wrong. You know what I mean? And so there's other players like that. like my grade isn't as good for this kid. My gut likes him a lot. That turns out that he wasn't as good. And so the grading system kind of won out. So you start thinking about that. And where are there positions where maybe I have more misses than I do at other positions? And then, okay, well, what does that mean? What do I have some criteria in my grading system that are probably overstated in this particular position or understated this particular position? And you try to alter those things. It's about the changes. I mean, at this point in time, you know what you know.
Yeah.
When it comes to that kind of scheme's always changing, but a player can either run or he can't. He can either move his hips or he can't. He can, those things don't change no matter what the scheme is.
Well, and you and Ryan do more evaluation type film watching than I do. I watch film more for the scheme and for, I love watching film when a kid commits, that kind of a thing. And you can see why he is who he is or whatever. And we can discuss that. And that's easy stuff as a coach to see those things on film. I don't know that I'm a great evaluator of talent. Like you give me 20 different films to break down and, different guys. And I did some of that for one of my last employers. I'm not a film junkie like some people are, you know what I mean? And I didn't find that to be all that enticing. I can do it, but it was like, I like watching film more for the scheme. I've learned a lot from Brian about how to pick out different run schemes and different things like that. And that's really what watching film is for me. It's learning from guys. It's applying that, things of that nature. I still love going back and, I've got a couple of friends in the area. I have access to their Huddle accounts. And so I watch film of their teams, you know what I mean? And they'll ask me for some feedback. Hey, what did you see? And I'll give them some stuff that I see, because it's always good to have multiple eyes on film. So for me, it's just more about scheme and things like that. And I do enjoy watching that kind of stuff. So more big picture stuff for me. And now that I'm away from coaching, it's easier to see the big picture stuff as it is to see very intricate little things like when you're coaching and things like that, grading kids out and stuff like that. So I don't know if that helps or that you were looking for, Wade, but that's how it is for me. Brian and I have different ways of going about film because of what we do. Like Brian breaks down film a lot more than I do. You know what I mean? And so he's way better at it than I am. So
thanks, Vince.
No problem. That was easy. I'll throw some love your way.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Let's get back on top here, Vince.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks for all the super chats, everybody. That's really cool. Tavis McKay, what would your nightmare scenario be for the college football playoff this season? Like nightmare as in teams I don't want to be in.
Yeah. Nightmare scenario goes like this, Vince. Okay. The nightmare scenario is LSU is in it. Mm-hmm. Michigan's in it.
Yep. Those are my top two options.
USC is in it.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Texas.
I'm trying to think.
Are you be okay with that?
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't. Michigan's in it. USC's in it. LSU's in it. I'm trying to think of another program that I hate. I don't hate Miami.
Okay.
Oh boy, those are really the three primaries. Oh, here's Bama's in it. Bama gets in too.
I would be a big Bama fan in there.
Michigan beats Bama.
Ooh.
LSU beats USC.
Oh.
Brian Kelly beats Michigan.
Oh.
That would be the and you could replace Bama with Georgia. You could replace Bama with Georgia. I mean, just
doesn't matter. Right.
That would be the worst case. I mean, we're talking about as a fan, right? Because as a just that'd be like the worst case.
Because I would hate to give Michigan credit for beating a blue blood like that. Like
exactly,
that would hurt.
Exactly,
that would hurt a lot. And then to see Brian Kelly get his championship would just be painful. Like there would be a period of mourning for me at that
100%.
Yeah,
100%. Yes.
there would be. It would take me a little bit to actually come to terms and talk about it.
You would literally see Vince on the show crying. I can promise this right now. We would not be doing a live show for that.
Oh my gosh. I would ruin equipment. Like it would be bad news over here.
Yep.
Yes. Watching a Michigan LSU national championship game would be painful.
Yep. It
would be painful. It would actually be painful for me. Man, that would be tough.
Yep.
That'd be very hard.
It would have
I
been
don't
tough.
know. I don't know.
Yep.
But
Not
thanks,
fun.
Tavis, for putting that in my head because
It's all good.
It's depressing.
Well, let's leave it on this one. So let's do what would the dream college football playoff scenario. So obviously Notre Dame getting in and winning it, right? So what we kind of talked about this before. I know I have, and I know that Ryan and I have. I don't know that we've let
I
you
think we
answer this
have.
one, Vince.
I think we
But
have.
let's just do that. What's our dream scenario,
right?
For how the playoff goes this year? I mean, I think to me I think mine has been Notre Dame gets in, LSU gets in, Michigan gets in,
yeah, and then like
and
Alabama,
Georgia gets in,
okay,
right? So Notre Dame plays LSU in the first round and beats them.
Yep.
So Kelly doesn't get a playoff win. Notre Dame beats them head to head in the Sugar Bowl. I don't even know.
In their backyard.
Is the Sugar Bowl? Let me see here. 2023-24 playoff college football. I want to see where the games are this. I don't even know where the games are this year. The semifinal games are this year. So just let me look that up. The semifinal games are. Let's see here. All right. So this looks like it's going to be
Arizona is one of them.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, looks like it's
maybe not.
Is it the? Well, this just like lists all the games. This is the Rose Bowl, Sugar Bowl champion. Okay, so it's the Rose Bowl and the Sugar Bowl this year.
Okay. Okay.
Rose Bowl and Sugar Bowl. So this would be the center would fit. It would fit. Notre Dame beats LSU in the Sugar Bowl.
Yep.
Michigan beats Georgia or Bama in the other semifinal. And then Notre Dame smacks Michigan in the championship game.
Oof. I want to beat Michigan. That would be great.
You can't beat Michigan and LSU without one of them winning a playoff.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely.
Right?
I'm just trying to decide. Okay, if I'm riding the petty train, that's absolutely correct. What you just said.
I'm going to make you feel better, Vince. There's a sickness goes through Georgia. Flu.
Okay.
5 of their best players are out, and Michigan still barely wins in a sloppy 13-10 game. Does that make you feel a little bit better about it?
A little bit.
Where they,
okay. There's a part of me that I want Notre Dame to beat like a Georgia or an Alabama to, you know what I mean, to just kind of cap it off. But if I'm being petty, I want to beat Michigan. So I totally
Here's
get
part of the benefit of what I just said, Vince. To beat LSU, they would have had to knock Bama out.
That's true. Right? That's true. Transitive
then you beat the team that beat Georgia.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So that works. Plus you would have beat Ohio State and Clemson in the regular season.
Right.
So yeah.
Right. So you've beaten all of your.
So again, we're talking about the petty aspect of it, like as a fan, as an analyst of Notre Dame, what would be best for Notre Dame, and taking our fandom aside, it's beating, to your point, Vince, it's beating one of the blue bloods. There's no question.
Right.
As far as sort of the redemption tour for Notre Dame, it's beating Michigan and LSU on your way to the playoff. And I would rather Michigan win a game than Brian Kelly win a game in this particular scenario.
Absolutely.
For me. So
yes, no doubt. Because I want to continue the narrative that he can't win the quote unquote big games. You know, I want that one. Yeah. Give that one some legs.
Yep.
Cajun Domer, when Estime is drafted in round 1 this season, who takes the role for short yardage pound back? Well,
I don't know that you necessarily have one. I mean, Kedron Young.
Oh, yeah, he'll be here on campus next year. Sure.
He'll be on campus. So, yeah, that's an easy one. Kedron Young. Well, and Jabron Payne, too. Like, Jabron Payne's going to be able to hammer it. He's not as big as Audric, but Jabron's he's a well-put-together kid. He really is. I should find the only reason I'm bringing up photos all the time is because I'm like, I was going through all the photos that my wife took and editing them and uploading them and things like that. So let me try to find the one that she took the other day of all the running backs, because there was one of Jabron that's going to kind of show you what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think Jabron Payne probably early on would be that guy, Vince. I think he's probably the most likely to be that guy. Jabron's a pretty well put together kid. I'm going to pull this photo up and you guys are going to see what I'm talking about. He's a pretty muscular kid. Let me pull this photo up here real quick. And somehow became a web page real quick.
Hmm.
So, all right. So here is Jabron Payne, and you guys are going to see he's a pretty stout kid, right? So I'm going to take this this thing down, so you can see Vince. He's got that typical those typical running back lower body build, right? A little thicker lower half. You see, he's got a pretty big upper body, and he's kind of pretty muscular in the arms. His arms have really blown up this past year
because he was a little skinny guy when he first got to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
he
mean,
was certainly short. Yeah.
Skinnier.
Yeah, certainly. Sorry, there's like a bug or something flying in front of my face.
Nice.
So yeah, I would say Jabron Payne and Kedron Young would be the two best candidates for that particular role. All right.
From Christopher, let's say Alabama and Notre Dame meet in the college football playoff, and Tyler is Bama's quarterback. Given how well they know each other, who has the advantage, Tommy Rees or Al Golden?
Well, just from that very narrow view, it would probably be Tommy Rees, because he won't be running the same offense at Bama that he ran at Notre Dame. He's running Nick Saban's offense with his own spin on it.
Yeah.
And Nick Saban did an interview yesterday. He was talking about how Tyler's learning a bunch of new stuff. It's because Tommy just didn't bring his playbook and they're just implementing it. Like, there's things that Tommy likes that I'm sure they're going to do, but this is going to be a different playbook than what he ran. So just from that very narrow, and I don't think that stuff kind of plays that big of a deal, because they're different teams, and
sure.
And Al Golden's defense is going to look different than it did last year. He's not running the same exact stuff. What he would implement against Alabama in this situation would be different than kind of stuff that we saw last year. But in that very narrow scope, from who has the better knowledge of what the other one's going to do, it would be Tommy knowing more about what Notre Dame does than what Notre Dame would know about what Tommy does. And again, I don't think that impacts it a lot, to be honest with you. The only way it would impact it a lot is if Tommy left after the USC game last year, and then they coached each other in the bowl game.
Yeah,
year where you don't have it's still
you have a whole year's worth of film and everything else. I mean, that's
yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's a good question.
All right, VD21, that's me. Since this is your last Friday free for all of the season, how has hosting shows and being involved with Notre Dame related media shaped your view of Notre Dame? Ooh,
I'll let you answer this one.
Now, that's a good question. So I've been doing, media related things for Notre Dame since 2004. So it's been a long time. I'm coming up on my 19th season. And the reason I know that is because this is my 19th wedding anniversary on Monday. And I got the opportunity to cover Notre Dame football, and it was all during my wedding and our honeymoon and all of that. So so I guess that would be my 20th season. So 19 years, 20th season. So been doing it for a long time. When you're a fan, man, everything is kind of, how do I want to say this? It's all like at arm's length. You know what I mean? And you can still be a fan without knowing kind of the nitty gritties and things of that nature. When you start covering the team, you get to know stuff, good and bad, that kind of shapes your opinion. I would say more good than bad, obviously, but there's definitely some things that I've known or heard or whatever, being closer to the program, that have shaped my views. And that changes things. It just changed. I don't know how else to put it. Right. So here's an example, and for a good, there's a lot of things that fans didn't like about Tyrone Willingham, and I totally understand all of it. Right. Tyrone Willingham was a good dude, and they used to have the weekly press conferences at WNDU Studios at the TV station that's kind of on the outskirts of campus. And I would cover those during the day because I was actually a bartender at night. And so I would cover some stuff during the day when Sean and I were working together way back in the day. And it was probably halfway through the season. And most of the time the media would get there before the coach or whatever. And they would literally have the press conference on like a sound stage in there. And Coach Willingham and I happened to get there at the same time. And he opened the door for me. He's like, "Here you go, Vince." I was like, "How does this guy know who I am?" Like, you know what I mean? It was just one of those moments. It was like, you have no reason to know who I am, but you went out of your way to know who I am and call me by name. And that meant a lot to me. You know what I mean? That shaped my view of who he was. Wasn't a great football coach at Notre Dame, but he was a good guy. You know what I mean? So it's things like that that kind of changed some things. I'm not going to get into the negative stuff. That's more of a positive thing that I can remember. So it definitely changes things. You just know more about guys and stuff like that off the field and things like that. So it changes the way you look at things. Still a huge fan though.
It has made, I'm not as big of a fan as I was before. And
right.
Again, and I cover it, and not even the way that you probably think I'm going with this one, Vince.
Okay.
Obviously I have to get into a lot more of the stuff than you do covering the team.
Yeah.
And you start to kind of see how the sausage is made a little bit.
Sure.
And you're like, yeah, I don't like that.
Right.
And I can't support that. Or I don't like this coach. I think he's a bad guy. And I can't root for him to have success. Like, had I not, like, I understand why some fans, for example, don't like my view of Brian Kelly. Because they don't know 10% of the things that I know about how he ran a program.
Right.
And I'm not going to say it. So I understand it. Because if I was in their shoes, I would feel the exact same way. And that's why I was a Brian Kelly supporter. Because my first several years covering the team, Vince, were just doing analysis. I didn't do a lot of the
that's a good point.
Behind the scenes. I just did film breakdowns and liked what Brian Kelly did at Cincinnati. It was once I had to start being more of the other part of it, you start to kind of get to know the actors involved, and you're just like, I feel dirty rooting for that. You know what I mean? Like, and the only saving grace is like, this is probably happening everywhere. You know what I mean?
Which is,
But I'll be honest, it's been restored a little bit in the last couple of years because from everything I hear about the new basketball coach, he's a guy that's going to change how things are done. That's a good thing.
From what it appears.
And then obviously with Marcus Freeman and the way he's trying to do things, I don't agree with everything Marcus Freeman does. And there's going to be things he does from a football standpoint, decision-making standpoint, hiring standpoint, I don't like. I can live with that, though. That doesn't change it. It's more about, dude, you're not a good guy. You're not a good person.
That's the hard part.
And that's not the part that I have an issue with Marcus Freeman. Like, I think he's a genuinely good man.
Sure.
We're not going to agree. We don't agree on everything. I don't agree with every hire he's made since he got here. I don't agree with every decision he's made or every recruiting decision they've made. And that's okay. That's not the standard of me liking you or not. The standard of me liking you or not doesn't even involve wins and losses. That may be what I think of the coach you are, but it doesn't have anything to do with me liking you or not. And so it's the other stuff. It's like, you hear about some of the other things about what he does with players and how he's involved. And you're like, you know what? That's how a coach should be.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the things that but then there's other coaches that, need to do a better job of that type of thing. But that's the stuff that made it a little harder to be a Notre Dame fan. It's just when you see how the sausage is made to a degree, it just kind of makes you feel. You start looking at it as a business and as a job and not so much as a fan. But it's come back the last couple of years, to be honest.
Agreed. Yeah, no, I agree. I think, like you said, I think Coach Shrewsbury is a good guy. From what I can tell, I think Coach Freeman's a good guy. I think Niele Ivey's a good coach, good person.
Mm-hmm.
I was a fan of Muffet when she was here, that kind of a thing. There were stories and interactions that I had with some previous coaches that just rubbed me the wrong way. And it did affect the way I rooted for certain teams at Notre Dame. 100%. I mean, you know that I was very against some of the things that were going on in one of the programs at Notre Dame. And it forced me to not want to root for that team. And it hurt because I loved
to the point that Vince didn't even want to cover the sport.
Yeah. Didn't even want to cover it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it bothered me because just too many things were compromised in my own, but I would have never known that if I didn't cover the teams and were closer to the program, you know what I mean? And so,
or if you didn't live around here,
that's part of it too, for sure.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
So anyway, I love where Notre Dame's at right now. Big picture.
What's always the redeeming thing for me though, that will always bring me back to it is the players. Because every team has your knuckleheads and your kids you just don't care much for, but there's just so many good kids. So you're just like, man, this kid gets it, right? This kid really understands what this thing is about.
Absolutely. And I every time I talk to a player, I would say 99 out of 100 times, I come away with like, okay, there's a reason I'm a fan of this place. You know what I mean? And there's a reason I enjoy covering this place.
And it's not just football.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely. And my issue with the other program, I really had no issue with the kid. You know what I mean? I had no issue. So there's
I mean, look, and every team has their knuckleheads, the kids that you're like, if I had a daughter, you're not coming near her, right? Unless you want to like my whole
Definitely
arsenal out.
coach kids like that. Okay, let's
be
clear.
Yeah, everybody has like that, but
Right.
Notre Dame just seems to have a higher percentage of those kids. You're just like, man, this kid understands it. This kid gets it.
Right.
He understands the what it's meant, what being a student athlete's really all about. And the platform that he has and the way he wants to use it to impact people around him for the better. It's a lot of that. And Notre Dame's not the only program that has that.
Sure. Of course
they aren't. But it just seems to be just a little different here, in my opinion.
Right. Yep. All truck Estime. I like that. Saw that Sonny Styles is going to play nickel. How will that match up with Tyree in the slot workout?
Well, the way that they use their nickel's a little different. There's two ways to look at it. One is pro Notre Dame. One is pro Ohio State. The pro Ohio State one is Sonny's 6'3", 6'4". He's going to, there's going to be times, run game, perimeter screens where Chris Tyree's trying to block him is going to be a little tougher. And especially with like what we talked about yesterday, Vince, the cut rules now in the perimeter are a little stricter than they used to be, where, when you and I were playing receiver in college or in high school for you, college for me, if we're working on a sweep outside and this big 6'4", 20-pound linebacker's coming at me, I'm cutting him. It's a little harder to do that now based on the rules. So, that's a pro Ohio State. If he's running a route, if Sonny gets a good jump on it, he's going to have the length on him. He's going to have 6-7 inches at least on Chris in height. The advantage for Notre Dame is if they get him in space and it's about who's faster, Chris or Sonny, it's going to be a win for Chris. So there's give and take to that.
Sure.
I mean, there's certainly some give and take to that type of matchup, and it's going to be up to Notre Dame to find ways to, get Chris in movement against Sonny if there is any kind of man matchup. But Ohio State, they're going to do more like when they use Sonny there, I would imagine they're going to do more zone and have a safety over top and do some different things that way. But if they're going to be, playing more man or even some pattern match type stuff, then what you're going to see, Vince, is Notre Dame's going to have to use movement and formations to allow Chris to get running in those matchups. And that'll be how they impact it.
Absolutely.
Because there's always, when there's big versus small, and Sonny's a very good athlete, but he doesn't run like Chris Tyree. No slots.
Not many.
Even DB slots don't really run like Chris Tyree.
Yeah.
But, so you don't ask him to do that. You use his length and his size and his strength to your advantage and try to win some matchups that way. So it's about who uses their particular player and the matchup they have in this better to their advantage and executes it better is really what it comes down to.
Irish Gordian Knot. There are many lauded players in Notre Dame's history, but who is a lesser known player from the past who deserves more recognition and why?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, again, I can only speak to teams I've watched. Like I had a guy that follows me on Twitter and said he doesn't subscribe to the site because I don't talk about past teams. And he said, I did an article on running backs and never mentioned that George Gipp averaged like 11 something yards per carry. I was like, dude, George Gipp died 58 years before I was born. Like, is there a video of games he played in that I could watch and evaluate and study George Gipp when he played in 1919 or 1920? Like, I'm not going to talk about seasons that I didn't evaluate and watch, and it's just not relevant to today. So,
right.
I don't know, man. I'd look at some of the really good Notre Dame teams, and you've got your stars. I mean, you could pick an offensive lineman from some of those years for Notre Dame when they were really, really good and nobody really talked about. Andy Heck in 1988 making the move from tight end to tackle and the impact that had. We all know Andy Heck, but when we think of 88, we think Tony Rice and Rocket and Ricky Waters and Pat Terrell and Frank Stams and Todd Light and those type of guys, right? Michael Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett. Sure. We don't think of Andy Heck, Dean Brown. The guard they had. We don't think of Mark Green. Mark Green is a guy that I don't think gets a lot of love from the past. He was the starting running back on that 1988 team. And he hardly ever. I hear Anthony Johnson's name get mentioned more than Mark Green. We hear Ricky Waters and all those guys, and so, I think that's kind of, some guys like that. Vince would be that for me. You think of some of the other teams. I mean, it's just guys like that. I can't really think of one off the top of my head, but.
I'm going with David Ruffer.
Yeah.
He's a walk-on kicker.
Uh-huh.
Missed one field goal his entire career. Was the starter for 2 years, and he was 2 for 2 from 50 plus. Was 23 of 24 for a 9.58 field goal percentage.
Yeah,
and he was an afterthought. He was a walk-on,
right? Because he kicked on 2 crappy teams, which meant he had no like money kicks that he had to worry about making. There was no pressure on him. They sucked.
They were terrible, but he still got to make them. You still got to make them, dude. Still got to make them. And he also volunteered at the school that I was working at the time.
Yeah, so you're going with the personal thing.
He's a good dude.
You're in your feelings.
You know me. That's how I do it. I'm always in my feels, man.
You're on your feelings on this one.
At least I'm consistent, okay?
Vince is a very touchy-feely guy, y'all. I am. Why don't you say touchy? He's a very emotionally feely guy.
Let's take a hard turn. All right, Christopher Crosby. Florida's schedule is brutal, given how unrealistic that fan base and alumni are. Do you see any chance Billy Napier even gets the chance to turn things around there? They're delusional because they've only been successful under 2 coaches in their entire career or their entire history,
and they think they should always be that.
Correct.
Team.
Right.
He did not. I mean, he did not inherit a terrible situation, but he kind of came in at the wrong time because of the portal and all this other kind of stuff. So it's not just about can you coach anymore. There's just so much more to it. So much
more to it. You're right.
So just to give you an example, this is their schedule. They play at Utah, then they play McNeese State at home, Tennessee at home, Charlotte at home, at Kentucky, Vanderbilt at home, at South Carolina. So I mean, first 6 games, you've got 2 really tough games. At Kentucky, might be tough. So that's a decent stretch. That's a good stretch. And they have a bye week. Really tough stretch. At South Carolina is going to be tough. At Kentucky is going to be tough. At Utah is going to be tough. Home against Tennessee. That's a tough stretch. Not the hardest part of their schedule. When they come out of the bye week, they play Georgia, Arkansas at home, at LSU, at Missouri, home against Florida State. Like just one half of that schedule alone would make that a tough schedule.
They got 2 halves.
So to support Christopher's point, yes, they have a very tough schedule.
Good luck.
I mean, it depends, Christopher. It depends on how bad they are. Like if they get beat in almost all those big games, and let's say they lose to Utah, beat McNeese, lose to Tennessee, beat Charlotte. Let's say they split between Kentucky and South Carolina. They don't lose both, but they lose one of them, and then beat Vanderbilt. So they're 4-3 going to the bye. He ain't getting fired. He at least has one good win. As long as they were competitive in those games, the hot seat is there because Florida fans are just that way.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not like, oh my gosh, he's going to get fired. Then it comes down to you've got Georgia. It's a loss. You better hope you beat Arkansas at home. You lose to LSU at home or on the road. You better pull an upset over Missouri on the road and then hope that you can beat Florida State at home. You go 6-6, the seat is really hot. But as long as they don't have any really, really bad blowouts, he survives it.
Or loses when he's not supposed to lose, that kind of thing. Yeah.
You lose to Missouri. You lose to both Kentucky and South Carolina.
Right.
You lose at home to Arkansas. You're 4-8, 5-7, and you've got two really bad blowouts on your docket. Yeah, he may not survive. And that's absurd to say.
Right.
It's really absurd to say. It shouldn't be that way. I'm not saying it's right, but that's just the nature of being a fan at Florida. And they had some really bad losses last year. So, like for me, and this is why bowl games are important. People say bowl games don't matter. Bull crap. They ended the season with a really bad loss to Vanderbilt. But then, you know what? They battled their butts off and lost to Florida State on the road. You could actually somewhat say, you know what? Maybe we got this thing turned around. You play Oregon State in the bowl game. You beat Oregon State. You say, yeah, it's Oregon State. But you know what? We ended the season on a really good note. We bounced back from that Vanderbilt loss. We battled Florida State for 4 quarters because that was a very entertaining game. And then we went out and beat Oregon State. But no, they got destroyed by Oregon State, 30-3. So you ended your season with a loss to Vanderbilt, a loss to your rival, and a blowout loss by Oregon State. Now, you and I know that Jonathan Smith is doing a great job at Oregon State, but you're Florida.
Mm-hmm.
You should never lose.
Florida's not in the same league as Oregon State. Shouldn't be.
They should not be. And I'm okay even if Oregon State would have beat them last year, but it should have been like 30-27.
Yeah, exactly. Not 30-3.
20-17, 30-3.
That's embarrassing.
And so, yeah, you come out this year and lay another egg, you may not survive. I mean, especially with the league in 24 expanding, and you've got Texas and Oklahoma now to deal with, and who knows who else you might be having come into the SEC in 2 years. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And it's just like, hey, we can't afford to fall behind. That is a bad way of looking at it, in my opinion, but that's the reality that we're in, right? I mean, that's what college football is going to turn to. The whole, you got 5 years to get this thing going, or minimum 4, that's gone.
Right.
It's not as bad as the NFL and the NBA now, where you could. Who was the guy that got fired in the NBA this year that was like 2 years ago, had his team in the finals or something like that?
It was the guy from the Suns, right?
Maybe,
right
Monty
that?
Williams. Yeah,
just the Notre Dame guy. Yes.
He's like won two-time Coach of the Year award in the last like 4 years, and then they just disappointed this year, and he gets fired, and you're like, what the?
Yeah, exactly.
There's another coach, it was Bucks or something like that had a really good team like very recently.
I think the Bucks did fire their head coach.
And
they won the championship not that long ago.
Yeah. It's not that bad yet, but it's not that far away from it.
Right.
It's a lot closer to that than we'd like to admit, especially in the SEC. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
2 alphas. Let's talk about us. All right, Brian, does your wife sell her photos? I'm looking for some stadium player or game day photos for my game room. Thanks.
She doesn't. And I'm not sure what she's allowed to sell or not.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't think you're allowed to sell player photos for sure. I don't know about like if she took a picture of the stadium or something like that. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask about that and see. But look, shoot me an email and we can have a conversation about it. So yeah, that's I'm not sure about that. But right now, no, she doesn't sell. I'm pretty confident you can't sell player photos. I'm pretty confident in that.
Right.
Nor honestly should you. I mean,
sure.
It's one thing to use it for a story, and the story makes revenue, but I'm not making revenue of direct selling of a player's face. It's just get into some little tricky stuff, that kind of thing. But
you could always,
I'm not quite sure how that works.
Send a little money to the player that you sold it for.
Start an NIL thing, and I'll sell my wife's photos of games, and you guys can get half of whatever. Who knows?
See?
But like I know I'll send some photos to parents just to send them to them.
Do you?
Some of them will ask, but like if I'm tight with a parent and she takes a really good photo of a kid, I'll send it to them. And
that's cool.
Yeah, they usually are appreciative of that.
Irish Gordian Knot, in an alternate universe. Another one of these hypotheticals. If Notre Dame never adopted the Fighting Irish name, what other name or mascot do you think would have suited the team?
Yeah. I can't even think of that, man. Like
they just are the Fighting Irish. Like,
it's like I can't even contemplate that Stanford's nickname used to be the Indians.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know. I honestly did not know that.
Yeah, it used to be the Indians. I'm pretty sure about that. Let me look this up here real quick. I'm pretty sure their nickname used to be the Indians. Yes. In 1930, they changed their names. Their Indian, the mascot was an Indian. Yeah.
I did
now
not
they
know
were
that.
referred to. So it says Cardinal was chosen as their color, et cetera, et cetera. The university's athletic teams continue to be referred to as the Cardinal or Cardinals even after the adoption of the Indians name. And so then in 1972, they returned it to Cardinals, referring to the color, not the bird. And then eventually, which, can be confusing.
You think?
And they say that this thing says they have no official mascot.
What's that stupid tree?
Right. It says, but the Stanford tree, a member of the Stanford band wearing a self-designed tree costume, appears at major sporting events. The tree is based on El Palo Alto, a redwood tree in neighboring Palo Alto that appears in the Stanford Seal and Athletics logo. So it's there's a lot of
school that doesn't know what they want. That's what that is. That's a school that can't make decisions.
Miami used to be the Redmen, right? Or St. John's used to be the Redmen. There's a lot of schools that have changed their names.
Sure.
For me, it's just kind of like the Syracuse Orangemen used to be the Orange Men. Now it's just Orange.
The Orange.
I don't know why they did that. It's like just say the Orange Women when it's a sports team, a girls team, and an Orange Men when it's whatever.
I think Orange Men was referring to a Native American.
Is it?
I thought so. Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's. That's why.
That's fine. I mean, if you're going to take that stand, that's fine.
Take that stand.
No, I mean, if that's something that you're passionate about, and you
Oh,
want to change that, then
I
that's
thought you were saying
fine.
like me specifically. I'm like, I
No, no,
could
no,
care
no, no, no,
less.
no. I'm saying if they want to do that,
Right,
whatever.
right.
So is here's funny. The mascot was originally a Native American character named the Saltine Warrior. Syracuse official nickname is the Salt City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let me see down here. The orange. Let's see here. I'm trying to see what that says. Yeah, because their mascot was a big orange. Let's see here.
Definitely is
So
now.
in 1977, the Native American students successfully petitioned the university to discontinue the Saltine Warrior, citing the mascot stereotypical portrayal of Native Americans. Blah 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 blah. In 78, they introduced a Roman gladiator dressed in orange armor, but the idea proved largely unpopular among fans who regularly booed the how rough would that be? They booed the mascot.
Ouch.
I'm not seeing here where it says
I could be wrong about that.
No, you're probably right, because there's clearly some sort of link between their mascot and a Native American aspect, but I just thought, but yeah, so I have to do more research into that. But it's all those are really, if you ever want to like a fascinating read, is read how nicknames and mascots have changed over time. Because remember, Notre Dame's mascot used to be a dog.
Yeah, it was a little guy.
Yeah.
I don't remember what kind of dog it was, but it was an Irish Terrier. Is it Terrier?
I think so. I'm going to say Clashmore Mike. Let me look that up. Yeah, the Irish Terrier. Yeah. So
it could have been the Terriers.
Those are really fascinating to see how they change over time, and then why. Because it's some mascots change because look, this is a negative stereotype of a group that feels offended by the use of that stereotype. And okay, if you're offended by it, I mean, whatever. I can't speak to that because I don't. When Max Kellerman made that stupid thing the other day, the Fighting Irish is this, that, and the other. I'm like, dude, shut up. Just shut up. I'm Irish. I'm not offended by it. Shut your pie hole. You're being an idiot. But there are some instances where the manner in which the mascot is portrayed, I could understand why some people might or might not be offended by it. I think sometimes it goes too far, blah, 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 blah. It's just not a conversation to get into. However, they're not all the changes are like that.
That's true.
And especially the mascot thing. And it's really kind of a fun read when you read a lot of those things.
I thought, really didn't Fighting Irish come around? They took it from a newspaper article. Didn't somebody
correct.
call the Notre Dame? It was the Fighting Irish because there's a bunch of Irish guys that went to Notre Dame.
Yes.
Back in the day.
Here's what it says. All right, let's find it here real quick. I'm going to try to find it here. Barnstorm. Okay, so it says Barnstorming the country. The future president of Ireland was welcomed as a hero at Notre Dame in October 15, 1919. Accounts in Scholastic, a student publication, indicate that his visit tilted campus opinion in favor of the Fighting Irish moniker, though not completely. Planted a tree of liberty. Let's go find it here. That doesn't quite say it. Of course, that's Notre Dame's thing, so they don't really give a great explanation of it. It says no one really knows for sure how Notre Dame became university linked with the Irish. All we have is conjecture. Let's see here. The Fighting Irish nickname was first coined for the Irish immigrant soldiers who fought for the Union during the Civil War in what became called the Irish Brigade, including 3 regiments from New York. Yeah. The first use of the nickname Fighting Irish for Notre Dame sports teams may have been in 1909 when legend says that a player's speech at the halftime of a football game against Michigan inspired a furious comeback. He reportedly yelled to his teammates with the name likes Dolan, Kelly, Glenn, and Ryan. What's the matter with you guys? You're all Irish and you're not fighting worth a lick. The news reports that picked up the story attributed the victory to the Fighting Irishmen.
There you go.
So
there you go. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And that Civil War Brigade is famous. I have a T-shirt up in my closet. It's got the Fighting Irish on it, and from the Civil War that somebody got me one time when they went out to Gettysburg. But anyway,
and the coach that made Notre Dame famous was neither Catholic nor Irish.
No,
was Norwegian.
It was
Protestant Norwegian. So.
That's right.
Now I have heard that his name is actually pronounced Canute.
That's how they pronounce it in the movie.
Right, but there was something that they did recently. Some Notre Dame production or some production actually said that it is pronounced Canute.
Yeah, that's how Newt Rockne All-American. They pronounced it Canute.
Yep.
It's the only thing I have to go by. A movie, but whatever.
Okay.
Felt real to me.
We can move on.
Oh, there's another question up. I should probably read it. Skylar ND says, how is the transfer safety Carter move to Notre Dame going? Can he push in the rotation early?
I mean, I would expect him to get on the field in some capacity this year. I'd be shocked if he's not playing. He'll definitely be on special teams. How much will he play at safety? I'm not sure about that. I think he'll have a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still, we've seen 4 practices. Right. We're just a week into fall camp, right? Didn't it start, what was it,
It was Wednesday of last week.
Right. So we're barely a week into fall camp. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we have an idea where he is right now. We'll start getting a better idea the next couple availabilities of the next couple weeks. But anytime the thing with him is opposed to the other transfers like Sam Hartman, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, Thomas Harper, he didn't get the whole spring to learn the playbook and then start, the things he may have struggled with in the spring. You got the summer to work through. So he's going to be behind the 8 ball a little bit in that regard.
Sure.
But he's a kid that's, he's going to have the ability to work in the rotation. I'll be surprised if he's not in the rotation to some degree this year. And he'll definitely be on special teams.
Right.
No question about that.
Agreed. Silly Goose has a question. Our front 7 is what's going to
listening to a podcast. That's a person's actual name. That's not Vince.
That's not me calling you a silly goose. Yeah. No.
That's not Vince having a breakdown.
Our front 7 is going to be what is going to make or break the season. The depth is there. Lack experience with the 2s. Which underclassman is poised to emerge in a more prominent role, either linebacker or D-line?
Well, I will say this. I do think that the front 7 is going to make or break the season. I don't know if I'd go quite that strong with it, but it's going to have a big impact. And to the point to where it could break the season. I'm not saying if it's definitely going to be the make or break, but it could. If they're dominant this year, Vince, it could make the season. I mean, Notre Dame's going to be hard to beat if the front 7 is just dominant. Just like, oh man, if it's like the 2012 front 7 was, like that was a dominant. I mean, they just took games over. I mean, you're winning games 13-6, 17-14 because people just can score on you, 20-3. That's pretty flipping good because we expect this offense to be way better. It could certainly make the team. Even if the offense is just good but not elite, they're going to not lose many games if the defense is out there giving up 13, 12, 11, 10, 6, points like that in every game. And so, it could make it. And then, of course, you could have the same thing, Vince, where in the big games, they can't get any pressure on the quarterback and you drop all the big games plus an upset and they kind of broke the season. So
I could see
extremes that could end up being true. I don't think it's definitely imperative. It's definitely going to be one or the other. It could kind of be in the middle. Having said that, to the second part of your question, the underclassmen, I think Vince talked about yesterday. That's Jalen Sneed for sure. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's going to have some role in nickel and in the rotation where he's going to have a chance to make an impact. Kenny, we saw in the bowl game last year, Vince, he had a penalty against him late in the game. He had a blown coverage that resulted in the tight end go for a big play. So, he's got to, learn the system and get more comfortable. The tools are there, right? But it's just, It's not always about your tools. Do you know the offense? Are you disciplined? Can you be assignment correct and all that? If he can be that, then he'll be impactful because we know the athleticism will let him go make plays, right? He's a guy, you could look at guys, talking about young guys. I mean, I still count Jason Onye as a young guy. He's a redshirt sophomore.
And he's 2 right now, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, he's a guy that could have a chance to really have a
qualify for this
role.
question. Yeah.
Barely played last year. He could certainly, I anticipate him having an impact this year. You look at guys like Junior Tuihalamaka and Josh Burnham, they'll have a chance to make an impact. Those are guys that I look at and say, I think those guys at the top are top of my list of front 7 guys with a chance to push their way onto the field. We could see a Donovan Heinisch emerge at some point in time this season. We could see a Tyson Ford, back to our very first question. He might have a shot. Aiden Gobira, the freshman. I mean, all those guys will have a shot, but those guys we're a week in. The freshmen are we're probably not where they're necessarily making a move yet, but you look out for that sophomore
see these
class.
Guys hit each other, guys. Yeah. Like that's I want to stress that. Like, it's been a week and a half. Granted, we have yet to see these guys hit each other, and so there's a lot to be determined. You and I have seen plenty of times where guys before the pads get on look like All-Americans, and then once they do, they don't. And I'm not saying that's the case at Notre Dame. I'm not saying that at all, but I am saying that's a possibility. And the other way too. Once the pads get on, all of a sudden, kid A, kid B, all of a sudden starts to shine. You're like, oh, okay. All right.
Mhm.
So, that's the thing. It's you just don't know until pads are on and you're really starting to knock heads with each other. And we get to
Yep.
see, especially front seven guys, Brian.
Right.
I mean, we can infer a lot by skill guys without pads on. Offensive lineman, front seven, I need to see you hitting somebody. I need to see you tackling somebody. I need to see the physicality before I start making a lot of grand statements about what guys are going to look like,
Yeah.
And we're going to get that opportunity. We'll see how much they hit and how much they do, but
Right.
we're going to get that opportunity here in a few days. So
correct.
That's what I need to see.
Very
I'm not
much
trying to
looking
cop out
forward
on
to
the answer, but we gave you guys a bunch of names.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think
still,
we can look at guys that have the talent to be
for
that.
sure. Yeah.
And
absolutely.
now whether or not they will, that remains to be seen.
Right.
Even if we see them tomorrow, Vince, and they're not looking good, it doesn't mean that that'll be the case in 2 weeks.
Right.
But those are guys that have the best chance, in my opinion.
We got another super chat from Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thank you very much, Charlie. Let's say Notre Dame managed to beat USC in 2005 and beat Texas in the national championship. Yes, delusional take. Would Charlie get a few more years despite having the same wins and losses? How different would Notre Dame history be? Thank you. If they win a national championship,
beat USC, and then beat Tech. We actually had this question once before.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't think saying it's delusional to think that Notre Dame could have beat Texas. I don't think they would have beat Texas, but I don't think it's delusional to say they would. I mean, look, they went toe to toe with USC, who went toe to toe with Texas, and that was a pretty good offense that could have scored on that Texas defense. I don't think they'd been able to stop Vince Young, but it's not delusional to think that Notre Dame would have won the game, to have an argument sake.
Right.
So to answer your question, how different would Notre Dame's history be? I mean, they'd have another title. I mean, it would have been a lot harder to fire Charlie White. Here's the thing. I think what happened to Charlie White still would have happened, even if that 05 Magic season happens. Right? Now, number one, it's not a given that Notre Dame was going to play for the championship, even if they beat USC. So when you go back and look at the 2005 season, Vince, there were a couple other teams that would have had a chance to be that team as well. I don't think that Notre Dame ended that season third going into the bowl game, did they? Yeah, they were sixth. So you could say, well, if they'd have beat USC, where would they have been? Well, they were number 9, so they would have jumped up from then. But I don't know if beating BYU, a not very good Tennessee team, Navy, Syracuse, and Stanford would have been quite enough for them to jump up, right? Because at the end of the season, you had 2-loss Ohio State. Maybe you get ahead of them, maybe. But the team, to me, that I think would have probably got in would have been Penn State. I think Penn State, who finished the year ranked number 3, probably is the team that would have played Texas for the national title. Because Notre Dame still would have had a loss to Michigan State, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we forget that. They had already lost to Michigan State. Well, Penn State's only loss was at Michigan. Well, Notre Dame beat Michigan. So you kind of get into this whole back and forth type of thing, right? Well, they beat Michigan State at Michigan State in the last game of the regular season. That would have been quite the statement for Penn State to have made. They also beat a really good Ohio State team that year. So it's not a given that Notre Dame would have been in the championship game to begin with. If they were, and let's say they beat Texas, then they win the title that year. They still have the same issues they had the next year.
Oh, yeah.
They might have got a couple more recruits. They might not have been as bad as 3-9 in 07. Maybe they had a couple extra recruits or something like that in 06. That would have been sophomores. That would have made them 6-6. But the problems that existed in Charlie's tenure that kept him from being good after 05 weren't going away.
No.
And that was he didn't know how to build a team from the ground up, essentially, which is he had to do after 06 because he lost. And it's partly his fault, partly Ty's fault, because Ty left him with a roster that in the freshman and sophomore classes was very thin. I mean, very thin. I mean, we've talked about this before, Vince. Let me. I'm going to bring
up those recruiting classes, aren't you?
From the 04 recruiting class, and you tell me which one of these players was going to help Notre Dame go out there and win be better than they were in 07, right? So I think there's like one. Here was that class: Justin Hoskins, Darius Walker. Okay, he would have if he would have come back in 08. But what are the odds he comes back in 08 if he has in 07 if he already has a ring? You know what I mean? So you had David Wolke, Darren Bragg, Chancey Incarnato, John Cadu, Abdel Banda, Maurice Crum, Brandon Nicholas, Ronald Talley, Justin Brown, Treg Duerson, Junior Jabby, Leo Farine, Terrell Lambert, and Anthony Vernaglia. That was Ty. That's the last class that the full class that Ty left Notre Dame with. And then the 05 class, which was part Charlie, part Ty, was David Grimes, DJ Horde, was pretty good, Joey Hibben, ASAP Schwab, Evan Sharpley, Paul Duncan, Michael Turkovich, Kevin Washington, Scott Smith, Steve Quinn, Daryl Hand, Pat Coons, David Bruton's pretty good, Ray Herring, and Kyle McCarthy. That was the last 2 recruiting classes that Notre Dame had when Charlie took over. The 07 problem was going to exist no matter what Charlie did in 05 and 06.
Right.
The only change would have been they would have had a few more good recruits maybe in the 06 and 07 class if he would have won a title. But the poor coaching, the poor development of fundamentals, the inability to really build a team in all the other areas, strength and conditioning, attention to detail, all those things that Charlie was just not good at because he had been dealing with professionals his whole life and had worked under Bill Belichick, who was the one that demanded those things. I think those things still would have existed. It's just he probably lasts beyond 09, which means you would have missed the Brian Kelly window, which then would have left you in a – well, then who would have replaced him? Maybe Kelly – because when was it that when did Rich Rod get fired from Michigan? Do you remember? Vince, was it 10 or 11? It was 10. So if Charlie's still the coach in 2010, maybe 11
at least another year.
He's got the title. Yeah. Does Kelly take the Michigan job instead of the Notre Dame job? And for all the issues I have with Brian Kelly, we've given him credit for completely changed, like what he left.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
What he inherited was light years different. Now, Jack Swarbrick also deserves a lot of the credit for that as well.
Absolutely.
But Brian Kelly certainly did some things to get the program back on track. Not as much as I think he wants credit for, but he did a lot. Does that change? Who's your head coach after that? You know, maybe it would have been better. Maybe it would have been worse. I don't know. There's a lot of unknowns. So I think it would have been great because you would have won that title.
Absolutely.
But my point is, I don't think it would have stopped what was coming.
They would have gone off a cliff, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way they practiced, the way they built a roster, the way, I mean, there was
strength conditioning, all of it was just
fundamental problems that weren't going to change with winning a national title. Like that this wasn't the case. You know what I mean? And it would have come to roost eventually. You know, it would have.
Agree.
Good morning, Irish, with the super chat. Thank you very, very much. What were the most impactful rule changes the last 10 years, and which rule changes do you think come up in the next 10 years? Any deal breakers?
Man, I'm not good at necessarily singing in the future.
Like predicting, because they've come up with some very interesting things.
I think the most impactful is targeting.
Yeah,
I think the targeting rule, for all its good intentions, is a terrible rule that has impacted games. Just has. Sure. It's impacted wins and losses in a way that a rule should never impact wins or losses. And the problem with it is, while good in spirit, it's so impossible to apply it. And we see it applied consistently, so consistently inconsistent.
Right.
And we've seen like Deshaun Kaiser against Virginia Tech, the Torrey Hunter hit against Texas. Very clear instances where that should have clearly been targeting, and it's not called. And then you've got the Stephon Tuitt targeting against Pitt in 13 that completely changed that game, that should not have been considered targeting, in my opinion. And, you know, all those different aspects of it, Vince, it's just one of those things where you say, man, like this has impacted wins and losses in a way that it shouldn't be impacting wins and losses. It should be like a personal foul. You get 2 personal fouls, you're kicked out of the game. It's been that way for as long as I can remember, right? That's how it should be with this, in my opinion, unless it's a dirty play. But you can eject a player if a guy throws a punch in a game, he's ejected. I mean, that's just a clear rule. If it's it's a dirty play. If a guy clotheslines a guy, it's a dirty play. If a guy's laying on the ground and you come and spear him on top, that's been you're kicked out of the game for as long as I can remember. So you have those rules where there's an interpretation of dirtiness involved.
Sure.
And that should be applied to the targeting rule as well. It should be a 15-yard penalty. You get 2 targeting penalties in a game, and you're kicked out for that game.
Right.
Not this whole next game. to me, I think you could have accomplished your desired result without doing that, in my opinion. Right? Because when you call holding a certain way, then you got to teach your as a coach, you got to teach it in a way that my guys aren't being taught how to hold. I mean, that the holding rules have changed over the years. I mean, you go back and watch games in the 70s and 80s, and you're seeing things happen. You're like, dude, like that's like a borderline personal foul now. That wasn't, you know what I mean? Like there's always rules like that. So you got to teach it different. So if it's a 15-yard, I mean, no coach wants to get a 15-yard penalty. And no coach wants a 15-yard penalty to result in your 15-yard penalties to result in your best player getting kicked out of the game or one of your stars getting kicked out of the game. So you teach it different anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could have accomplished the desired result, which I'm for. I mean, the reality is, Vince, is some of the hits that you and I grew up loving, now that, as kids,
my gosh,
I'm looking at them now like, dude, there's the human being should not be doing that to another human being. I get that, right? And it's just not safe. But we have, with the desire to remove that type of play out of football, I think sometimes we've gone too far in the manner in which we achieve it. So the end game is good, but we could have done it in a better way that didn't impact the outcome of games the manner in which it did. And that's my point.
I'll try to tackle the next 10 years one. I think there's still, and I hate this, right? So it's kind of a deal. It's not a deal breaker. Like, I'm still going to watch college football and all that, but I think they're going to start altering special teams even more than they already have. We saw, I can't remember which league it was, XFL, USFL, or whatever, where the coverage team is already like lined up on like the 35-yard line on the other end, and they have to wait for the ball to go over their head, be caught, and then they can go.
That's the XFL rule, right? Is that the XFL?
I can't remember if it's XFL or USFL. Okay.
Because I think I saw that tweet, Vince, where they said the NFL is contemplating adopting that.
See, and they already adopted the fair catch on kickoffs. I could see them moving the extra point back like the NFL already has, to make that a little bit more of a, potential miss situation.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they're going to keep messing with special teams because they think that's a safety thing and all. And I get it. I get it. I don't like it, but
Vince,
get it.
One of the biggest. Okay, I got a lot of concussions when I played football, right? Or at least I got my bell rung. I shouldn't say concussions, because not every time you get your bell rung is a concussion.
Sure.
The biggest moment that I just got where I saw stars, literally, was on a kick return. I was a 185-pound freshman starting receiver on the front line of the kick return team, and this kid that I'm going against is like 6'4", 240, and he gets a 30-yard head start, and he just runs over me, and my head goes wham right into the ground. I get it, and to me is where I would actually. I was very much against the XFL rule initially because I like to think of myself as a traditionalist.
Sure.
And that's very much against the traditional look.
Because it looks funny. It looks ridiculous.
It looks goofy.
Yeah, it looks goofy.
Having said that, that is a far better rule than any rules we've seen so far that are basically removing the potential of kick returns out of the game.
That's true.
To the point where some people are trying to eliminate.
They're trying to get rid of it completely.
Kick return completely.
That's a good point.
Which that can change a game. If there's no kick return rule again in 2021, does Notre Dame beat Wisconsin?
Right.
Does Notre Dame beat Michigan in 89 when Rocket returned 2 kicks for scores? Do they beat Miami in 90 when Rocket had a big game-changing kick return there?
Oh, returns are game changers.
Yes.
No doubt about it.
So now, and there's other games where, Notre Dame beats Michigan in 09 if they don't have that Darryl Stone kick return for a touch. Or not Darryl Stone. Was it Darryl Stone? Might have been Darryl Stone. So, to me, that's a big part of the game. I don't just think you just change possession. I think that's something that makes football different than basketball and baseball, where there's some kind of event happening at the change of a possession.
If they're talking about eliminating it completely, I'm willing to compromise.
This is a better option because I do think, Vince, and I've kind of come around on this because I start thinking about, I got to go from, okay, this is traditions to grow up on, don't change it, to where, okay, let me remember the 1 year I played kick return in college. I got dinged in the head, like, those. You're just smashing into those things. Like, I'm good. They got rid of the wedge. That's not football. That's not football, man. That's That's like Red Rover, let Johnny come over, and your job is to freaking clothesline Johnny, not let him through the hole. That's not football. If you really think, where else in football is that kind of done? But see, when I watch the XFL thing, I'm like, dude, if one guy misses, that guy's gone. And I started thinking, like, hold on a second. That could really impact the game. There's going to have to be some strategy involved to who you're peeling back and all, and so especially, and that could really add some excitement to the game. So I've actually kind of come around on that to where I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to some sort of implementation of that. Now, I may say start him back a little bit further.
Right.
So it's not like right there where if he creases that first line, you're gone.
Right.
But something along those lines, Vince, that I could say, hey, I kind of dig this a little bit. And, because again, you're adding excitement to the game, where just getting rid of kickoffs to me eliminates a part of the game that's been very impactful over the years. Like where outcomes of big moments and big games are decided because of that play.
I love the return game. Like that's one of my favorite parts of football, if I'm being honest. I love it. And it stinks that they're minimizing it, I guess is the best way to put it. And in the name of safety, right? So
like 1989, Notre Dame versus Michigan. Number 1 Notre Dame at number 2 Michigan. Notre Dame wins 24-19. 2 of Notre Dame's touchdowns were kick returns from Rocket Ismail.
Yep.
So yeah, you don't want to eliminate that part of the game, Vince.
Exactly.
But I also am sympathetic again, and I've probably changed my opinions in the last year as I've thought more and more about like my personal experiences on the other end as a player, and say, you know what, I see the merit to not letting a guy get a 50-yard head start and then they bang heads, because they don't call targeting in that. Like they don't call targeting when guys are blocking each other.
Nope.
They only call it because you could literally call targeting on every single play of linemen going against each other.
Absolutely.
Like almost every play. Being a bit hyperbolic, but you get the point. It's only on a skill player, linebacker, somebody with the ball, right? And so there's a lot of that headbanging that's happening in a kickoff that we could probably get rid of, honestly. I've kind of come around a little bit on this. As long as the manner of getting rid of it isn't getting rid of the notion of returning the ball.
Just everybody gets the ball in the 20 all the time.
I think XFL is a bit of a joke, so I didn't take it seriously at first. But honestly, as I've tried to be objective looking at that, something like that could make a lot of sense.
Sure.
Really could. You want to get really interesting with it? Don't have specialists. Right? Don't have specialized kickers, or so. It's got to be like a player. I mean, you could guys start having some fun with it, and then imagine what kickoffs would be then. Remember how it used to be when your kickoff guy was like your starting defensive tackle, because he could kick
back when you were in like 7th grade. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's a dumb thing, but I'm just saying, I'd rather
the fatter the
like
kid,
that.
The longer the kick. Yeah,
right. Like, and that's a silly thing. I would never want to do that because kickers bring a skill to the game. But the point is, I would rather them look at rules like that.
Sure. That
increase the value of the return game than to see things that it decreases. Was kind of was making a silly point to prove a point.
Right.
Yeah.
Now the last thing that needs to be revisited in college football, though, if we're talking about rules, the replay in college football is terrible.
Yes.
Replay in college football is terrible. It makes no sense. I still don't know what the rules are when you can or can't replay something in college football. The NFL, for all of its faults, they at least get replay right. It's very simple. You got coaches' challenges. You win, you keep it. You lose the time. Like, it's super simple. College is so confusing, and it makes no sense to me the way they do it. They need to completely revamp the replay system. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's 2023. They should have replay. I have no problem with that. They get stuff. Mm-hmm. You need to be able to get the thing right, and I'm all for it. But the whole thing needs to be scrapped, and they need to start over. Yeah, and make it more streamlined.
I would say I would limit the number of things you can review.
Yes,
honestly,
absolutely. Yes.
One of my favorite things was speaking of replay. I've heard Miami fans say, and I've heard people hate Notre Dame say, if there was replay, Notre Dame loses to Miami in 1988. I always point to that Cleveland Gary play. I'm like, first of all, I still don't know that was definitive. As much as Miami fans think. Number one, it was a lot more clear that Eddie Brown did not catch that last touchdown before they even had the 2-point conversion than it was that Cleveland Gary got in.
Right.
And the funny thing is, like, Lou Holtz acted like he had never seen that before. Like, the Miami people, did you remember that on the Catholic versus Convicts? And they're like, I'd never seen. And Leon seriously was like, yeah. It was a bad call. I mean, even Jimmy Johnson, I didn't call it, I mean, it was like, that's, but it's just kind of like, but that's kind of part of the game. I would rather the refs miss a call because they're trying to get it right than for the refs to miss a call that they then reviewed. Cause we see them all the time blow calls on reviews all the time.
Gosh. Whether it's targeting or otherwise, they miss calls all the time. All the time.
And that's the other thing. It's like, let's get rid of the targeting reviews and make it like a personal foul. If you do this, right? And then you can review, because here's the thing, is like, well, but what if the targeting call is wrong and you get a second one, you're kicked out? What I've proposed in the past is that's what the review people will be doing in between series. Keep playing. You've got a guy over there looking at it, and they determine, no, this wasn't targeting. That's fine. You can still call the 15-yard penalty. It happened. It is what it is. You play the game. And yeah, okay, you blew the call, but just like you don't review holding calls if the ref calls holding and it was a bad call, it's still a bad call. You don't review it and overturn the ref's bad call. It's just part of it. But you eliminate the targeting part of it. So now he doesn't have one, and one more gets him kicked out.
Right.
So now it's happening during the game. You're not wasting time. And these people that say they care about length of the games.
And that's the other thing. The length of the game thing, you got all these people complaining about it, but they haven't touched the replay system, which seems like it takes forever when they replay stuff. Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yep. Here's one from D. Beasy. She actually just DM'd me and said I missed her because I had gone past it and completely missed her super chat. So I apologize. But D. Beasy, another one of the OGs. We haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, no kidding. So, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate it. In your opinion, how many more people will hate or love Notre Dame since they are still not in a conference and wanted to maintain rivalries?
I don't know that right now anybody's opinion is changing of Notre Dame. I think people, like, I've seen some tweets like, I appreciate Notre Dame more now.
I saw that too.
I think those are people that already still kind of appreciated Notre Dame. Like, no one that hates Notre Dame is going to see what happened to Dame. Like, no, you know what? Notre Dame was right all along. I think some people will be who are kind of apathetic. Maybe, you know what? I kind of respect that Notre Dame's doing this way. Cause like, I made a comment earlier about greed and say, well, you're being hypocritical because Notre Dame does this. I'm like, first of all, I'm not being hypocritical because I don't make decisions for Notre Dame. And if I did, they'd be doing things a lot differently than they're doing now.
Fair.
Because I'm a different person. And so I don't speak for Notre Dame. I don't answer for Notre Dame. I don't make deals for Notre Dame. So calling me a hypocrite's kind of stupid. And you also act like I don't criticize Notre Dame all the time for things that they do. Second of all. So, like, just because you're a Nike fanboy doesn't mean that I'm hypocritical because I said Notre Dame was smart to take the bigger Under Armour deal. Even if we're just looking at it from, take all my feelings about Nike aside, Under Armour offered them a lot more money. Investigated. I'm like, guys, it's an apparel contract.
Right.
Notre Dame's free to sign with whoever they want for whatever reason they want. What investigation do we need? They didn't just pass a law. You know what I mean? Like, let's like not get carried away. But the other part is like, you look at it and say, well, Notre Dame's greedy. I'm like, really? Then why aren't they in the Big Ten?
Where they could be there tomorrow and make twice as much money.
Do you not realize how stupid your comeback is? Well, Notre Dame's a greedy. Like, does Notre Dame care a lot about money? Yeah, we complain about that all the time.
Sure.
But it's one thing to do greed, to do things that I don't like, that you're charging too much for your tickets.
Right.
You're doing this, you're cheap here, you're cheap there. And then to do something that is basically destroying the very essence of what this sport is, what built, like, well, football is great. Yeah. Why? What got us here? It's regional stuff. It's not this broad, this whole thing. And it's just like, I hate that. And so me calling that out is in saying it's about greed. Well, Notre Dame's greedy. In some ways they are. But if Notre Dame was exactly like these teams leaving for conferences, they would have joined the Big Ten a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Notre Dame has intentionally been taking less, and they know they're taking less money. You don't think that Notre Dame knows that they could get way more money, like tens of millions of dollars, by joining the Big Ten of the SEC than what they're making right now with whatever their next new deal is going to be?
Right.
Even if they got $70 million, it's still going to be tens of millions of dollars, probably less than what the Big Ten is.
Absolutely.
We've been reported about it. So, yeah, there are things Notre Dame does that are all about the money, no question. But I do think that Notre Dame is one of the few institutions that has shown a respect for, let's not forget what got us here, folks. And that's my issue with it.
Sure.
So,
and they're pretty fit. I mean, look, Notre Dame, for all of its faults, they are pretty fiscally responsible when it comes to building buildings and doing all these different, like, they got to have the money in hand before they break ground. Like, I kind of, is it frustrating at times because we want to see progress and all?
Sure.
It's pretty fiscally responsible, though.
Well, I would call them tight. They they like bringing in money. They don't like money going out.
Well, that's fair too. Okay.
And you know what? You know who else is like that? This guy.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Hey, hold on. You said exactly a little too harshly.
A little too fast? Oh, my fault. Except with your employees. That's where you are generous, my friend.
Thank you. I'm going to remember that come Christmas bonus time there, Vince.
I just said you're generous.
Okay.
Charlie Weiss's last belt loop with another super chat. Thank you very, very much. If Georgia three-peats, is college football doomed recruiting? Gosh, that's a little excessive, but that's all right. Seems like at this point they will get every kid they want. Why do you think this happens?
If Georgia wins this year, college football's over, and Georgia's going to win the next 35 national championships.
Just no more football. Just cancel it.
Just hand him the trophy.
Right.
Charlie, my man, I love you. But let's pump the brakes a little bit.
Right.
All right, man. Like, there was a time when Bama was just this unstoppable juggernaut. They'd won in 09. They'd won in 11. They'd won in 12. They'd won 3 out of 4 titles. Who can stop Bama? Well, so 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. In the next 10 years, they've won what? They won in 15, 17, and 20. So 3 in the next 10 years, right? Guess what? Other people caught up.
Yeah.
So what will happen if Georgia wins another one this year? Teams are going to have to figure out what can we do to beat Georgia. That's just how it goes. I mean, Miami went through a stretch, Vince, where they won 3 in 5 years. And it's like, how do you beat Miami? How do you beat the U? Stuff happens. The head coach left for the NFL. Things change. You know, the staff here, they lose coaches, and Kirby doesn't replace them with better coaches or whatever the case may be. And so it's the football doomed. No, if one school's really good, no, the game is not doomed. In no way. It means, hey, guys, you want to be better?
Step up.
Step it up.
Exactly.
Step up your game. Just like Georgia did to beat Bama.
Right.
There was a time when Georgia just could not beat Bama, man. Just beat them every. Even when you outplay them for 3 quarters, you call a stupid fake punt, and next thing you know, Bama's beating you. Right? So Georgia had to say, what do we got to do to beat Bama? They figured it out. Ohio State destroyed Michigan 14 out of 15 years. The only year that Ohio State lost to Michigan was what? The year where they had that in between Tressel and Meyer, when they had the interim thing, when Tressel got fired because of all that drama. It's the only year Michigan beat them. 15 years, Michigan beat them once, and it was a bogus year. What did Michigan do? We got to figure out a way to beat Ohio State. They're dominating us right now.
Last
We got to
2
figure
years
out a way
they
to
did.
beat Michigan and say, you know what, we can't beat Ohio State. Let's quit football.
Right.
Let's stop playing football. I wouldn't have a problem with that, but they didn't decide not to do that. And guess what? Now people are telling me, I don't think Ohio State has a chance to beat Michigan this year. Well, so what does Ohio State got to do? Hey, we got to figure out a way to beat Michigan.
Exactly.
That's competition.
Exactly.
If there was an unfair advantage for Georgia, like if there was a rule or there's something going on that was happening that was allowing them to be successful that other teams could or couldn't do, that'd be different. Right? So like if in the NFL, the rule was the team that wins a championship gets the number 1 pick every year, like, really? Like, that doesn't seem right. I don't think that's the case. So my whole thing is if somebody's better than you, get better. Do better. Do a better job. And that's kind of what I like. It's what I think you got to do.
Tom Connor with the super chat. Thanks, Tom. Really appreciate it. How would you compare Asa, new recruit, to other linebackers in the class? Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
He's very different, Tom. So he is a very high floor guy. The other guys are lower floor, higher ceiling. Bodie Cahoon and Teddy Rizak are all about athleticism right now. Teddy's a really good football player, but he's a 195-pound linebacker, Vince. You know what I mean? So it's like he's got a ways to go. He's got to get bigger and stronger, all that kind of stuff. Bodie Cahoon this will be his first full year playing linebacker this upcoming season for them. So he's got to do better. So, to me, Ace Kingston is that he could step in right away as a freshman and be a good player. But then maybe by the time they're seniors, Bodie or Teddy's the better player because they have more room to go, right? I mean, that's just between floor and ceiling, right? So Bodie is more of long and rangy. Teddy is long and rangy. Asa Kingston is more of like that typical like modern Mike linebacker. He can run. He's got range, but he's an inside that you want him inside the box, hammering running backs. He can cover, Vince. We saw that in his highlight tape. But you're not going to be putting him out there in the slot all day and having him cover people, right? I mean, he's a box guy. So I think those are the two ways that I think he's different. And also he's got more of a thicker frame.
Yeah.
He's a big, thick kid, big, thick calves, big, he's a big boy where Bodie's got a chance to maybe even be heavier down the road, but he's kind of got to grow into that a little bit.
Right.
So that's kind of how I would compare the two guys in that regard, or the three guys in that regard.
Ooh, another one from Charlie. Thanks, Charlie. Really appreciate it. One last super chat. Funny.
Charlie will never tell you to stop giving super chats, man. Nope. So you can always give them, man.
Funny Max said that but Conor McGregor said he absolutely
the Fighting Irish thing.
Okay.
It's about what Max Kellerman said about the fight.
Okay. Gotcha. Said he absolutely loved the name Fighting Irish for Notre Dame years ago. Max is a clown.
Yes, he is. He absolutely is.
He's 100% a clown. He says absolutely whatever he needs to say to get people to
score to score points with whatever audience he thinks he needs to be liked by.
It's essentially clickbait to, he just wants his name out there.
Yep.
Tyler Evans with a super chat. Thanks, Tyler. If you guys
let me say this. What sucks about that is when Max Kellerman is talking about things like boxing, things he knows about, and he's just giving analysis and not playing this whole thing, he's pretty good at some of the things he does, right? That's what bothers me about certain things. It's like, this guy actually is pretty good at this if he would just stay in that lane, but no, he wants to be over here because it's more money and more popularity, and it just, now you've become, now you're known as a clown instead of a guy that's like a great boxing analyst or something like that. That's the frustrating thing. Sorry, I just had to get that off my chest so we can move on to the next one.
You're good. Tyler wants to know if you guys could pick one Notre Dame record on defense and offense. Ooh. Which one would you like to see get broken this year?
Ooh, that's
what are the passing records? Because I don't know what they are.
Brady's is, I think, 39-19 from 06. Okay. Let me just look it up. Notre Dame all-time leading passer.
So it had to be 4,000 yards.
So Brady had 39-19 by Brady in 05, and then Jimmy is number 2 with 37, 22, and 09. Then Everett's next at 34, 45, and 14.
Okay.
And Brady's 06. No, I'm sorry. Brady then 05. 06, 06 is when he broke the touchdown passing record of 37. So Brady had more yards in 05, but fewer touchdowns because they had, for several reasons, but then better run game especially, but then more passing touchdowns in 06 than compared to 05. So that's a record. So you've got offense. That. Vegas Ferguson has the record with rushing yards, 1437. You've got Michael Floyd's receptions record is 100. Golden Tate's receiving record is 1496. Those are the offensive receiving. And then Will Fuller, Golden Tate, Raymond McKnight, and Jeff Samardzija all had 15 touchdowns. Jerome Bettis has the rushing touchdown record with 20. He had 20 in 1991. So those are the potential big records, Vince, for offense to consider.
Right. So offensively, I'm stuck between two. I think that Sam Hartman has a great opportunity to break the touchdown record. And I think Audric Estime has an outside shot of the touchdown record. Now, obviously, both are not going to happen. It would be
because Audric had 11 last year as a part of a
to double that up would be very, very difficult. Okay, so I will say the touchdown passing record offensively.
Okay. See, I if I was going to go with a record on offense, I would go with passing yards. The reason I say that is do you know who has the number 2 all-time passing touchdowns record at Notre Dame?
It's probably Book.
Ian Book with 34 in 2019.
Yep.
That was not an impactful statistic. So I think to me, yards are a little harder to kind of like beating Brady's. I mean, throwing for 4,000 yards this year is going to be, to me, a little harder than throwing for 38 touchdowns is what I would kind of say. Because you could get a bunch of little garbage, like, throw 6 against Tennessee State. So I would say if I were to go with the passing record, Vince, it would be that.
Okay.
I'm going to go with a different record on offense. I'm not even going to go with the quarterback record on offense. I'm going to go with a receiving record.
Really?
I'm going to go with somebody breaks Golden Tate's all-time receiving yards record. Because if that happens, all the other stuff with Sam Hartman's happening anyway. You get what I'm saying? Like, if one guy has 1,500 yards this year,
wow,
Tobias, Dion,
whatever.
Tyree, whoever, that would be insane. Because here's the thing, like, when you look at the way the game is played, if Notre Dame plays 14 games, it's not going to be necessarily out of the realm of possibility that Sam Hartman breaks those records and doesn't necessarily have dominant performances to do it, right? I mean, the number 3 all-time leading passing season was Everett Golson in 2014. That season, Notre Dame finished, 7-5, right? I mean, Ian Book has the number 2 all-time record in passing touchdowns in a year where the Notre Dame offense was kind of meh in all but, 4 or 5 games against bad teams, right? To me, if that receiver record gets broken, somebody that we're not expecting to be a star becomes a star. And that's going to impact the run game, Sam Hartman, all of that stuff. And so that's why I'm going with that one. So if I could pick one this year, because we're thinking, they're good receivers, but it's about Sam Hartman carrying the deal. If somebody goes out and breaks that record, Vince, that means, they're not losing anybody.
Right.
I mean, they're just not. They're not going to lose to anybody if that's the case. And then Sam will put up his numbers. Defensively, Vince, that's a little bit of an interesting one because
and I can't find the record I'm looking for.
Which one is it? I have the supplement here.
Okay, I'm looking for team tackles for loss.
Okay, all right.
Let's see whatever that number is.
Now, keep in mind that record didn't start getting kept until was it somewhat recently, right? It was
probably right around the same time as they were doing sacks, I would imagine.
But still in the modern era. So let's go team. I don't know if we have team tackles for loss. These are mostly
individual
records. I'd have to go get the Notre Dame. Notre Dame had a media guide that I got a couple years ago that had like some team records in it. But
excuse me,
it's another one of those times you would like to see
loose emoji.
Yeah, man,
he would know it.
He would. Nobody could text me right away.
I don't care necessarily what that number is, but if they break it, that means they were really good on defense this year. Yeah, that was my whole thought process on it.
I like that.
I went team.
I like that.
Yeah,
okay.
I want team tackles for loss.
If you're going to go team, what would the offensive team record you would want beat on offense, Vince? Would it be the scoring record? 37.6.
Oh yeah, I think they're going to beat that anyway. So
really, even with the rule changes and stuff, interesting.
I do.
If you want to know, do you know what the record is for tackles for loss in a season at Notre Dame?
What is it for individual? You mean
for an individual player?
Okay,
Ross Browner had 28 in 1976. The year he won, I think he won the Outland that year. And then Anthony Weaver had 21 in 2001. I'll say this: if any one player comes close to breaking that record, then the team record will be
right. The team record will be in jeopardy.
That's crazy. That is absolutely nuts. 28. That's wild. If I was going to say individual record, what I was going to go with actually, Vince, was going to be interceptions, and I believe the record is 7. I think Harrison Smith tied it, but I'm looking for it right now. No, it's actually 10. Mike Townsend had 10 in 1972.
Yeah, I did find that one.
Yeah. Todd Light had 8. That's right. I completely forgot Todd Light had 8. Angelo Bertelli had 8 in 1942. He was also quarterback. That's wild. Yeah, if one guy has 10 interceptions this year, this defense is going to be crazy because that means the pass rush is really good.
Sure.
And, to me, interceptions in today's era is more of a byproduct of different things. Because the reason you get more interceptions back in the day, and you say, well, they didn't throw as much back then. How could you? Because interceptions were not viewed as negatively as they are now. Number one. And the game was so much more of a passing was down the field thing. You didn't have the quick game like they have now. Last year, the most interceptions last year from a single player was 7. The year before was 6. The year before that was 6. The year before that was 9. And that was by 2 guys that played the Power 5 level, Florida Atlantic and San Diego State. 7 the year before that, 8 the year before that, 8 the year before that, 9 the year before that. That was a guy from Northern Illinois. And and then tied for second was a guy from UConn and San Diego State. You had 14 back in 2014 is the last time you had double digits in interceptions. When you have a lot of interceptions, it's a byproduct of your front seven is forcing a lot of bad balls.
Sure.
Like the point is, Vince, there's been a lot of really good safeties that have come along since 2014, and none of them got to 10 interceptions.
Right.
And instinctive guys and all that other kind of stuff. It's because you just don't really see that kind of thing anymore. So to me, if somebody broke the interception record, that would mean this defense is really filthy.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
I mean, the most Ed Reed ever had was 9, and he was a phenomenal, one of the greatest safeties ever played the game in college. He had 9 and 8 his last 2 years. So that'd probably be the one I would go with.
Okay.
I think the sack record is like 13 and a half. I think didn't Tuck set that? Now, that's
Sacks,
got an asterisk
I do have
because
that right here.
Yeah,
13 and a half. Yep.
The problem is the sack record. The sacks were not counted when Ross Brown
Right.
had 28 tackles. I promise you,
Right.
more than 13 and a half of Ross Browner's 28 tackles for loss that year were then. And I think those 28 were regular season only.
Oh, no bowl game.
Yeah, well, no, because they didn't count bowl game. Like they played in a bowl game, but this might have been what you meant. I'm sorry, Vince. Did you mean they didn't count the bowl game? I just thought you meant like they didn't play in the bowl game.
Yeah, no, they didn't count them.
They didn't count the bowl games back then.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be a heck of a year. Heck of a year.
Captain Veal Scalapini. That's a great name, by the way.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the super chat, Captain. If the ACC collapses in the next few years and Notre Dame has the freedom to build their schedule, which teams would you choose? Which teams would we choose? Like on a rotating basis? Like,
yeah. So we should do another show on this now that the leagues have kind of been shaken up. Because then we do a show on this like a couple years ago.
We definitely talked about this for sure.
This would be a fun show to do. So I would say USC on there, but there's another question about USC that I'm going to get to that kind of speaks to that. But if it's up to me, I'm still going to have USC.
Yep.
I'm still going to play Navy.
Yep.
I'm going to play Michigan State every year. I'm going to play Purdue every year. Now, all of a sudden, you're playing all these Big Ten teams, but, because USC.
It's not our fault that USC is in the Big Ten. Stupid.
Right. Those are the Big Ten teams that I would play. And then I've said this before, I would have a rotating schedule of an SEC opponents, which they're kind of doing now. They played Georgia recently. They're going to play Arkansas, I think, next year, or A&M next year. Then they have A&M and Arkansas, I think.
They had Arkansas on the schedule for 2020. Remember, it got canceled.
Well, no, but there's another game against Arkansas coming up.
Right, I know, but I think they put it
in 2020 because of that. Before the COVID stuff, they were going to. You're correct. They were going to play Arkansas, and then they've got another one against Arkansas coming up. So next year they play A&M. Then in 21 they play 25. They play A&M and Arkansas. In 26, they don't have an SEC team on the schedule. Michigan State's back on in 26. That's good news. 27. When is the Bama? It's 28. 28. They play Arkansas, and then 29 is when they start playing Bama. So they play Bama in 29 and 30, and then they play Florida's coming up soon after that. Let's see here. Florida starts in 2032. They have a home and home against Florida. So, yeah. And then, Michigan is back on the schedule in 2033. Michigan's back on the schedule in 2033.
10 years from now.
Yep. So I hope that Michigan no longer has football at that point in time. But that's a different conversation for a different day. So I'd have a SEC schedule or an opponent on the schedule. I would have a West Coast team on the schedule, not named USC. So I'd always want to. I kind of like what I've said this before. I like what they do now, where they always have a West Coast game every year. I just don't want it to be Stanford every year.
Right. Exactly.
That's my whole thing.
You stick with the Big Ten and go with UCLA.
I'd have a Big 12 opponent on my schedule. I mean, they get to me to 7, and then after that, it's just kind of like a rotating type of thing, just playing different teams. So just kind of get a taste of every league. And then, of course, I'd want to have a couple ACC regional games. That's what I forgot, too. I'd want to have whoever – and when I say SEC, I'm talking about the traditional SEC. It could mean Florida State and Clemson in a few years. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about traditional SEC opponent. And then I would want to have traditional ACC – a couple of ACC opponents, because the whole thing that I think some fans miss when they say the ACC does nothing for Notre Dame, that is one of the more misguided. That's like almost as bad as saying, or even worse than saying Notre Dame doesn't have speed at linebacker. You know what I mean? Like it's a worse comment than that. You are only looking at, this is the problem that some people have. They just look at the on-field product.
Right.
That's not the value that the ACC is. First of all, it is bringing value because Notre Dame's gone 28-2 against the ACC since 2018. So you're getting a lot of wins. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a conference you play a lot of games against. So when you're looking at your playoff resume, you can say, hey, look, they are in sort of in a league, and they dominated that league this year, and that's going to help boost Notre Dame's playoff resume. But even bigger picture than that, the recruiting foothold is why they joined the ACC. They didn't join the ACC because, like, man, that's great football. Let's join this great football league of the ACC. Because when they joined the ACC, Florida State had just won.
Right.
But, I mean, the ACC wasn't much. Clemsoning was still a thing. And the others, I mean, they didn't even foreshadow that Clemson was about to become a powerhouse in the next couple of years. So, but the recruiting foothold is the big thing.
Absolutely.
It's getting to growing areas.
Yeah. And like, that's the thing about this particular question. And if we're going to do a show about it, I'll go into detail. Be fun, maybe then, but I would want to try to get in kind of every region every year, or at least every other year. You know, the Southwest, the Southeast, the Northeast, the West. Like, you know what I mean?
Or
like,
at least playing a team from that region, even if you're not playing a game from that region. Right?
I would want to at least have all of those regions represented on a regular basis. And if you're an independent and you're making a national schedule, you can do that. You know what I mean? But I would also still want to keep some of those regional rivalries alive, just like you said. All the ones that you said, I'm 100% on board with. I would have no problem with any of those, right? And then you rotate some other ones. You throw a MAC school on there. You can throw, whatever the case may be. I would personally stay away from the FCS schools. I don't think that adds any value to Notre Dame's schedule. I was kind of upset that they did it, and I don't want people to think I'm upset for other reasons. I just liked the fact that Notre Dame never dipped into the FCS pool. So I would pull them out of that, and they would not do that anymore. And I don't think they have plans to do that anymore, but whatever. C'est la vie. But I would want to be all over the country. And then every once in a while, kind of like Notre Dame does it now, go overseas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Still prove to everybody that you've got an international brand, not just a national brand. And so whether that's going to London or wherever, I don't even care. But go there. Every kind of like an every 4-year kind of a thing. So like every class gets an opportunity to go overseas. I would do that. I would absolutely do that. Whether it's Ireland, London, Rome, I don't care. Go someplace. I think that would be cool. So that's how I would put together the schedule.
Yeah. I can dig that. Thomas Wilkinson says, Vince, you are in your feelings because you're an Italian American. And I would say, as someone who's married to an Italian American, he ain't wrong.
You're not wrong.
And I love Italian Americans. That's why I married one.
That's right.
So, yeah, there you go.
Omar Alston with the super chat. Thank you so much, Omar. Movies are educational, guys. Great. I myself have a Law and Order degree. Thanks for getting us through the offseason, guys. Much appreciated.
One of my favorite super chats ever. Oh man. Oh, that's such a great response. I actually have binged Law and Order from time to time. I just get those moods, especially the older ones, like the last 10 years or so. But like
the ones with Orbach,
12 years,
and
Jerry Orbach,
Jerry
even before then, when Ben Stone was the DA, before Jack McCoy came on, like those were some really good. It was like Paul Robinette was the assistant DA. Or no, he was like the, remember how the Jack McCoy, like all his assistants were like women.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, it was Paul Robinette was actually Ben Stone. I can't remember Ben Stone's real life, and Michael Moriarty maybe, but Paul Robinette, and I can't remember his name in the show, but he was the assistant to the assistant DA, and then the same guy was still the main DA. I keep saying AD, football talk, DA. But like you can go back then. Paul Sorvino was one of the detectives before Jerry Orbach joined.
Okay.
But there's some good ones, man. But even going through all the years, it got a little crazy kind of towards the end. It just was like, okay, it's only so many of these storylines you can
I know.
get into.
It's only so
what I mean?
creative you can get with
Yeah,
with this
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. But yeah, they were pretty good. They're pretty good. And then they had some good Law and Order others. Like I thought SVU I liked for a little while.
Yep.
That
Early
was a
on,
good one for a
SVU
little
was
while.
really good.
The irony of Ice-T being a cop
I
is
know,
just
right?
never lost on me, but he did good. I mean, it
I
did
think
well.
it was fantastic, actually.
I thought that show was pretty good. I thought they showed the reason I liked that one is that one was more about the cops than it was the lawyers.
The order.
Where the original Law and Order was about the lawyers and the cases, where I thought SVU was not SVU, but SVU and then criminal. What was the other one? Criminal Intent or something like that. I forget the other one was with
Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yes,
Oh,
that
was
one was
great. I love that.
But those two were more about the cops, so
Yes.
it had a little different, like
sure,
kind of focus than the original Law and Order, which I thought was good. Which I thought made them good. Right.
For sure.
The hard part for me for SVU was just when you're doing special victims, just the content is always going to be harder to embrace.
Oh, for sure.
Because a lot of it's like stuff that happens to kids, and that stuff just I'm always like, it's hard to just it's fiction because you're like this stuff is like this story may be false in this
but
case,
it's based on stuff, man.
Happens.
Like, well,
and that's hard to sit with.
That's why that's why they came up with they coined the phrase "ripped from the headlines" because they would take very similar storylines to real life,
and that would be hard to accept. That would be hard to kind of that's why that movie Sound of Freedom hit me the way it did, is because like you're like, dude, this is like it's based on a true story, so it's not the true story, but like a lot of it was really close to what actually happened. But even so, even if it was just a movie, like this stuff is happening,
sure,
and when you get that realization, you can't just live in blissful ignorance anymore. And SVU had a little bit of that to it as well, which made it harder. Because it was children, or it'd be like a woman getting bad things happening to a woman, and just like that, because like my family, I grew up my dad, my Uncle Marty, but my grandpa, but everyone else, like all aunts and almost all my cousins were females, and it's just like you see that and you think of your sister or your cousin or your mother or your aunt. So man, that's a tough one, right? That was my issue with that one. The one with Vincent D'Onofrio, he was really good.
Oh, so good.
Like
his partner just knew how to play him, but like deal with him. You know what I mean? Like it just worked. And it was really just a good pairing.
Really good.
I like a lot.
Really good. But you're welcome, Omar, and I appreciate you being with us, man. I do. I'm glad we can get you because this helps us get through the off season as well.
No doubt. No doubt. Pete Weber, our resident professional bowler. Thank you very much for the super chat. Love the IB fam. We love you too. Thanks for making every week better. If you got to design a new intro for the team to run out onto the field, what would it look like? What song or songs, pyro, special features, etc.?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I'm in the minority or most people agree with me on this. I kind of like the Here Come the Irish thing.
I love it. It's just the guy who coined it isn't there anymore, and so it's tough. But
no, I mean the song, the lady, and like that. I don't know, just kind of build something, and then a don't. I kind of like that. Now, what I would add to it is a little bit more of the pyro, the special features, the fireworks, like when they had the Clemson game a few years ago, like that. So I'd like to see more of that stuff, especially for night games. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do fireworks during the day. Doesn't really have like the same, but like the pyro or some of the smoke. I mean, that's kind of cool, but
the game day atmosphere, like I don't mind the entrance. I'm down with the entrance. Like that's fine. They have the smoke and the green lights and that kind of stuff, and that's cool. And I want more when they score a touchdown. Like there's plenty of stadiums out there, like the lights start to flash, they shoot up fireworks. Like I want that at Notre Dame Stadium.
For me, the reason I would not go there is simply because I don't want anything to overshine the fight song and the stuff that's played when Notre Dame scores. That'd be my only
song. Play it, baby.
But it overshadows it to me. That's my only thing. I get where you're coming from, and that's cool. Okay. First of all, I don't like that stuff because I feel like I'm going to have a stroke. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm like, dude, I can't handle this lights going off, and it's like but I just like, to me, the band would like. I'm listening to watching games from the 80s, Vince, and it's just like you just hear the band the entire game. The drum, and I kind of miss that. Like that, you don't really hear that as much in football games anymore. At least I don't anyway. So that's the one thing that I would do. But I mean, I kind of like the intro. I just think, as the overall, I just want the crowd to be loud.
Sure.
And just loud all throughout.
I want an intimidating crowd.
Yeah, I don't care as much about the pyro. I mean, that stuff's cool. Players love that. But I kind of like the Here Come the Irish thing, the song. And then
I like that song a lot,
you know what I mean?
Actually, yeah. That woman's a genius.
Yeah. But anyway.
Right? I mean,
the smoke is cool. Yeah, it'd be fine. Yeah, I wouldn't. To me, but night games though, the fireworks is like the thing shooting up from the top of the stadium. I think that sounds pretty cool.
Yes,
because that's more for TV even too. I mean, that's as much for TV as it is anything.
That's
you
fair.
know what I mean? So when recruits and stuff are watching from home, they're saying, "Ooh, look at that." It's pretty cool.
Patrick Earwood with the super chat. Thanks very much, Patrick. Really hope that we get to see Steve and Kenny get some playing time. I like how talented both of them are.
I agree. I mean, I'm more so of a guy that thinks that Kenny's I need to be proven wrong about Steve Angeli. I hope he does, but I haven't seen anything that's made me change my opinion of him in high school yet. Smart kid, great kid, just not a really talented guy. I think Kenny Minchie's the more physically talented guy. I'm hoping Steve proves me wrong. Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at on that one.
Irish Gordian Knot, with the increasing focus on technology and analytics in football, how do you think the game might evolve in the next decade? And what role do you see AI playing in coaching decisions?
I have no idea. I mean, no clue about AI. I mean, I hope AI gets banned in some of the ways that it's being used now, like to create some of these deep fake type things. I don't know about that. I mean, there's merits to AI in certain scenarios, but it's like drones. Like drones should not be a thing normal people are owning, in my opinion. It just should not be a thing, in my opinion. But anyway, it's a different story for a different day. You know, I think analytics has always been a part of football.
Absolutely.
I think it's just defined differently now. And some coaches like the whole, analytics determines when to go for two. Well, that's kind of been a thing since I've been following football. It's the 2-point chart. I mean, that was based off some sort of analytical formula. Mm-hmm. It's just evolving the things that you focus on as the game changes. And I think that'll always be a part of it. So let me see how the game is going to evolve first before I think of that. But because I think that has a more of an impact on analytics than more so the other way around in football. Which is a little different than like baseball and basketball. Like in baseball and basketball, analytics cause the game to change. I don't know that that's necessarily happening in football. It could change. All of a sudden we can start seeing no one punts anymore because analytics say don't punt anymore.
Right.
Something like that. But I'm waiting on the first. Here's the reason why I don't think football is going to go like baseball and basketball did. Because wholesale changes, if they don't work right away, get you fired. And when they get one guy fired, then nobody else is going to want to do that stuff. Right. And so the first time, because you know who the first guy that I think would do this? It'd be Lincoln Riley. And I don't mean that as an insult. I could see Lincoln Riley being the first guy that says, we're not going to punt anymore because analytics say this, 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 and this. And we're good enough on offense. So we're just not going to punt anymore, except for, this unique situation of a fourth and whatever inside of our own, whatever. We're just not going to punt anymore. I could see him doing that. And then if it works, then you'll see more people follow suit. And if it doesn't work and he gets fired and all of a sudden nobody wants to do that anymore.
Yeah.
It's going to take some bold guy that just doesn't care or thinks that he's secure enough in his job to say, we're going to do things differently. Those are the only kind of big changes that you could see that could really impact the game, evolve the game. I don't necessarily think of, we run or pass more because of this as really evolving the game to the degree that it has changed. Like basketball looks so much different now than it did 10 years ago, much less 30, 40. Every game evolves over 30, 40 years.
Sure.
I don't see football as evolving as quickly as like baseball and basketball did. And so that's my 2 cents, Vince. I could be way off on that, but that's kind of how I feel about that. I actually think in football is eventually going to cycle back to, to me, football is more cyclical than any other sport to me. Like baseball is never going to go back to the way it was at certain times. Basketball's not, but football always kind of circles back a little bit. You know what I mean? So Like, let the Titans go win a couple Super Bowls in the next 2 years, and now all of a sudden everybody wants a big running back that can run for 2,000 yards. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how it goes.
Jeff Fluke, North versus South playoff. Top 4 North teams, top 4 South teams. What teams are you taking, and who finishes with a better record?
Oh, gosh. So top 4 North teams, it'd basically be Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State, right?
Unless you're talking, you want to go out to the West Coast, Washington, Oregon.
I wouldn't put Washington in.
I'm just throwing teams out at you.
Because they'd be North. Maybe Washington over Penn State, maybe. Washington be a good one. So based on my Big Ten record yesterday, it'd be Notre Dame, Ohio State, Penn State, and Washington. That's a good one, Vince. It's a good point. Because I was thinking of West Coast teams, but I was thinking more USC being in the South. And then the South would be, based on preseason rankings, it'd be Georgia, LSU, Alabama, and Texas, right? It's kind of, or USC, depending on who you're looking at. How would the record be? So how I would seed it, I'd seed Ohio State 1, and they'd be against Georgia. Be a close game. You'd have Alabama 2 against... Who'd be your 2 in the North, Vince? Notre Dame, Penn State, or Washington?
Oh, Notre Dame. Over Penn State and Washington? I think so.
I'd say maybe Washington. The Southern team would have that edge. Number 3, LSU versus... Let's go 2 Washington against Alabama, number 2.
Okay.
Let's go Notre Dame 3 seed in the North against, let's say, LSU 3 seed in the South. That'd be a good game. I'd probably go edge Notre Dame for several reasons. Number 4 would be either Penn State or Michigan, whichever one you want. I took Penn State, you took Michigan, based on our conversation yesterday, against Texas or USC. Also a good game. I mean, they'd be competitive. I think the advantage that the South has is there's just more good teams in the South. I think the best teams in the North in recent years have had a better chance of competing in more instances than not, right?
Yeah.
So 7, 8 years ago, it wouldn't have been close. Like maybe Ohio State and then nobody else in the North was competing against the best teams in the South. I think the Northern programs have gotten better. Notre Dame's better post-2016. Michigan's gotten better. Penn State's getting better. Washington's getting a lot better. Oregon's been pretty good. But, I mean, Oregon went down to Georgia last year and got destroyed 49-3. So you could put Utah in that conversation of the Northern teams. I think they count as Northern to me.
Yeah, that's true.
But in the past, like early in the 2010s, you'd have had to throw, hey, can we count Stanford? You know what I mean? Can we claim Stanford and use them, please? So it'd be a close game. I'd probably give to the edge of the South because the South is deeper, still more proven. Even in the top 4, I'd still probably go with the.
That's true.
I'd still probably go with the South. It just the matchups would be determined. And here's the difference: a lot of what we're talking about the Northern teams, Vince, is projection. We're projecting Notre Dame. We're projecting Washington a little bit. We're projecting, some of these seem to be better than they were last year. Look, last year, all I know is last year the best team in the North, or got beat by the best team in the South, TCU, or not the second best team in the South, from a playoff standpoint, and the second best team in the North got beat by the best team in the South. Right. Now, they were both competitive games, and then one Southern team blew out the other Southern team because TCU is a Southern team. So, I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. The year before, 2 Southern teams beat 2 Northern teams. I mean, so if we're going to look at this objectively, that's just the way that it's gone.
Sure, yeah.
And then in 2020, you had a Northern team blow out a Southern team, but then that Northern team got blown out by another Southern team the week later who beat a Northern team. Talking about Alabama beat Notre Dame and Ohio State. So, I mean, I couldn't be objective. It would be pure projection to say the North would win that battle.
Absolutely.
Could it happen? Sure, it could happen if you get the right matchups. But
right.
It's pure projection and saying, well, this is the year the North turns it around. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't be – I think the games would be competitive. I'd probably lean towards the Southern teams. It just would depend on who the matchups are.
Right.
So if we go with those 4 teams, I'd probably go with the South. I think Georgia and Bama – win, then it'd be who beats Notre Dame and whoever, and then Penn State and USC, or Penn State and Texas. If it's Texas, then I kind of like Penn State in that matchup. If it's USC, I like USC in that matchup against Penn State. That's kind of how I look at it. So probably the South, but it'd be more competitive than it would have been 5-6 years ago, for sure, Vince.
Gotcha.
That's not anything.
That's what I mean. My gut tells me South automatically,
Yeah.
just based on recent history, based on
Right.
the history period. I mean, that's just the way it is now.
There's more certainty with some of those Southern teams.
Absolutely.
We don't know how good Georgia is going
Right.
to be, but we know they're going to be pretty dang good.
Right. The North is going to have an opportunity to make a case, sure. But you're right.
Last year was the most competitive year the North had in the playoff.
Sure.
You had two Northern teams, one lost by 6, one lost by a point.
Right.
And both teams had the ball late in the game with a chance to win it and couldn't get it done. That's a lot more competitive than it was several years ago when it was Michigan State getting blown out, Notre Dame getting blown out,
right?
Ohio State getting blown out by Clemson 31-0. You know,
right?
It's a lot more competitive now than it has been. But 2021, Cincinnati and Michigan both got blown out. It just, you know, at least was more competitive this time around.
Garen Knutson, Mailbag, Mike Bravo. With society in general becoming more hostile towards one another, do you feel college football fans are getting worse with the advancement of social media, or are they the same? They just have a voice now.
Like I think
idiots. Yeah, they just have a voice.
I think that there's more platforms to show your stupidity nowadays.
Exactly. Yep.
And I think there are always people like that. Yes. They just, like you said, have a platform. I also still think that that's a minority group. And how I know that is this. How fans of other teams act on social media is not how the majority of fans that I run into when I go on the road act in person.
Agreed.
And it's not because, they're scared to act that tough in person. Yes, the people on social media are that. It's just that most people you see fans at games may be on Twitter, but they're on Twitter the way that you and I would be on Twitter if we had it. And that is, I follow like 5 news sites and that's it. Right? I don't engage in conversation. I don't tweet at people. I don't, and so they may have a Twitter account to follow the latest with their favorite team, but they're not on Twitter being the ones acting like morons.
Right.
And so those people tend to be the ones that kind of hide and act like, cowards and stay at their homes, but they're the small minority.
Right.
I've met some Georgia fans on Twitter that are just absolute buffoons. I have met a lot of Georgia fans in person and people that cover the team, and they're really cool people.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that came up here in 2017 were awesome. The ones that hosted us down there in 2019 were awesome. Just really kind people. Clemson fans in real life that I've met are really cool people, right? Some of the ones on Twitter, they actually have a pretty good Twitter fan base. Clemson does. Everyone has their idiots, Notre Dame included. The only fan bases that I found are just like they are on online in person is Ohio State and Michigan. I've met a lot of USC fans, and I've never had an issue with USC fans.
Right, me neither.
Now, maybe it's different if you live around them. Texas, when we went down there, really cool people. Because usually it's like more grown-ups where, social media is just like this buffoon who's, got an inferiority complex or mommy issues or whatever and just feels the need to just tear people down on Twitter. It's like, people that, you go to a celebrity's Twitter thing and every time they tweet something, like there's this host of just awful responses to them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these same people that sell out 90,000 seat stadiums of people that adore them. Well, the most people are the ones that adore them. It's the clowns who just feel good about trying to tear someone else down. That's not the majority of the country.
Right.
And so what I think is happening is I think that a lot of the society becoming more hostile towards it, I don't actually believe that to be true. I think that's trumped up by people who have a vested interest in us hating each other. That's what I think is true. I think there are people in power don't want the masses to realize we have a lot more in common than we thought we did. So they create these things of this person said this about you and this person is this and this person is that. And it's just this demonization of it, demonizing of if you don't, like it used to be, Vince, if I was a person on the right and your person on the left, we could have a debate over lunch and we would disagree and it might even get like kind of passionate. But then we shake hands and I pick up the tab this time, you pick up the tag, and that time we walk away and we're still friends.
Right.
Now it's like if I have a family member that doesn't like my politics, they literally won't speak to me anymore.
Right.
That's insane. It's insane to me.
Absolute insanity.
But I think that is because we've allowed outside forces to pit us against each other in ways that I don't think we really would be if we just would interact with people. And now because more and more people are not actually interacting with other people, we're now some people that live on social media. If you only live on social media, you think the world is just like on the verge of blowing up. But then you get out in the real world and you're like, man, there's a lot of cool people on there. we run a fundraiser to help feed the homeless, and we're hoping we can raise $2,000-$3,000, and we raise 11,
right?
Because there's a lot of really good people out there. It's just there's a grift out there on social media of people whose whole thing is, if people just had normal conversations, I'd be out of a job. My whole thing is the grift. And I think we buy into that more than we probably should. Yeah. And I think most college football fans that I've met face to face, with the exception of Columbus and Ann Arbor, are really good people. I've never had any issues with it. Now, that just may be my own anecdotal experience, Vince, but that's kind of how I've seen it. Like, the Ohio State thing was the worst experience I've ever had around fans. But I've met other Notre Dame fans who said, man, people at Ohio State really cool. Our experience was not such that.
No,
you know what I mean?
And that includes the law enforcement that was there too.
Right. So, I mean, I just think it's more of a social media thing than it is this is how people really are. And I think the biggest problem is we just don't get out there and engage with each other enough and realize, man, there are really good people out there, you know? So that's my 2 cents, Vince. Anything you want to add to that?
Nope, I'm with you. It's just there's a lot of, on social media, there's just a lot of I know there's a term for it, but like basically a safety in numbers. You see somebody complaining and being an idiot, and people jump in and they're an idiot. But again, it's a minority of the actual people that exist, and that that's the way it is with politics. That's the way it is with college football. Right. It's like, but those are the ones that we see. The political grifters on social media, I really want to punch them in the face on both sides. It's
100%, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm actually dislike the ones on my side of the aisle more. Because it's like, dude, you're supposed to be better than that. And like, you sound like a moron. Cry about how the other side acts like this. Well, dude, you're doing the same thing. Exactly. And I'm not one of those people that believes that you win by being as bad as the person that you dislike. I don't want to win that way, And yeah, the political grift is for real, and I despise it. But it works because that's what people vote for nowadays.
I know.
So sad.
Good morning, Irish, with the super chat. Thank you very much. I'm sure Pete Weber is actually Pete Weber. Who do you think you are? But what would your pen names be if you were joining this chat?
Well, mine, Vince, is whenever I joined message boards, it was always Coach D178. It was always mine.
Yep.
So,
and mine was always Knights 1121 because Knights was the mascot of my high school. 11 was my baseball number. 21 was my football number.
Mm-hmm.
Easy. It's not very original, but there it was. Beefeater ND08, thank you for the super chat. Follow up to Pete Weber's question. What would be the most humiliating song you could play when the visiting team enters Notre Dame Stadium?
Oh, man.
I don't want to humiliate anybody.
Yeah. I mean, it would have to be something Beefeater that would be specific to that program, right?
Sure.
Like some sort of thing happened, where like when Michigan played the chicken dance thing, remember that?
No.
Michigan played, I'm trying to remember what it was. Like Notre Dame and Michigan played, and I can't remember what, but Michigan played like the chicken song because they thought Notre Dame were being chickens because they want to play.
Oh, that's right. That's when the whole we're not going to play them anymore thing happened. I remember that.
All right, that's kind of pertinent to a certain thing happening at the time, right? Like, it would be something like that.
That's very petty for like a stadium operator to do something like that.
Yeah, but they do that, like they do. They do it in baseball.
They do it in baseball a lot, and it's funny. Like there are actually some pretty funny. I've seen some funny baseball stuff up there, like scoreboard operators and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I want to win a certain way, and and the only way I would do it is if it was like kind of funny.
Yeah,
if it was like it was being humorous, like
I don't want to be mean.
I don't want to humiliate them. It'd be more like funny. Like, oh, okay, I see how y'all got me.
Exactly.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I to me, sports is meant to be competitive and passionate. You talk trash, but it should be in fun. It should be in good fun.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Like I don't know if this is true, but I have friends that say that like, there's fights all the time in NFL stadiums. Like seriously, like if you were that like, if you can't control your liquor enough that you can't act a fool, then stop going out in public, right? But
exactly,
because like in some of the fights, I understand. Like, okay, this dude was disrespecting my woman, and I'm sorry, I'm a husband, I'm a man, and you do there's certain lines you can't cross, or it's got to be done. I hate to do it, but it's got to be done. maybe that's what's going on. Maybe. I mean, I know alcohol is related to it, but it's like, guys, it's a football game.
Right.
Right. Like, I love the passion, but, can we not be that? You don't see that a lot in college sports games, I don't think. I haven't seen it a lot anyway. I don't know that I've ever seen a fight at a college football game that I've been at anyway. Maybe I just didn't see it and it didn't get talked about, but I'm not trying to humiliate anybody that way. The only way I want to humiliate you is just we dominated you. Like I don't like when you sack a guy and you like, there's things you can do to celebrate that I like and things that you do that I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Right. Like, if you sack a guy and then you like roll your private parts all across his face. I'm like, well, what are we doing here?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not football. That's, but you get up and you're screaming and you're shouting and you're like, I'm on you all day, baby. And you want to talk trash. And like, that's a little different, but I don't know. That's just my thing, Vince. I'm probably wrong on that, but that's my stance.
Captain Veal Scalapini with another super chat. Thank you very, very much. Which neutral site or city would you like to see the Irish play in next year? One U.S. city, one international city. Grazie mille.
I don't know what that means, Vince, because I'm married to an Italian, but I don't speak Italian.
I don't speak Italian either, but I know grazie is thank you. So
yeah,
we'll go with that. Thanks a lot.
I mean, I've said this before. I don't really care about playing a game over internationally. I don't. I mentioned Mexico City. Somebody said like the elevation's too high, whatever. I think the one that's always made the most sense for Notre Dame is Rome. But again, I don't care to play in Rome. If I had to pick one, that would probably be it, I guess. I don't – that'd be it. U.S. City, I'm trying to think of a game that they had – a place they haven't played.
Gone.
I mean, they've played in Miami, all the big cities. One that I've always thought – I thought it'd be cool to have like a Shamrock Series game in Arrowhead.
Okay.
Like I think that'd be cool. Maybe one in St. Louis, but they don't. There's no pro team in St. Louis. I don't even know if they have a football field there anymore, right? Because the Rams are now in LA, so I don't know about that. But like, I've always thought it'd be pretty cool to have a neutral field game against like Oklahoma or Texas in Arrowhead. That'd be pretty cool. And then of course, playing somebody in the Rose Bowl would be pretty cool too. And like if there's a neutral field game,
where they haven't gone very much is the Pacific Northwest. How about like going out to Seattle, playing in Seattle Stadium?
Well, the problem is like that. Who would you play?
No, I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, because like it's like you're going to Washington's backyard and you can't play. I mean, you wouldn't play Washington there because they're in that same city. Yeah, I get that. Like, I guess I don't really view the Pacific Northwest as like a huge recruiting ground for Notre Dame. Although Tobias Merriweather, Kavari Russell, they've got some guys from there. Yeah, that'd be one.
I don't know.
I don't know if there's like a huge Notre Dame presence out there. Yeah, Seattle would be interesting.
I don't know.
But I guess the other part too is we've seen them play in Seattle. When they play Washington, they've played in Seattle.
Right.
It's been a while though.
It's been a while.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't think Kelly ever went out there, did he? I don't think Notre Dame's. I don't think Notre Dame. I know that I don't think Notre Dame and Washington have played since Brian Kelly. I know they played a couple times under Charlie. Because you remember the Anthony Fasano pass with the little kid and all that kind of stuff they talked about. I know they played there in 2008 for sure. 2009 was the last time they played. That was in South Bend. And then on 2008, they played out in Washington. And then 2005, they played out in Washington. And Notre Dame, by the way, is 8-0 all time against Washington.
Okay.
They beat them twice in the 40s, twice in the 90s, 4 times in the 2000s. In the closest game, Notre Dame beat them by 7 in 2009. And then the next closest game was 8 back in 95. And then the next closest game after that was 19. So they haven't been overly competitive. 46-0, 27-7, 29-21, 54-20, 38-3, 36-17, 33-7, and 37-30. So that's been a series they've pretty much dominated.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just trying to think outside the box and like big cities that they haven't really gone to. You know what I mean?
The reason I kind of like Arrowhead is I feel like it's like in the middle of a couple fan bases. Like Washington's kind of like we're all going up to Washington. You know what I mean? Like unless you were going to play the Huskies, and then it's like at least it's their home field. But yeah, I get that one. I get the Seattle one. I get the appeal of Seattle. I get that. I just feel like there's a college team there.
Sure.
Like there's not a college team in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's a college team in Seattle. Isn't the University of Washington in Seattle?
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah. Like we're in Kansas City, there's not there's a Missouri and Kansas State, but they're not in Kansas City, right? So I guess that's kind of the way I look at it.
I got you.
So, like, I don't know. Who knows?
I'm with you on Rome. I don't know if they even have,
Yeah.
well, they've got soccer, obviously, so they just turn that into a football field. So
that's kind of like, isn't that what they did in Ireland, right? Soccer field, right?
Yeah. Fullback dive. Great play, by the way. You have to play Globo Gym in dodgeball for the deed to Irish breakdown. What team of 8 Notre Dame quarterbacks or wide receivers are you assembling? Remember the 5 Ds: dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
All right. So, I mean, you
want guys with hoses.
You want quarterbacks with strong arms that are athletic.
Yes, correct.
Right. And you want them to be smaller because you want them to be easier to avoid targets. Like, I don't want Brady Quinn because he's a 6'4" strapping guy. He's a bigger target. I don't want Deshaun Kaiser for the same exact reason. So, my quarterbacks will be Tony Rice, Everett Golson, Malik Zaire, and Ian Book. Those would probably be my 4, right? Okay. Smaller guys, athletic guys, good hands, can avoid things, can throw pretty well. Maybe Jarius Jackson instead of Ian Book. And we're taking them all in their primes, right?
Right,
absolutely. So I'd go 4 quarterbacks, and then my receivers would be Tim Brown, Rocket Ismail. I'm going to count Ricky Waters because I can, and then Golden Tate. Those are probably my 4 receivers. Maybe Will Fuller, but see, Will Fuller didn't always have the greatest hands. So, want him dropping one of those, and now he's out, right?
I've got one
guys can catch too. So those are my 4 receivers.
I don't know who I'm taking out.
Those all smaller guys. Now those guys are really big.
No, I get it, and I'm. This is a bigger guy, and and I'm fine with that. But I'm bringing in Jeff Samardzija because he's also a pitcher.
Yeah, he's got a strong arm, but he's a bigger target.
He's a bigger target, but he's got a hose.
I get that. I can see that. Which of the receivers would you take out? Ricky Waters?
Probably just because you kind of cheated with him. You didn't cheat, but you know what I mean.
He was a starting wide receiver.
I know.
Championship team. What do you mean I cheated? He played running back for like 1 year, full year at Notre Dame.
I know. I just think of him as a running back because I never
last
really
time Notre Dame won a title, what position did Ricky Waters play?
Well, he probably played wide receiver. Is what
he definitely played wide receiver. He was a starting wide receiver for Notre Dame in 1988.
And I never watched him play wide receiver at Notre Dame, so I'm going to pull the Brian and be like, well, I only ever saw him as a running back.
Very fair. Very fair. Very fair. But yeah, they're all smaller guys, all quick guys, all guys with good hands, and that's what my team. Because, I know, the movie Dodgeball, there are all these big guys. I'm like, you're a bigger target. That just doesn't even make any sense, right? You want guys that can move.
Vince Vaughn's like 6'5".
Yeah. Still a hilarious movie. Impractical as it may be, it's a very, very funny movie.
They're coming out with Dodgeball too, buddy. So
seriously,
yes.
Goodness. Some things just should, like Anchorman. I had such high hopes for Anchorman 2, and it was so stupid. It wasn't even dumb. It was stupid.
Yeah,
and not like a good stupid. It was like I turned it off like 30 minutes in. I was like, this is just not even funny. It's just stupid.
Rob Osgood, with all the conference shifting, if Notre Dame could create their own conference, who would you invite to join?
That is a good one.
We definitely talked about this. This is a show.
We have. And so now, number one, I would not have my rival in my conference. I like a nice rivalry that's out of conference. It doesn't have to be. Some of the best rivalries are in conference, but I just have always kind of liked like Florida State, out of conference, Notre Dame, USC out of conference. So I'd want Notre Dame. And again, mine's going to kind of look like the Big East, right? We've talked about this. Like if I was starting a conference, I would kind of have a Big East type of conference. So I've talked about Notre Dame, Penn State, Miami. I would want like BC. I would want Pitt. I would kind of want like that Northeastern type of thing. Those would definitely be teams that would be in my league for sure. Notre Dame, Penn State, Miami, Boston College, Pitt.
Now, are you going mega conference and going?
No, I'm against mega conferences. Okay. So this would be thing of like if Notre Dame could like wheel and deal in a way to poach from the big conferences that allows them to kind of start their own conference. And then it would be like a normal conference. I would go 12 teams, 6 teams in a division.
Okay.
Right. And so like I'd have like the Northern Division, which would have Notre Dame. It would have BC. It would have Pitt. It would have Penn State, as I said before. I'd have to kind of think about who my other 2 would be.
Northwestern?
No.
Okay.
And then my Southern would be like Miami. I would want because again, I'm going to look, if the ACC is going to die, then I'm going to be the one to kill it, but I'm going to use these teams more effectively than they did. I would want to get North Carolina. I would want to get Duke. I would want to get those teams in my league. The only Southern team that I would consider poaching, like academic, I would look at Vanderbilt. I would look at Vandy as being in that Southern conference. So those 4 for sure. You've got Miami in there. If Florida State wants out of the SEC, let's go get Florida State. Put them in the Southern Conference as well.
Because they're going to all be driven by money. So you can get good money with this.
And then I'd go UVA.
Okay.
UVA. That'd be my 6. Sorry, Virginia Tech, you're out.
No,
I'd have to think of who my 2 northern teams would be at that point in time. And so let me see here. Because I think there was another question about this down here that I thought was
Michigan State. Go get them.
Yeah. So yeah, Michigan State. You know what? We're going to screw over the Big Ten and take one of our rivals. I dig it, Vince. I dig it. I'd want to get them, and then trying to think of another kind of a northern to northeastern team that I think would make a lot of sense. I mean, you could look at like a Syracuse, because we got to have some basketball strength. You know, we got to have a little bit of basketball strength in it. Maybe a UConn for that same reason.
Well, Georgetown doesn't play football.
Yeah, well, they do. They play at the FCS level.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably actually go UConn in that regard, because then I would.
Well, that's going to strengthen your basketball side.
Yeah,
Notre
Dame, and especially in women's basketball too. You'd have Notre Dame and UConn. Mm-hmm. That was a great rivalry. I mean, because it was a genuine rivalry because both teams won games,
right?
In that, because didn't Notre Dame beat UConn in their first year? I know they beat Purdue.
They had
in
to go through
a game.
They had to go through them,
right? Yeah. That was the Ruth Riley, Niall Ivy year. What
the championship game they beat Purdue? I know that.
Yeah, right. Notre Dame.
I don't know what their path was.
I'm pretty sure they beat UConn in the Final Four. I could be wrong in that, but I thought that they did.
I know.
I'll have to look at their schedule again.
What is her name? The one where she hit the big shot 2 times in a row.
Arike
Ogunbowale. So I believe the first shot was to beat UConn, and then I can't remember who they beat in the title, but I believe that was the Final Four game.
Yeah. So I'm trying to find here. So I believe that they beat Notre Dame, beat Vandy in the Elite 8. And then Notre Dame beat UConn 90-75. So the year that they beat Purdue, they did beat UConn in that. And then the next time that Notre Dame was runners-up, that would be in 2012. They lost to Stanford, I believe, right? No, they lost to Baylor. And then Notre Dame beat UConn in overtime. And then I think the next year, UConn, or was it South Carolina that beat Notre Dame? Hold on a second. Then UConn beat Notre Dame the next year. I know they had like a stretch where they played each other in the Final Four a lot. Yeah, UConn beat Notre Dame the next year. And then the next season, Notre Dame was runner-up again. I think the two of the next that they were runners-up the next 2 years. And 1 year they lost to UConn in 2014. And then the next year, they lost to UConn again. So UConn beat them back-to-back years. I think that was the Schuyler stretch, right? And then the year that Notre Dame was the national champs, as you said, they beat because who was it? They beat Mississippi State in the championship, right? But they beat UConn in the semis.
Sounds right. Yeah,
right?
That sounds right.
And then the next year, when Notre Dame lost to Baylor by a point, they beat UConn in the Final Four again.
There you go.
So, I mean, for 20 years, they had a great rivalry. Now, there was a stretch where UConn dominated, but they dominated everybody during that one stretch.
Right. Oh, yeah.
But even some great UConn teams, Notre Dame beat them in the Final Four multiple times. And you'd get that. And then, of course, men's basketball, UConn's back to being a great men's basketball program.
Sure.
So I'd consider that, because you got to be thinking about basketball a little bit, especially if I'm doing it my way. So, and then here's one from Captain Veal Scalapini. BD, no love for Mile High Stadium. Well, there's not really a Mile High Stadium anymore. It's now like, I don't know what it is. It wasn't Vesco at Mile High.
Yeah, it's something,
it was
something at Mile High.
So it's not really Mile High Stadium anymore.
Yeah.
The reason I would say no to Denver is because, for me, there's some strategy involved in this where you're playing. There's some recruiting strategy for me. And Colorado just doesn't produce much talent. So, I mean, that'd be cool for me, because I could go back to Denver and visit my old seminary, visit some of my old friends, and my wife's mother lives there and all that kind of stuff. So she's always hitting me up for Built Bars, so I could take her big package of Built Bars with me out there. But it wouldn't do a lot for Notre Dame at that point in time. So, and here was the other question, Vince, that was kind of related to that I wanted to get to.
All right. Just Brady talking. Brian, after a turn of events, you get Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and Jeff Bezos to help fund your own Power 5 conference. What teams do you go after to try and restore balance into college football?
So that's kind of the divisions. The one that I just picked, I don't know that restores balance the way that things are currently instituted.
Sure.
I think the only way to restore balance the way things are currently instituted is if you're able to pick off big market teams. You'd have to look at that. So like when I'm looking at this and I'm looking at like the league that you and I came up with, right? So we said Notre Dame, Boston College, Pitt, Penn State, UConn, and who was the sixth one that we said? Michigan State. And then the South, it's Virginia, Florida State, Vandy, Miami, North Carolina, and Duke. The North Carolina teams bring some market value, and Miami brings some markets, but not the ones that are needles and movers and shakers in college football. There's not the SEC market. And so the one that would be great for football. And if I had, my whole thing is if I had Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and Jeff Bezos help me to fund my own Power 5 conference, I mean, you'd have to kind of look at it a little bit differently. You'd have to make decisions that are going to weaken those other conferences.
Right.
You'd have to be more strategic. So, instead of Penn State, I'd maybe want to steal Ohio State. And get them out of that division.
Sure.
So you'd say, hey, look, let me steal from the Big Ten enough, but then you also got to be smart that you don't steal from them so much that you then kill them the way that they're killing. So it'd be like, okay, I'm going to weaken the Big Ten by taking Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State, USC, and you're like, well, dude, now you're doing to them what you're pissed about them doing to the Pac-12 and the ACC. It's like, okay, fair point. You'd have to bring enough to where it hurts them and helps you build up to where you can be on par with them, but not that you destroy them. And that's the problem that's going on is all these moves are not just meant to help them, but I don't think the Big Ten is acting to intentionally destroy the Pac-12. I don't think the SEC necessarily wants to destroy the ACC. It's just a byproduct of their own attempts to maximize their profit value.
So it's the byproduct of their
correct. Greed. And so they just don't care who they hurt in the process, which I don't like. And so to me, I think if I had that kind of money, I would not be wasting. If I had those three cats were giving me money, first of all, I'd tell Bill Gates to take his money and shove it up his. And so then I would kind of deal with some other people, that I'd replace him with I don't know, somebody else, Peter Thiel or something. But if I had that kind of money, I would say, I don't want to just start a Power 5 conference. Let's go all in. Let's start a football league for college sports. And we're going to basically say, here's how it's going to work. It's exactly what I've laid out before. You want to be part of this league. We're doing a rev share, right? And so I would want to take all these teams and say, we're going to do a balanced rev share. We're going to do it this way. We're going to get back to figuring out ways to make academics matter again. We're going to make all the leagues. We're going to go back to the way it used to be. We're going to go back to the Southwest Conference, the Big 8, the Pac-8, the Big 10, the ACC, the SEC. If you want to be independent, you can be independent because it doesn't matter. Being in a conference doesn't matter anymore. And I think if there was a rev share where every team in the Power 5 got the same amount of money, I'd be willing to bet you that Penn State would want to go back to being an independent.
Oh yeah,
because they were. I mean, I don't think Florida State has a burning desire to be in the SEC. I think Florida State just wants to make more money.
Absolutely,
they were an independent for a long time. They won their first national championship as an ACC team, but they were fresh out of being an independent. They were an independent like in the 88, 89, right? They didn't join the ACC till like 90, 91, something like that, right? So to me, and Miami was still an independent in the late 80s, early 90s before they jumped to the Big East in like 91 or 92, somewhere around there. So, but those were all being done for money. And if there wasn't that need, then maybe some of these teams want to go back to being independent. They want to be able to play all over the country the way that they used to. I would say, in that instance, okay, let's get rid of independence, right? Let's bring the Big East back. And maybe you say, hey, Notre Dame, you got to pick a league. Okay, cool. In this new format, you put them in the Big East, something like that, Vince, right? Like to where now it's like, so we've got this really cool football operation. We're going to have a 12-team playoff. Champions get X amount of bids, but you have to be ranked at least such and such to get an automatic. So there's no automatic bids. Your champion gets an automatic bid if they end the season ranked in the top 10. they're in, right? And then you can figure it out after that. But now we're going back to the old conferences, and now the other sports can just be the Southwest Conference teams. It's almost all Texas, and the travels makes way more sense, and it just would make so much more sense. And then the Mountain, if you wanted to make the Mountain West a thing, okay, well, we could maybe make the Power 5 bigger. And, but, to me, it's kind of like those teams are probably – some of those teams are going to be left out. So maybe Utah stays in the Mountain West, and Boise, and some of those teams, maybe Utah's in the Mountain West instead of being in the Big 12 or the Pac-12, because they were a Mountain West team for a long time. So, I mean, there would be a lot of things to work out, but I wouldn't want to just do my own Power 5 conference. I would want to run college football. And part of what I would do is make a rev share amongst Power 5 teams, and then I have a rev share amongst Group of 5 teams, but it'd be smaller. And I would want to control, hey, if you want to be part of this as a TV network, you understand that money you're giving us is going to be spread out amongst all the teams. And I would want to do it that way. And so I would rather if I had those cats backing me, that's what I would do, as opposed to it. Because otherwise, the only way to make a Power 5 conference on my own is to do to those other conferences what I don't like to do. You have to poach them to the point where I've taken away their ability to survive as it currently stands. And I'm not a big fan of that. I'd rather just put it all back together the way it used to be, but with more of a sense of doing right by because I don't want it to go back the way it used to be, because then it was a greedy system where all the money was in the hands of a small group of people, and the schools and the players and all that weren't getting it. It's like, I like the structure the way it used to be, the smaller leagues and more regionally oriented, with a better understanding of, we're going to take this money and we're going to make sure that everybody's getting a piece of the pie. So,
you know how much fun that would be? Just sit down at a big table with all the schools, like on a map, and just, conference. Like that would, oh my gosh.
Right. And I'm not paying players. Collectives can do certain things. I'm setting rules at X amount. NIL, the way it's meant to be, is a thing for me in my new league. It's absolutely a thing for me. Collectives can give you if you're going to give money as a collective, it has to be the same amount to every player on scholarship. And then there's a certain amount you can give to walk-ons, and it's maxed out for every school.
Sure.
NIL money can be its own thing. Schools are going to start investing more money into things like things for players when they get out of college. We're going to pay, because that's one of the things I did like in one of the bills that was proposed, is you have to make sure that you're providing for like medical care for players a certain amount of time. I've always talked about that, Vince, as an important thing. A kid has a bum shoulder and all these injuries, and then once he's done playing for you, it's kind of like, well, good luck, kid. All the best to you. It's like, well, that kid's got all those issues because he played football for you, because he sacrificed himself for you. We're going to take care of those kids, right? There'd be a lot of things that I would say, we're going to take care of these players without making them employees. And there's going to be opportunities for them to get money. They're going to get money from the collectives. It's just going to be, they're just not going to be employees. And there's going to be caps on the collect. I'm not a big fan of capping NIL. I think that's a bad idea.
Sure.
I am a fan of capping just payouts from collectives, because those aren't NIL related. Those are just, I'm just giving you money because you're a good running back.
Right. Exactly.
NIL and money coming from collective should be two different things. Right. And so it's like, look, every player is going to make X amount from the collectives. That's a baseline. Now, if you're a star quarterback and a company values you as worth $5 million over the course of your career, $1.25 million a year, because you're going to be on my billboards, you're going to cut a couple commercials for me, you're going to do, you have to be at like one signing event a year at my dealership, and blah 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 blah. And you think I'm worth $1.25 million a year, 5 years over 4 years? Boom, let's do it.
Yeah.
As long as there's a goods and being exchanged here.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Not just give me 500,000 so you sign.
Right.
And then there's, just you show up at one thing, and no, that's not worth that. You would not pay anybody else $500,000 to just show up at one signing one day. You're not. You're buying a player. Yeah, exactly. You have money. You can just buy it. Right. And I don't believe in that. And I don't think we're teaching young people any lessons there. So that's kind of some of the different things that I would do, Vince. It would, it would be very different. But that's what I would do, and it would make it more regional. I want it to get back to the regional aspects of football again, man. That where you actually have a rivalry that
that means
makes
something.
Sense.
Where you might have like split allegiances in a house, like it's
right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Oh well, never gonna happen.
Oh well. Beefeater ND08, thank you for the super chat. I find the argument academic fit or culture should be a consideration in choosing a conference nonsensical. Every school is its own entity and ecosystem.
I strongly disagree with that. First of all, every school is not its own entity and ecosystem. I mean, literally, state schools are part of the same ecosystem. I mean,
Correct.
It's the University of North Carolina - Chapel Hill, because there's also the University of North Carolina - Charlotte, the University of North Carolina / insert. They're all part of the same ecosystem. So no, they're not their own entity. That's literally just not true. Now, private schools are, but literally Ohio State is in the same ecosystem as every other state public school in Ohio. They're all under the same umbrella. There's a reason that UCLA had to go through certain kind of,
they had to jump through some hoops, man.
Where USC didn't, because the school system the regions had to vote on it, because they're not their own thing. And also, I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, we are this way and we want to be around people that are like that as well, that value that as well. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
So to say it's nonsensical, you can disagree with it and say, hey, I don't care about that. I just care about what's best athletically. That's fine. But to call it nonsensical, if you're going to do that, that's cool, but at least be factual with the reason that you think it's nonsensical. Notre Dame is its own entity and ecosystem. University of North Carolina is not. UCLA is not. Arizona is not. They are part of a system of schools that includes Arizona State and others. They're all part of the same ecosystem.
Right.
And so, no, it's just not it's factually not accurate. So again, you can disagree with it. You don't have to agree with me that it should be part of the fit, but
here's what I would
call it
say.
Nonsensical just seems like a really bad argument. And it's very short-sighted.
It's very clear that with these expanding conferences and all of that part of the argument is starting to go away, and they're not taking that into account.
100%.
Okay. I agree with that part of it. It's wrong. I don't like it, because look at how the conferences were put together in the first place. That was a huge factor, was academic fit and culture. Huge factor.
In geography.
Absolutely. But it's going away. I agree with you. But that doesn't make it nonsensical. That just
doesn't mean
means
it's
that
good.
money is trumping it, and it's not good. So
doesn't mean it's good. Here's the other thing about this too, Vince, is what are these things? When we talk about Ohio State, ultimately, what is it? It is not a football team. It's a football team that is part of an academic institution.
Exactly.
I mean, we forget that sometimes. These are still academic institutions.
Right.
Now, some of them don't take academics as serious as others, but they're still academic institutions. And as long as we continue to accept that sports should be different and not stand by it, then that's a big part of the problem. And that's been true for a long time. We should still actually care about developing people. I know that we don't in our society now. It's like, it's just football, it's just sports, whatever. I mean, so many fans just like, once a kid graduates, I don't care. He's serving my man. That's sad to me.
You're right.
We should still care about what kind of young people are we developing? What are we leaving the next generation? What are we teaching the next generation? Every generation has something to teach the next generation. The problem is sometimes what we have to teach is not good.
Well, there's a fact.
And some of our generation and older, like the problem with the greed going on now is not the greed of the 18, 19, 20-year-old players. It's the greed of the older people that grew up in the era where making money was, that's it. Right. So capitalism. No, this isn't capitalism. This is not at all capitalism. What we're seeing now. And it's like, but we grew up in the 80s on Dallas and all these other things. It's where, it's just like, no, that's not what we should be leaving the next generation, but it is. And it's sad and unhealthy. And yet another tangent that I've gone on today, which is probably why our numbers have dropped like 150 in the last hour.
Oh, I haven't even paid any attention to that. Yeah, you're not wrong now that I'm looking at it.
Too many rants today.
It's all good.
All right, let's see here. Let's get to a couple quick ones here, Vince, because we're going to have to wrap up here in the next 10 minutes because you've got another show to do.
You're darn right. You're darn tootin'. Doubleheader. John Leahy, do you think Drew Pine will start at Arizona State? I don't know anything about that.
I haven't paid any. I would think he's got a shot. I don't know who else is in the competition other than Jaden Rashada. So I honestly couldn't tell you.
And
I think they just started camp yesterday. Yeah. So, John, that will probably have a better answer for you as we get closer to the season. I haven't really dove into necessarily what that's going to look like just yet. But yeah, he's going to have a shot. Do I think he will? I can't say that. Do I think he's going to be in the battle? Absolutely. I hope he wins it. I like Drew.
I do
think
too.
Drew's a great kid. Notre Dame wasn't going to win a championship with Drew Pine. But I think he's an awesome kid. So, yeah. This is a good one, Vince. I'm curious to hear your answer on this one. I want to ask this one first.
Okay.
So this is with the premise that Notre Dame joins the ACC. Okay. So Tim B asked, what teams would you most want to join the ACC with Notre Dame, and which are most likely if they were the course they chose? So I don't know about likely, because there's not likely that any of them would join the ACC. But let's just say, like you said, you had the power to join the ACC as Notre Dame and take somebody with you. Who would that be?
Because they'd have to come in twos, because you got to be an even number, right?
Correct.
So it would have to be a deuce.
In football, you do.
Right.
They don't in basketball, but in football, you do.
So the ACC has not proven that they want to go coast to coast. So I'm not going to do that. Okay. Right. I think the most logical choice, and it would also harm the Big Ten to a degree, I'm taking Penn State.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Because
it makes geographic sense. You got Pitt right there, BC, exactly. Syracuse. So you kind of have that northern, you'd have a true
actually
ACC
have a
North
rivalry.
Yeah, I know.
Essentially in the ACC.
You'd have several. You'd have Pitt.
Right.
You'd have a true ACC North now. Yeah. Right. So you'd have a 16-team league. Notre Dame would be in the North. Penn State would be in the North. Syracuse would be in the North. Pitt would be in the North. Boston College would be in the North. I mean, you could have a true North. You could even bring Virginia and Virginia Tech up, depending on who else would be left.
Right.
And then you'd have an ACC South, and it would make more sense regionally.
Yep.
I mean, because then in football, maybe it doesn't matter as much, but in basketball, I'm like, you're going to play the teams in your division more times than you play the teams in the other division, because that just makes more sense from a travel standpoint.
Sure.
Right. I'm not going to make North Carolina's basketball team make 2 trips up to, Notre Dame or whatever, where they may play 2 games, or, I mean, however you want to schedule it. So you're going to play more teams in your division than the teams in the other division, which means less far travel. So I would do something like that, because honestly, for as much hate as the SEC gets, even with Texas and Oklahoma, it's dumb, but they're still way more geographically sound than what the Big Ten is right now.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. At least everyone in their division is still south.
Right. The Big Ten proved long ago that they didn't care about geography when they brought
numbers,
Penn State and Rutgers. And you know what I mean? Like that made no sense. Rutgers doesn't belong.
Penn State makes sense geographically.
Yeah, more so than like
on the state of Ohio, but Rutgers makes no sense. I mean, there's no reason to have Rutgers in there. Like Nebraska didn't make much sense to me.
That's true. I still think of Nebraska as a Big 12 team.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what city is in Nebraska? It's in Lincoln, Nebraska, right?
It's in Lincoln.
So, what's the most? I mean, Iowa, I believe, is the most western, right? And then Iowa, University of Iowa is in what? It's in Des Moines. Is it in Des Moines or Iowa City?
Oh boy, I'm not sure. Iowa City, I think, but I'm not 100% on that.
University of Iowa. I can't remember. I know one of them. Let's see here. University of Iowa is in where? Come on now, Iowa City. So okay. I believe if my remembrance of the map of the United States is correct.
Okay.
And it's been a minute. I believe Iowa is the most western team in the Big Ten, right?
Yeah.
Nebraska.
Until next year. Yeah.
Yeah. Nebraska is still 4.5-hour drive west of Iowa. So, I mean, that's getting out there, but that still makes way more sense.
Oh, yeah.
Than what we're seeing now. But yeah, I would, Penn State's the pick for me too, Vince. It would just make a lot of sense.
They need to get out
of the northern north. And it's kind of coastal. I mean, you're still Notre Dame's not coastal, but you're already kind of in it.
No.
We're on the coast of Lake Michigan, right? But
that's true.
Is it Lake Michigan or Lake Superior? It's Lake
Michigan. It's
Lake Michigan. Here. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that would be the one. I like that. It wouldn't hurt the Big Ten as much, but it would at least take a team away and give the ACC a little bit of a big fan base two big fan bases to build around.
Okay, from Brian Swint. Any chance the ACC and remaining Pac-12 come together and merge both conferences into one? Clearly, geography is no longer an obstacle, and I hate this.
I mean, it would literally be them saying, we're going to form this mega conference and literally just be the ACC division and the Pac-12 division, and that would make no sense. Look, the problem with those two teams coming together is that who would you sign with?
Yeah.
Right? Like you'd have the same TV problem now is the ACC has a bad TV contract. The Pac-12 doesn't even have a TV contract. So them merging, what does that accomplish? There's still no TV deal that's there. So it wouldn't fix anything. So, I mean, like, it's like when they decided to join, the joining was just going to be, we're going to play each other and help each other out. But that went nowhere. It was just a piece of paper, essentially. A statement that meant nothing. It had no backing. Nothing came of it, really. And, of course, we've seen what the Big Ten has now done to the Pac-12. So you'd still be in the same problem of, okay, now you've merged the bad TV deal from the ACC and the bad TV deal from the Pac-12. The dollar amount doesn't change. The number of schools in the division conferences don't change. So the problem doesn't go away. So the only way for the ACC or the Pac-12 to survive is to somehow be able to get a TV deal that helps you survive, or B, to be able to add teams to your league, your current league, that somehow boosts your value. Like, that would be it. You know, let's say that the new leaders at USC, because the AD's gone, and I think other than the president, most of the people involved in that decision are gone, I believe is what I read in the Pete Thamel article yesterday. Let's say those new leaders say, you know what, we hate this. We're not going to let this. We've been in this league for 100 years. We're not going to let this die just because of money. We're getting out. Well, you're going to have to pay X amount of dollars. That's cool. We have it. We have some big boosters. We're going to raise it. We're out. We're going to save the Pac-12. I mean, it would take something like that to save the Pac-12, in my opinion. I just don't. With Oregon and Washington bouncing, I just don't see how. You just took Seattle out of your equation. And now because they're bouncing, now there's no motivation for Arizona and Arizona State to stay in the Pac-12.
Right.
So I mean, so now you're going to take that market out, and it's just going to die. Combining force with the ACC does nothing to fix what's broken.
Agreed.
The ACC was
how much value, like from a TV standpoint, right? How much value does the remaining Pac-12 teams even give you?
The Pac-12 didn't even have any value before USC and UCLA left, because at the end of the day, you could say, well, the leadership of Larry Scott, he was a horrible commissioner, and this new guy's been every bit as bad. But here's the reality of it: part of the problem they've had is there's no like, the fan bases are just sort of apathetic and small.
Yeah. I
mean, like the whole thing with the Pac-12 network. If the fan bases were up in arms about not being able to get access to those games by big numbers, like, well, could you imagine if the TV, like Direct TV and all those, because they wouldn't carry the Pac-12 network, they wouldn't bring it on. If you, like, let's say the SEC had its own network and the cable companies wouldn't air SEC games, could you imagine the outrage that would happen? They would reverse course like that.
Right.
And could you imagine if, like, the TV companies in Ohio said, we're not going to carry Ohio State games? Could you imagine the revolt that would happen? And the Pac-12, they're like, all right, cool, bro. I'm going surfing. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't care. You don't have that hunger for sports, period. Especially, it's very much a pro sports. California especially is a pro sports state. It's just not the thirst for college sports the way that it used to be out there. And so that's part of the reason that the markets just aren't. There's some big, quote unquote, TV markets in the Pac-12. San Francisco's a pretty good sized TV market, but nobody gives a crap about college football up there.
Exactly.
So it's not really a big market, you know? So that's the problem, Vince. And so now you've lost. Once you lost LA, it was kind of inevitable.
Yeah.
That if they didn't make some really shrewd moves, that this could have happened. I won't call it inevitable, but it was going to require some saving. And I just think the new guy didn't realize what he was getting himself into and continued the poor policies of Larry Scott. But
now it's too late.
If fans in the Pac-12 actually cared about Pac-12 sports, this wouldn't have happened.
Right.
Because why is the SEC the way that it is? What's the big TV markets? Is Tuscaloosa, Alabama, a big TV market? Is Gainesville, Florida, a big TV market? Is Auburn, Alabama, a big TV market? Atlanta, the Bulldogs in Athens. Athens isn't. They got Atlanta. Okay, cool. I'll give you that. No, it's because it's no matter where. It's not the South is a giant TV market for college football. Exactly. It's a rabid fan base down there.
Right.
And so you just don't have. If you had the same passion out west for college sports as you have in the Southeast, guess what? Or in Ohio or Michigan, we wouldn't be in this problem.
Right.
I don't think anyway. So at some point in time, the fans of those programs have to say, you know what? We just don't care. That's what it comes down to.
Tim B, what schematic changes would you most like to see this year's offense and defense? That's a loaded question.
Offensively, it would be, again, more RPOs. That's the one big
Sure.
thing, and a more diverse run game. We've talked about that before.
Yep.
Defensively, just a little bit more disguise pre-snap, less volume post-snap is what I'm a big fan of that. As a quarterback, that's one of the hardest things for me is when you don't do a whole lot of different coverages, you may only do 3 or 4 coverages, but you can run every single coverage out of every single look. I have to really look hard to find your tells.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's tough.
Like that.
And that's where you start thinking, okay, I think they're going robber here.
And that's where you make mistakes.
Bingo. Or no, they're not robbing here. I think that guy's on his heels. And then you throw a quick in cut to a robber coverage, and it's like, oops. That's what I would do.
When mistakes happen, baby.
Yep. Let me go through a couple here, Vince, because we got to get out of here. Here's the one I wanted to get to about USC.
All right, from Scott Hoyland, hot take: USC drops Notre Dame as an opponent because they will have too many Midwest games after moving to the Big Ten.
How would you feel about that, Vince? Because I would be fine with that. If USC wants to do that, I'd be like, whatever.
I'd be pissed.
Like,
I would not be happy.
I would be
the one rivalry I want to keep.
I would be pissed at them from the same standpoint of I'm pissed at them joining the Big Ten. But I just kind of feel like I've lost so much respect for USC over the last year over this whole thing. Like, you're meant to be the leader. Right. And you took a money grab to go play second fiddle to Ohio State and Michigan in the Big Ten. That's what's going to happen.
They'll never be higher than Michigan and Ohio State.
No, not in the hierarchy of the Big Ten and decision-making and all that kind of stuff. Because, like, what we're hearing now is USC and UCLA didn't want the other West Coast teams. But you know what? They were stupid enough to not negotiate that into the contract. So at the end of the day, they have no say. They can complain about it all they want, but they have no power.
Right.
If Ohio State and Michigan put their foot down and said, we do not want Washington and Oregon, guess what? Washington and Oregon ain't coming.
Exactly.
But it doesn't matter the USC and UCLA don't want Washington and Oregon because you have no authority. You're not one of our schools. We're just taking advantage of you because we like your TV market. We think it's pretty. Right. We want to hang out with it.
Yeah, no, those are good points. I would be very disappointed.
Yeah,
though.
But I'm already disappointed in that rivalry because it's like with what USC has done. I just and so if they made that decision, I'd be like typical. And be ready to move on. To be honest with you, I'm so over at this point in time. Now I may have a different reaction if it actually happened, but yeah, I could see it happening. I mean, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
There's nothing.
If they're going to throw the Pac-12 away like trash, do you think they're really going to like value wanting to keep Notre Dame? We got to play Ohio State and Michigan every other year. Like,
as soon as we got the news, the USC and UCLA were going to the Big Ten, which I thought was fake news when it first came out. I was like, "There's no way. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." As soon as that became reality, I believe whatever anybody tells me. Like anything is possible. You know what I mean?
Like, they already have to travel into the Midwest enough. Why do we need to keep doing that every other year to Notre Dame? I would. Matter of fact, I'd be more surprised if USC made a long-term commitment to Notre Dame than I would be if they dropped Notre Dame. I really would. It would not surprise me one bit if USC said, "Hey, with everything going on, like who do you think USC is more loyal to?" Long term, the Pac-12 or Notre Dame? Well, they were in the Pac-12 for 100 years, Vince.
That's true.
They haven't been playing NotreAme for 100 years.
Close.
Right?
Pretty close.
They've been in the Pac-12 since I think, trying to think, is 19. When did USC? I'm going to go look this up. It's longer than they've been playing Notre Dame. So just let me look this up real quick because I like to be accurate on this stuff. USC joined in 1928. So that would be what? That'd be around the time they started playing Notre Dame, right?
I was going to say, yeah.
So Notre Dame and USC wins Wikipedia. Let me go look that up. So the rivalry for Notre Dame and USC became a thing in, let's look this up here real quick. So 1926 is when they started playing. So it's about the same exact time within 2 years of each other. So you're correct. It's about the same. And they just tossed the Pac-12 aside like they're nothing.
Yeah.
Do you really think that they're going to have any loyalty to the Notre Dame rivalry if it meant
there's no loyalty
if there's a financial
football,
gain
period.
to it? None.
So,
there's some. I mean, Notre Dame gets no benefit out of playing Navy. Let's be honest about that.
No, absolutely agree.
But they've continued to do it. And I respect Notre Dame for that because there's not a lot of that anymore.
Right.
As we're finding out. So You are correct. The rivalry is about the same age. Now, there was a time that those two teams didn't play. I believe, yes, during the war, they didn't play in 43, 44, and 45. And so, obviously, they had more years in the Pac-12 than they played Notre Dame. But to your point, it's about the same time.
Yeah.
So if they showed zero loyalty to the Pac-12, what makes anyone think they're going to have this burning desire to keep playing Notre Dame when they have to play Michigan and Ohio State and Penn State and Michigan State and, Iowa and Wisconsin and Minnesota? So I'll be shocked if they continue that rivalry, and I won't be shocked if they want to get out of it soon. I won't be shocked at all by that.
All right.
I'll be honest with you. I'll probably be disappointed. I mean, I say I don't care, but that's just me more being pissed off.
Right.
It'll be sad because I'll be like, screw you, leave, but I'll still have a bit of sadness because another part of what we believe. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense.
Another part of what we valued about Notre Dame and the rivalry in the game has died.
Yep.
So anyway, that's going to be all we're going to be able to get through today. Too many tangents. Vince, actually, we do got to get to. We had 3 big super chats. So we do got to get to those.
Okay, Wicked Bronco Productions. Thank you very much. Notre Dame is
trust me, they'll wait for you, man. They'll be fine.
No, I'm not worried. Notre Dame is eventually going to be forced to join a conference. They need to, and I think Pete is the guy to revolve Notre Dame. He seems very, very NIL friendly, Big Ten friendly too. Super conferences will keep Notre Dame out of the college football playoff.
There's zero.
Well, they've already signed the deal for the next round of college football playoff for over a decade.
This is nothing but fan paranoia.
And Notre Dame's in. So
Vince, there's nothing but fan paranoia of people thinking this is what's going to happen.
Right.
You don't even know that legally they could do that. I mean, so first of all, there aren't 2 super conferences, and no conference is going to be stupid enough to do that, because then guess what? If the Big Ten tries to ice Notre Dame out of the playoff, guess what Notre Dame's going to do? They're going to join a conference, and it won't be yours.
Exactly.
We're not dumb enough to do that. So maybe it happens down the road, but this notion that it's inevitable.
It's not. It's not inevitable.
I just don't. There's no evidence of that right now. We keep hearing it, and we keep being told that by people who work for TV networks that want Notre Dame,
right?
But and Big Ten or SEC fans, but there's no evidence of this, in my opinion. So Notre Dame needs to evolve, but I don't know that that's necessarily it. And I'm at the point now, Vince, where I'm not even as opposed to joining a conference as I used to be. It just better not be. Yeah. You know what it better.
Is it because of the taste that you got?
No, it has nothing to do with that.
Okay, I was just curious.
It's just about, I would like to see Notre Dame actually use its conference affiliation as a way to stop what's happening.
Gotcha.
But they're not going to.
Right.
But it's more of that. It's just like, you know what? This is enough. Enough is enough. We're going to step in and we're going to do something about this. And we're going to slow this tide a little bit because we're going to do this and we're going to do that. So, yeah.
So Wicked Bronco Productions continues. Eventually, Notre Dame's rivals in the Big Ten will say, why should we schedule another hard non-conference game against Notre Dame when we already have to play a brutal schedule? USC, Purdue, Michigan. Michigan State won't play Notre Dame, which hurts Notre Dame's schedule. That's not true at all.
First of all, they rarely play Michigan. They're not even scheduled for another 10 years and haven't played since 19.
Right.
I don't believe Purdue's on their schedule for much longer. Michigan State's on there for like twice in the next 10 years. So you'd lose what? USC. Like Purdue and Michigan, guys, it's the whole reason I don't want to play the Big Ten. I don't care about the whole. I don't want to be in the Big Ten. The whole reason I don't want to be in the Big Ten is because being in the Big Ten brings playing Purdue and Michigan State every year does nothing for Notre Dame. Nothing. Playing in the ACC does something for Notre Dame. Again, you guys keep missing the point on this. This is about recruiting. That's what this is about. And if USC doesn't want to play Notre Dame anymore, I promise you, Vince, there's going to be teams chomping at the bit to get Notre Dame. Say, hey, we'll play every year. I promise you that. If Michigan doesn't want to play Notre Dame, so what? Notre Dame doesn't want to play Michigan either. They got out of the contract.
No, guess what? There are 133 teams in college football. Notre Dame can make a schedule, right? And there's plenty of Power 5 teams as well, even if you exclude the Big Ten, where Notre Dame will have a just fine schedule. I'm sorry.
They've had years when they haven't played a Big Ten team.
How many Big Ten teams are on their schedule this year? 1.
Right.
It's a big game. No doubt. It's a big game. It's Ohio State. Big game.
Right.
But you're telling me that they couldn't replace that with a Georgia or an Alabama or something like that? Come on.
They've had one team on their schedule from the Big Ten almost every year, right? I mean, they had 2 in 2021. They had 1 in 2020 before the schedule got changed, right? Because I don't want to cheat and say, oh, they didn't play anybody in 2020. They would have. They would have played Wisconsin in 2020, right? They played Michigan in 2019. 2018, they played 2, Northwestern and Michigan. Like, guys, you act like this isn't 1995 when half their schedule was a Big Ten team. They were playing Michigan, Michigan State, Purdue, Indiana, Northwestern. This isn't 1995 anymore. If the Big Ten doesn't want to play Notre Dame, the SEC schools will gladly pick up the slack. But you know why? Because that's hey, guys, you see what the Big Ten trying to do Notre Dame? This is our chance to show Notre Dame love to come maybe join our league if that happens. So we'll play you.
Exactly.
So Big 12, you don't think the Big 12 teams that are fighting for revenue wouldn't jump at the chance to get Notre Dame on their schedule? Hey, guys, we'll play you. Because we see what's happened to the ACC when they play you guys. If the ACC didn't have Notre Dame, I mean, they'd already beat them.
I would tell the Big Ten if they came to my door and they said, "Hey, look, we're not going to play you anymore." I'd be like, "Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Peace out."
I wouldn't care.
Peace out.
It wouldn't matter to me. I'm sorry.
This notion, oh God, Notre Dame's going to. The Big Ten's already tried this, guys. Jim Delaney's tried this. Right. It doesn't work because teams in the conference are going to say, well, unless you make a rule saying we can't play Notre Dame, we're going to play Notre Dame. You can try to coerce us not to play Notre Dame all you want. We're still going to play Notre Dame as long as they want to play us. There are teams like that. So unless they made a rule, and if they made a rule, Notre Dame would say, Big 12 would be like, Notre Dame, please come play us.
Exactly.
We'll pay you $10 million a year, just like you play ACC for 5 games, come play us for 5 games.
Right.
And we're set, man. What terms do you want?
Yep.
That's exactly what would happen.
Yep.
Just like when COVID, Notre Dame's going to be screwed. No. Teams were AC begged Notre Dame, please come be with us, right? As soon as Notre Dame showed that interest, AC was like, oh, yes.
Yeah, don't listen to the idiot head coaches that were talking because they're foolish. Wicked Bronco Productions with another super chat. This is why, as a Notre Dame fan, I've hated how Notre Dame has refused to come out of the 90s way of thinking. You can't just sit back and rest on your independent laurels anymore. The college football world won't wait for Notre Dame. Totally false.
There's zero evidence of this.
Totally false. Totally 100% false.
In 90s way of thinking, what 90? This goes, what, 1890s?
Notre Dame's been independent since the early 1900s.
Since ever.
Forever. So
since
there you go. Yeah.
You're like, what are you talking 90s way of thinking? And it's, again, guys, Notre Dame's not the one that changed. Last time they won a title, there was like 30-some independent teams. Notre Dame hasn't changed. Everybody else has changed.
Right.
Okay, yeah, you're resting on your laurels. No, they're not. I mean, guys, they're having no problem scheduling games. Okay, they're not. Without the Big Ten, they're having no. So the Big Ten doesn't want to play. So that's what, 2 games a year? USC and whatever random Big Ten team you got on your schedule. Oh, gee, how are we going to survive?
Right.
Oh no,
it's not true.
Like.
Just because
I
Notre
understand
Dame
that people
Big
think
Ten
this
country
and feel this
doesn't matter.
But I just kind of like, I'm an evidence guy, right, Vince? And I just want to know that there's actual evidence of the thing that you believe. And there's no evidence. And I have been hearing this whole Notre Dame's going to be forced to join a conference for 30 years. I mean, ever since the Florida State and Penn State and Miami all left, and Notre Dame's going to be forced to join a conference next too because there's nobody else left to play. Because they were playing Penn State all the time, they're playing Miami all the time, they're playing Florida State.
Yep.
Oh, you're going to be forced to join a conference. All these teams.
Here we are, 30 years later.
Fine, we're just going to sign on a TV deal, right? Yeah,
just fine.
So, look, here's how Notre Dame joins a conference. One is they just choose to,
right?
Because for whatever reason, they just make the choice. Number 2 is there's a rule that is passed that says if you are not in one of the 2 or 3 conferences, you cannot play for national championship.
Right.
But here's the thing. They can't do that in the current landscape, not even just because of the deal, but there's still all the group of 5 conferences that you'd also have to eliminate them. You say, well, you have to be in one of these 2 big conferences. Well, okay. So then what's the first thing Notre Dame would do if they tried that? They'd sue them.
Mm-hmm.
They would, so now we're going down that road. So this notion that Notre Dame's going to be forced to join, I'm not saying Notre Dame won't join a conference. I am, especially now, I'm not saying that because I'm at the point now where I'm like, you know what? Go join the ACC. Save the ACC, right? Get with Florida State, tell them stop acting a fool. We're going then. So now we're going to start trying to do whatever the case may be. And, let ESPN, like if they really had some savvy businessmen, here's what they do. They would use Florida State to get ESPN to get them out of the deal And then once Florida State says out and then the ACC goes away, then Notre Dame steps in and says, hey, we want to be in here too. We're going to start negotiating with Fox and NBC. And we're going together, all 16 of us or all 15 of us. And we're now looking who wants to be with us.
Yeah, who's coming with me?
Who wants to be with us?
Let's go.
So I'd find a next Big Ten team that has that their contract is up at whatever time. And I'd say, hey, when your contract's up, come with us. That's what I would do if I was Notre Dame. Swing your, use your power to do something like that. You know what? At this point in time, Vince, I'd support that. I would support Notre Dame joining a conference if that's why they were joining. Truly would. But this notion that they're going to be forced to join a conference in the next X number of years, I just don't. There's no evidence of that.
Right.
Notre Dame is not panicking at all to all this stuff. They're like, hey, do whatever you're going to do, which is exactly what they did last time. They're going to have to join because of this. I'm joining because of that. I'm joining because of this. And they've never been forced to. If things change and that happens, then we'll address that. But there's nothing going on right now that forces Notre Dame to join the conference. To your point, Vince, the college football playoff is already, that deal signed, I believe. So unless that thing gets torn up, then Notre Dame has a path to it. So we're 10 years away at least from that being forced upon Notre Dame, unless they just throw that out too. Right. And say, screw it all. So I get that people feel that way, but and here's the thing, Wicked, you can believe that's what they should do. That's fine. That's a fair argument to have. But to say that this is the only right way and they're going to be forced to do this is just, or they're resting on their 1990s way of thinking. What? This is not doing 1990s. I mean, does nobody care about any level? I mean, as a country, we've just saying F tradition. I mean, is that just kind of what we're doing now? Like F history, F morals, F doing the right thing. We're just, as long as we get our money. Are we going to become the stereotype now? Is that what we are now? I feel like that's what's happening, Vince, with arguments just like this.
Right.
What's the only argument that he's making for joining a conference? There's only one. Get paid. Okay, I'm good. Notre Dame's got a $20 billion endowment. If they wanted to start raising more money for sports or whatever, they, get out. It is what it is. I'm kind of ready to be done with this show. This point in time.
Well, there's another show getting ready to start.
This whole, and I'm not talking about Wicked Broncos. I'm fine. It's just this whole thing with college football. It takes the fun and the joy out of the game.
Right.
All this crap. It makes me not like it as much.
Yep.
On days like today anyway. I'll probably change tomorrow when I see the next Notre Dame highlight video from practice. I'll probably feel differently. But just days like today just really just remind me that there's a lot of people out there that just don't love the game. They just love the money that the game makes them. That's it. Yep, exactly. And it makes me sad. And there's too many fans that are going along with it. That's the other problem that I have. So anyway, Vince, we went way over. I know you got another show to get to, but
baby. So
we had to get to those super chats.
Everybody, thanks for joining us on our marathon version of.
Real quick, Jason, thank you for your super sticker. Man. And then Wicked Broncos had another one. I just don't have time. We're just gonna keep going back and forth on this. We got to end the show. But I do want to thank you for your next super chat. I do appreciate that.
Yep, appreciate that very, very much. And make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button, the notification bell, share with your family and friends, folks, and make sure that, hey, hop on over because we're starting another show. Same YouTube channel, same everything. Hop on over to Rapid Fire. We're going to have some fun. This is our final Rapid Fire show until after football season. So you want to come over and catch it. We got a lot of good stuff to talk about. So for Brian, I'm Vince. We will talk to you next time on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.